My name is Erica Lorraine Spencer, and I remain subject to state surveillance and terrorism by the state of California that is operating a malicious targeting system which is referred to as federal group stalking and monitoring via communication devices. And it is in violation of federal stalking statute 18 U.S.C. sections 2261A subsections 1 and 2. My website and podcast serve the public good by publishing evidence of the public entity's ceaseless engagement in a pattern of conduct intended to stalk and monitor via communication devices, surveil, harass, and terrorize an American citizen in concert with the people of the state of California. Documentation serves the lawful purposes of wide exposure, federal prosecution, and influencing federal legislation with policies specifically designed to punish, dismantle, and disincentivize an unprecedented targeting system by a public entity that acts in concert with the people of the state in order to criminally place under surveillance and terrorize an American citizen, which is a matter of public corruption in the state of California. Notice: intellectual property theft is particularly egregious and equally unlawful where the sole inventor and creator of the intellectual property is the targeted individual. Erica Lorraine Spencer, subject to the unconstitutional and inhumane government system of gang stalking, otherwise referred to as federal group stalking and monitoring via communication devices, because of which the intellectual property created by the targeted individual, who is, in fact, Erica Lorraine Spencer, as the intellectual property also proves, serves to establish via evidence and expose the existence of criminal surveillance and thus an inherent threat posed by the U.S. government and the civilian population sharing engagement in the unlawful system. Such evidence, that includes all of the content created by Erica Lorraine Spencer, images, videos, audio, etc., belongs solely and entirely to Erica Lorraine Spencer only and is necessarily published online in order to protect her life, safety, and liberty as the targeted individual, who is also the intellectual property owner, no less protected from theft procured through targeting by a public entity. Theft of any intellectual property belonging to Erica Lorraine Spencer, which is necessarily committed while she, being both creator and inventor, remains oppressed by the public entity via criminal surveillance, is a criminal and inhumane means of infringement under all circumstances and not protected nor enforceable pursuant to any invalid or fraudulent acts of copyright, trademarks, patents, etc., including as it pertains to any ideas associated with or generated from the intellectual property or the intellectual property owner, Erica Lorraine Spencer, whether creative, business, or otherwise, nor does the intellectual property owner consent to any such means of infringement and theft.
All right, Demons of the Ontario Police, A. Arnellis and C. Gerber. C. Gerber is the overweight Caucasian male, documented over a term of years, by the way, meaning he's engaged in criminal summoning and furtherance of murdering me, gang stalking me with the Ontario Police Department on more than one occasion, multiple occasions. He is the one that I referred to as Goldfinger, just with regard to recollecting that his last name starts with a G and something similar to that, so I said Goldfinger, and this is the demon that began laughter. This is a reference to evidence that's already on the record. C. Gerber is his correct name, and his partner, A. Arnellis, are engaged in what is criminal summoning this morning and a battery, just like D. Rodriguez did under the fake sun, while that entity, as I captured video proving that this is a demon, just like L. Edwards, again, criminal summoning while they're stalking. They're stalking under the fake sun. They're engaging what is surveillance. So this is what is inspiring their harassment tactics. The entity is literally stalking, recording it on their body cam, and this is what they intend, or what they sit around masturbating to while they're engaging in failed witchcraft, but it is not going to help in any court case, I know that. The entity that's engaging what is recording me on their body cam is the entity that's admittedly stalking me. But I do have what is A. Arnellis engaging in what is criminal summoning, harassment, battery with C. Gerber, who is a documented demon under the fake sun that's on the same street after 6 p.m., while the people of the state, just like you hear now, are stalking under the fake sun after 6 p.m. at downtown Ontario luxury apartments. His demon possession, his criminal engagement in conspiring my murder by gang stalking me while wearing an Ontario police uniform is why he is going to federal prison. That is mandated as a terrorist. He is with A. Arnellis under the fake sun. It is currently, by the way, 9:57 a.m. This this is occurring at approximately 9:42 a.m. while I'm in use of my communication devices. So there's a series of things that I'm mentioning because it's relevant to the motive. They're gang stalking, period. But they're also engaging in what they do as they do it regarding what it is that I am doing. For example, on my device, what it is that I am doing, for example, sleeping, or for example, my vagina being exposed. They're sex offenders. They're motivated for multiple reasons with regard to their obsession with stalking and monitoring me. Monitoring is relevant to the fact that they're demons, okay? So the entity A. Arnellis and C. Gerber are present at this bus stop, putting their hands on me. Gerber is behind me. This is, they're both wearing weapons. They're going to prison. Gerber's going to prison, and so is A. Arnellis. And he is in operation, or at least he's touching his body cam while he's in my face, and I go through a litany of very indicting details because that body cam is my evidence. He's going to prison for stalking, period. There is, by the way, again, the entity that is gang stalking while they're wearing uniforms, they are still exercising fictitious authority as though you are engaged in law enforcement, and they're not. Body cam footage is evidence of you stalking me, and it is evidence of you not just stalking while the police are stalking. They're acting in furtherance of murder. That is a threat while you're bearing weapons stalking me as a demon whose pattern of conduct is already established both as an agency and as C. Gerber has engaged in what is targeting me on multiple occasions. And this agency is threatening with all of those demons of that agency because they are always documented stalking me by helicopter, stalking me with impossible light activity, stalking me with the people of the state, engaging in what is stalking me while they make malicious assertions, while they exercise authority under the law that they don't have, because I am learned in the law, because I understand and know what is the legal ramifications of what stalkers that wear police uniforms maliciously targeting, in other words, what that means. The entity is engaged in what is ongoing harassment and terrorism, such as kidnapping and just blatant disregard of the law. Coming in your face and challenging you when they are already proven to be outside of the bounds of the law. This is the tactic of the Ontario Police Department. These are terrorists, and A. Arnellis and C. Gerber do this while I am not only on I'm referring to public property, I'm referring to these terms even though they don't matter. And I'm going to tell you why they don't matter, because the police are stalking, period. They remain the criminal. So when you are gang stalking and the people of the state are criminals, they go in and they're stealing from CHEVRON, where the immigrants are making false allegations, and it's the people of the state that are stealing, and it's the entity itself that are thieves. So the gang stalking police, they don't have authority under the law, because they're engaged in criminal surveillance. That's not law enforcement when you're engaged in surveillance and you already know that they're stealing and you can go in save the day based on your system that you have in operation. That's not law enforcement. That's not fact gathering. That's not an investigation. That's not a lawful arrest, etc. There's a whole legal analysis behind that. Moreover, you're stalking and targeting me, and I'm no criminal. So as I make a distinction regarding what is in the alternate universe, because it's their alternate universe where Satan wants to be treated and regarded as law enforcement, and they're not, based on the criminal system that's underway. Moreover, they are also aware, this is relevant to why prison is absolutely mandated, because they're engaging in targeting someone that's not only not a criminal, they know about the body of evidence on the internet. They know how I've been forced. They know how I name them. They know how I described their criminal system. They know how I describe the people of the state, how I provide all of the details and detailed documentation regarding their years of targeting in furtherance of murdering me. That's literally why C. Gerber and A. Arnellis are in my face. It's in furtherance of murder. His black gun on the right side of his hip is in my face. Gerber is behind me bearing a weapon behind me. This is a terrorizing threat. While they are feces consumers, this is relevant to their mental illness. This is all manner of an unlawful threat, while Mike LORENZ is going to prison as a terrorist leader while that agency surrounds me. And it's relevant regarding the fact that I am not actually in violation of the law, even though I've already given you the analysis because of the impropriety of what the government is doing. They don't actually have constitutional authority under the law. But aside from the legal analysis, I'm also on public property. I'm on a bus bench. They're demons that are monitoring. You know that I'm not dead. But what are they doing? Engaging what is a battery. This is what D. Rodriguez is. Understand that these are demons that are desperate for my attention. And this is the reality of what the demon possessed are doing. These demons that you hear in the background, they've been engaged in harassment. Driving on the street is not going to cause the concrete, the bus bench to vibrate. Omnitrans bus number 1212 at 10:01 a.m. You can hear the clock in the background going off. It's not causing any earthquake. It's not causing the bus bench to vibrate. These are demons. who have been engaged in stalking like they are 24 hours a day. So you're mentally ill as you analyze the malicious conduct of criminals that are dressing up as law enforcement, as demons that are monitoring, that are feigning being engaged in law enforcement, and also feigning having authority under the law with regard to their true nature, their true purpose and intent and conduct and system while they are wearing those uniforms, in which case, even if they weren't demons and they weren't stalking, they're engaging in what is harassment while they are approaching someone, putting their hands on someone in that position, and they're not in violation of the law. This is, you don't have any reasonable suspicion, you don't have any probable cause, and they put their hands on me, okay? And they're also engaging in this while they are, the demons are always more confident when I'm not recording, okay? So I did not press, I don't need it. I'm going to, they're going to prison, and the federal government is watching what the entity is doing. And Arnellis and Gerber are in custody of their body cams. This demon is pressing and stopping because what I'm stating is indicting, and it's humiliating. There is nothing, however, they're delusional. Any body cam that you have, even where the entity is targeting American citizens where they don't have the evidence and they seek to defame you, and this is because there are criminals who have already violated you and they're gang stalking you to get away with it, and getting away with it means they can depict you as being crazy, and that was going to wipe away all the criminal acts that they've committed against you. That's literally what is the plan behind that. That's not actually what is actually, first of all, the practice of medicine. Number one. Number two, your criminal activity in response to an intent to obstruct, basically as a response to obstruct justice, is not that which is going to redeem criminals that are wearing these uniforms. This is literally the outdated strategy. That's the purpose of that. That's the only reason why you would want to admittedly engage in what is recording your criminal conduct, because that's what he's doing, using a body cam. I'm going to prosecute using that. It's stalking, it's criminal conduct, and you have the evidence of it. I am the evidence, and so are they. So the entity is engaging in what is using that body cam. It's under all circumstances evidence of criminal activity by that agency. That agency that engages in stalking me by helicopter when they become triggered, and I remind you about, look at the fake sun now, L. Edwards is stalking me under, and look at the fake sun that's still here at 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and then take a look at this white man who is a feces eater. He's out of his mind. He's bat poo crazy. And the demons who are engaging in surveillance are triggered and immediately stalk in that video, which is a screen recording. I'm referring to what was captured, I believe, if not a week and a half ago. The demon engages in what is not L. Edwards, but the demons engage in what is the same agency, same street. I'm at the same bus stop, stalking in a helicopter, while I critique and diagnose in the same place where he's stalking me under a fake sun with these demons, these gargoyles, while they're all stalking me together, the fact that he's a psychopath and he's in a position that he's going to be removed from, and he's going to prison, and he's mentally ill on top of that. He might as well be walking outside in the nude, because that's how exposed he is. And when these psychopaths are triggered, they pull out their helicopters, which they're always stalking me in. And they share that pattern of conduct with a plethora of other terrorist organizations who are also exposed as engaging in what is targeting me in furtherance of murder. This is what C. Gerber and A. Arnellis are doing. And further context is that I'm on the sidewalk, on the bench. Nobody has solicited their presence. That is, I have not called you. Why are you asking me, which is audible activity? They're monitoring. When they're saying all of these unintelligent things, such as, do you need help? They're demons that are monitoring my genitalia. They're monitoring my breathing pattern. This is the reality. They know exactly who I am and what's going on, that they have the fake sun over me, and everything that they're stating, such as, A. Arnellis made a statement. His statement includes, do you need help? Do you need assistance? This is while they're trying to mimic a health check, by the way, while he is exhibiting mental illness. This is the irony regarding what the demons are doing. They're doing a health check that's unsolicited, by the way. Unsolicited while I'm on the sidewalk on the bus bench, under no circumstances summoning, impliedly or expressly, your presence to put your hands on me under any circumstances. Moreover, you're monitoring and you're stalking. And you know exactly who I am and what I'm doing. They're going to federal prison. Understand the malice behind all of that. Understand the purposes for things such as a health check, what warrants a health check, how a health check is initiated. They're initiating it on their own. The people of the state are engaging in stalking. The agency is engaged in stalking. That's already established. And you're engaged in what is recording it on your body cam, which is evidence of your criminal conduct against me. It is not establishing any valid conduct or encounter also while you're analyzing the stalker who engages in what is criminal summoning. criminal summoning of themselves. Moreover, being on the sidewalk, being on the bus bench, being on my sleeping bag is not soliciting any conduct that is warranting your presence or a battery, because that's what it is. Also, when you are unlawfully touching. Moreover, it's a battery because they are engaging in what is posing an unlawful threat. They kidnap, they lie on my character, they engage in what is sexual violence, they harass and terrorize me with their helicopters, they harass and terrorize and psychologically torture with impossible light activity as psychopaths who are stalking me obsessively, and they want to cloak themselves as police officers. That's also harassment and terrorism as well. That's terrifying. That's intimidating, bullying conduct by demons that presuppose that they will have a louder voice and have more power, and you won't be listened to because of their position. All of this is relevant to what A.R. Nellis and C. Gerber is doing. They're doing it also relevant is because I'm on my device and I'm still putting it on the internet, and this is also relevant to the same information that I'm putting on the internet. The sex partners, Tracy Banks, 62 years old, and Jason Isaac Fields, I believe he's not even 40 yet. If he is, he's going to be turning 40 in January, or he's 39, 40 years old. But he's the same age, if not 2 months older than Eric Corey Spencer. Tracy Banks is having sex with basically her son. This is not new. She's a pedophile. So is Jason Isaac Fields. These are sex offenders, and they're engaging in what is sexual activity together. And with their sexual activity, while they worship Satan, while they summon demonic spirits, this is their witchcraft, which they rely on through their genitalia, which they use as transactions, also prostitutes, but they also engage in it with regard to summoning demonic spirits that possess the people of the state. By the way, 7YTD010, who's stalking with impossible light under a fake sun on behalf of R. Nellis and C. Gerber, the agency that's still gang stalking and knows exactly what it is that I'm doing as I'm doing it. While he's making that audible activity, exhibiting mental illness. While you're engaging in what is acting like you're a legitimate police officer, you are exhibiting severe mental illness. Under the fake sun, in the impossible light, with the people of the state who are stalking with you. You're going to be diagnosed in a official manner. I'm doing it right now while I'm prosecuting and maintaining this investigation. They're going to prison, and this is the entity that is engaging in psychopathic conduct, as psychopathic as flying in circles over my head for 17 minutes, which that agency has also committed on more than one occasion. That's what you are witnessing when the entity is engaging in what is that malicious audible noise with regard to a desperate demon that wants to be close to be to monitor because they are hostile. And you are also dumb enough to record it on a body cam, which is referred to in this evidence. And also it is evidence that the targeted individual uses. He also turned it on and off because I was embarrassing him on that body cam. There is no item of evidence that is useful to the criminal with regard, and it only requires corruption. It only requires corruption of any court that would entertain it because it's stalking at the outset. So you provided evidence to the federal court that you're stalking me by putting it on a body cam. We don't even have to analyze, which we will, I just provided that, analyze the substance of that audible exchange, which you forced on the target individual that you're stalking while you have a gun on your hip, while you have a badge on your chest, while you're representing an agency and doing so in a police vehicle, which is speaking to all manner of what is fictitious authority while you're threatening kidnapping. Everything that you've already committed, you're threatening kidnapping, you're threatening what is defaming me, you're engaging in what is conduct. This is supposed to be some sort of health check when you're exhibiting mental illness. This is the entity that engages in unintelligent conduct. And I'm embarrassing him when I'm asking him, do you need medication? I'm embarrassing him when I'm asking him in response to, do you need help? Do you need help? What about being on the bench is soliciting your presence? What is it? And he doesn't have an answer to these questions. He's starting and stopping the body cam. They do that, by the way, when they're engaging in what is breaking the law. In the gang stalking courtrooms, they don't even use the body cam, or they cut out what is inconvenient to use. Priska So was guilty of this. Leonard Chang of the West Valley Division of the Public Defender and the District Attorney's Office are guilty of this. When Jonathan Burnett committed kidnapping with Sequoia Payton, and Judge Umata is kidnapping with the Rancho Cucamonga Superior Court. Okay, they committed battery, and then they committed kidnapping, and they cut out all the body cam. This is relevant to them starting and stopping the body cam. The entity that is gang stalking should not have any control of those body cams. The only time that they should be able to stop them or remove them is when they're going to relieve themselves, when they're done, because of this corruption that they're engaged in. But that's another area with regard to the prosecution and legislation that's changing, what is facilitating surveillance by terrorists like the Ontario Police have been proven as. Okay, so the entities engage in this, and they're doing so while all manner of that threat express and implied, which is an unlawful threat. You're going to prison when you are threatening an American citizen in that matter, because they are at the same time exhibiting themselves as though and walking in authority that they don't have. And they do that to commit murder and get away with it, to commit kidnapping and get away with it, to commit defamation, depicting you as a criminal, depicting you as mentally ill where you needed a health check and that health check didn't go well, and so then you kidnap them and then you take them to the facility, like what Tracy Banks and C. Torres and L. Martinez and Nathan Morgan and B. Hook committed on May 29, 2025 with Jason Fields. Oh, that demon was there in spirit, routinely and continuously having sex with Tracy Banks while Tracy Banks is gang stalking me at Woodside Senior Apartments, which I dutifully and ceaselessly documented as she was engaging in it with this same agency under the fake sun that was rising and setting over Woodside Senior Apartments, not over 537 North Euclid Avenue, where A.R. Nellis and C. Gerber are gang stalking at a bus stop, exhibiting mental illness while they engage in criminal conduct at the same time, where they will be both convicted and diagnosed. And they're doing it, I want to be clear, after I run through all that analysis, the entity is doing it while I'm on my device, and this is going on the internet. This is what you need to be advised of, what you need to be aware of. The two sex partners that utilize their genitalia as means of transactions and transactions with the devil, meaning literally their genitalia is why demonic spirits are going to come and torture them and take their lives as they send out through their infected and demonic and diseased genitalia while they engage in sex with each other, with other males and females, and with children. They engage in what is summoning demonic spirits. This is the perverted acts of sex offenders who are pedophiles / witches and warlocks. Okay, and this is what Tracy Banks and Jason Fields engage in their group sex rituals, in their sexual activity with those that are gang stalking me in the court system, those that are gang stalking me like you hear on the roads and the highways, those that are gang stalking me of the Ontario Police, engaging in sexual activity in all manner, those that they pay with money that they stole from me. This is all tying all of this together. The entities engaging in this while they're engaging in the pattern of crime. USPS is gang stalking under the fake sun. Just want to be clear, on behalf of the same agency, doing so at what is 10:14 a.m. The entities engaging in this pattern of conduct nonetheless while I am on my device, and I'm going to remind you about John 10:10. You're going to see it on X, you're going to see it on Facebook, you're going to see it on Threads, okay? But the entity is harassing me because these demons are embarrassed, but you already know that Jason Fields is a witch, and I'm not into this gender recognition. He's a witch. He's a Jezebel spirit. He is, in other words, a demon-possessed whore. That's what a Jezebel spirit, a demon-possessed whore, will have sex with anyone, anything, for anything that he deems helpful to him, for money, for position, for the demise of another person. A demon-possessed whore is a Jezebel spirit. This is the same with Tracy Banks, a demon-possessed whore. This is also what is relevant to what is incestuous sexual conduct, to what is polyamorous sexual activity, to what is homosexual activity, to what is pedophilia. That's a Jezebel spirit. It's a perverted sexual act. And contrary to what this world trains you to think and believe, that is Satan, that wants you to use your genitalia as a transaction. Okay, having sex with multiple people, having sex all the time, having sex willy-nilly, having sex in public, having sex just with this person, that person, that person, that person, that, doing it over with all men, that is perversion. And it's also abnormal. It's not normal. And your body also, and your spirit, you as a person, designed, made in the image of God, you are not designed for that. It is of the devil. This is not religion. This is truth. And you sully yourself. You soil yourself. You curse your own vessel when you do that, and Satan wants you to become acquainted with it. Satan puts it in music so that you do it, just like Beyonce wants you to do that. Megan Thee Stallion wants you to do that. Cardi B wants you to do that. These are witches on assignment, by the way, who are engaging in the service to Satan, and they want you to mimic it. They want you to sing songs and rap songs about it. They're demon-possessed whores. They're Jezebel spirits. They're on assignment. This is what Tracy Banks and Jason Isaac Fields do and have done with regard to targeting me. None of them as feces consumers, as their disease-riddled genitalia, which disgusts me, has no spiritual power over me. Glory to God. These are nothing other than whores that engaged in what is adding miles onto their genitalia to their own demise. All they caught was STDs. All they caught was a bad reputation, the worst ever, because it's not just traveling around in high school. It's traveling around the nation, the world, that they're whores. And what they are whores for Satan, practicing witchcraft. You exchange spirituality, spiritual being as you have sex with people. You're exchanging spiritually with others, in other words, to put it more precisely. You are having a spiritual exchange when you engage in sexual activity. This is why people have sex with children. It is Satan. It's a spirit. And these are all ways of perversion. This is what the Ontario Police Department are engaged in. This is what they practice. And there is a Jezebel spirit operating over them. This is their mental illness that is manifest in their malicious behavior, which I just legally analyzed with regard to demons that are acting like they're law enforcement, and they're not. Okay, so what I'm doing on my phone, this is going to go back to what C. Gerber and A. Arnellis thought it was a good idea to do. This is what D. Rodriguez did, thought that it was a good idea to do. This is what L. Edwards did, thought it was a good idea to do, while they are demons who are obsessed with me. This is a Jezebel spirit that's obsessed with me, has sex and focuses on me while they're having sex. They refer to that as sex magic. You and your sexual activity, you're not doing anything other than manifesting STDs in your vessel. Okay? Causing ongoing issues with your own body. It's not touching me spiritually. You cannot touch me. In the same way I'm not having sex with you, you're not having any spiritual power over me while you have sex with animals and children and girls and boys. It is not touching me. It is only affecting you. And all of those affects are reversing to you. It's not going out in the universe toward me. You have no authority. That's why you're being publicly prosecuted and embarrassed about what you've done with your genitalia. And literally, their genitalia is linked to stalking me in helicopters and commercial planes. This is how far-reaching this witchcraft is. It's a Jezebel spirit, and it's the root of mental illness. Mental illness that would provoke C. Gerber and A. Arnellis to put themselves on camera footage that I'm going to use to put them in prison, to put the people of the state in prison, to put Jason Fields in prison, because this is what I'm doing on my phone. I'm going to remind you about John 10:10. John 10:10 reads, "The thief cometh not but for to steal and to kill and to destroy." Okay? So while I am citing this verse, which the demon-possessed are triggered by, let me be clear. The demon-possessed are not Christians. The demon-possessed do not know Christ Jesus as their Lord and Savior. The demon-possessed have no fate other than the pit of hell. That's where they're going. The demon-possessed. There is no help. Redemption is not in the cards for the demon-possessed that have not repented, that are not delivered. You're going to hell. The demon-possessed are maintaining fake churches in California. They're sitting up as pastors. They're representing themselves as believers in Christ. And they are demon-possessed. And moreover, they're gang stalkers. They're engaged in criminal conduct. The Bible says you know them and you know them by their deeds. You're living a lifestyle of criminal activity. You do not know the Lord Jesus Christ, by the way. That's just a very surface level of knowing automatically that you're not dealing with somebody that's a Christian. But moreover, it's deeper than that. I want to be clear. You're triggered by scripture that I'm citing on my device while you're monitoring me under the fake sun, while I'm on public property where you don't have authority under the law, certainly not to touch me or force an encounter, where you have no authority under the doctrines of reasonable suspicion or probable cause. Even with regard to this alternate universe, because that's what I'm referring to. They're in an alternate universe where they're gang stalking, trying to act like they're police officers. And you're going to be in a medical facility based on your mental illness while you engage in that as a pattern of conduct. You're not helping Michael Lorenz, who's going to prison, which he recorded on his body cam. He started pressing it and stopping it and recording and stopping it and recording when I started naming these things. Because it's true, Michael Lorenz is going to prison. Yet another demon of that agency stalking. Stalking with the demons that are stalking in commercial planes. A. Arnellis and C. Gerber are gang stalking. Stalking with the demons that are stalking with the possible light. These mentally ill psychopaths that focus and obsess over me, engage in stalking me in the library all day long. C. Gerber and A. Arnellis are gang stalking. You're doing it with a gun on your hip, a badge on your chest, a police vehicle behind you, and a corrupt system that facilitates your kidnapping me. You're going to prison. You're going to federal prison, and so is Mike Lorenz. You put your hands on me. Him and Gerber, that's a battery. They're going to federal prison. So is Jason Fields. So is Tracy Banks. They've been engaged in what is mentally ill behavior, because this is how the law analyzes your behavioral health issues that are shared amongst the population, by the way, while you practice witchcraft, which also against me is failed witchcraft. Then you're getting to what is merely analyzing your manifest behavior. You're repeating conduct that is unlawful, and it's also absurdly demented. while a pattern of conduct is shared amongst you. And you also happen to be whores. Overly, hyperly promiscuous people. Very mentally ill. They're lightsly and gargoyles. They're demons that make up information, like you're married to me, like I'm dead somewhere, like you attended my funeral, like you have a right to collect on insurance policies in my name, like we're married and so you can live in my house. You can collect my money. You can create a bank account in my name. You can pay other people to stalk me while you're claiming in gang stalking courthouses that I'm dead somewhere. Those are the mentally ill that are going by the name of C. Gerber and A. Arnellis, who are going to prison, providing evidence against the people of the state, providing evidence against the Ontario International Airport, providing evidence against Mike Lorenz, the Ontario Police Department, providing evidence against Tracy Banks and Jason Fields, the state of California. While I'm on my device, citing scripture, minding my business, fully in execution of my First Amendment rights, let alone my obligation to expose criminal conduct of a relevant nature, no small thing. Not just that the government has some bad seeds and that they go around stealing from little kids every Wednesday and Thursday, which is bad and horrible. But it's bigger than that. And I have an obligation. Even though people don't even know what the Constitution entails and the Declaration of Independence entails, there's an obligation under the law. Based on this contract that we have with the government, the contract that they violated. They're engaged in surveillance. You don't have a right to do any of this. And you're sitting around acting like you're a police officer, that you're a police department. You're already a criminal under these existing documents. I've done more than that. I can cite the laws that you're violating. And I have evidence proving it. Nobody's imagining anything. You literally tried to feign a health check that was unsolicited. It's not even on its face warranted, which nothing can warrant you gang stalking me. But you don't even have on its face the facts. Why was a health check? Because she looked like, how does she look like it on the sidewalk, on the bench? Moreover, remember, they're monitoring. They're vagina monitors. You're going to mental asylums based on the malice that you exhibit. In case you didn't understand how this return to sender is operating against you and your failed witchcraft. And also everybody knows that you like to engage in group sex with boys and group sex with men your own age, and then you go home to your wives and you call yourself Ontario Police Department females and males, because they're not men, okay? But they engage in group sex, homosexual conduct, which is letting you know about the spiritual significance of homosexuality. It's a perverted spirit. This is not about feelings. This is the reality. And this is scripture. It's a perverted spirit. It's a Jezebel spirit. They do that amongst groups because also, just like the gang stalking system is informed by, they think that numerosity, so the more demons we have having sex with each other, the more powerful we'll be to overwhelm the targeted individual. The targeted individual is a Christ follower. And all of those boys having sex together will all accumulate these sexually transmitted diseases that they manifest in their bodies. And all that spiritual power that they don't have against Christ Jesus, who already conquered the grave. He created all spirits. They belong to him. They bow before him. Those suicidal demons are the ones that brought on their own STDs. Their own incurable STDs. They're the ones that did that. And by the way, you're going to prison. Your sex rituals don't work against me. You're only infecting yourself. You're only adding miles on your genitalia. You're only embarrassing and ruining your own reputation because your sexual activity becomes legally relevant regarding the ways in which you're targeting somebody. And how Jason Fields and Tracy Banks, how their genitalia ever linked up in the first place. One should not even know the other. One was acting like they were my friend. While you're in class with me at Valley College, how did you meet this? At that time, she would have been over 40 years old. When did you meet? When did y'all meet? Because she's not taking not one college course, not stepping foot other than stalking me at Valley College while she's acting like she's at work all day. She's a stalker. Tracy Banks is a stalker. She's a demon. And she's sexually obsessed with me. She's a Jezebel spirit. She's a promiscuous whore. She's a Jezebel spirit. She conjures up demonic spirits through her sexual activity where she obsesses over me mentally. She's a Jezebel spirit, and so is Jason Fields. That's why they're dealing with sexual health concerns, which they also projected onto me. which is relevant to the entity that seeks to defame you. And by the way, your sexual activity is legally irrelevant with regard to being able to maintain your own money in house, which this is how they stole. And it requires the corruption, as you see, of gang stalking police, gang stalking sheriff's department, gang stalking courthouses. That's how you get there, and that's totally irrelevant. It's totally irrelevant. Because if sexual activity is a bar, then Tracy Banks should not have been given the ability to exercise any control over my money and property. Jason Isaac Fields certainly shouldn't have been given the ability to exercise any control over my property and money, which they necessarily did behind my back. And those are actual promiscuous whores that use their genitalia as transactions, as a means to engage in transactions with other people. This would be relevant to what are pop stars, okay? The demons are triggered. That's why you hear amplified audible activity, which will not cause an earthquake on this bus bench. They've been targeting all day long, while then the demons of C. Gerber and A. Arnellis engage in what is stalking me in my face, which is an unlawful threat. They're going to prison. These demons are all stalking. 5 Frank Victor Paul, 458. 9 Paul Charlie Paul, 426. They're all stalking as an obsession that, they're all demons obsessed with me with regard to also my vagina, which they like to watch on cameras that they place around me. They like to look and stare at my vagina and masturbate. They like to look and stare at my vagina and engage in what is sex with each other, sex with other children. That's what they do. While you're hearing them engage in amplified audible activity, they're doing so under a fake sun. They do so while they obsess over me and create an earthquake on this bus bench. That's called sensational activity. And then A. Arnellis and C. Gerber engaged in what is criminal summoning this morning. Suicidal demons who are going to prison. The entities engaging in this pattern of conduct, and they're doing so while you hear that amplified audible activity under the fake sun that you already know is over this bus bench at 537 North Euclid Avenue at 10:28 a.m. They're doing so while they are engaging in what is monitoring with regard to being triggered by the truth that I'm telling you right now about them. The Jezebel spirit is a sexually promiscuous, a sexually perverted, a sexually twisted spirit. Sex was created by God between a man and a woman who are married. Married. All manner of perverting that. Having multiple sex partners, having children as sex partners, having a sexual desire for minors, having a sexual desire for animals, having a sexual desire for those of the same sex. This is what the Jezebel spirit does to conjure up demonic spirits. In case you didn't know what you're participating in when it's in your rap music, when it's in your pop music, where they're trying to infect you with demons, trying to get you to live that lifestyle. And they also want you to do it because those demons are envious of you when you maintain a life of purity. When you maintain a lifestyle of purity, and they're envious of that. And Satan has full control over them and their genitalia. And this is why they can't get over the fact that not only does that mean you're going to prison and you're going into mental asylums and you're going to run me all my money back. The entity is they're perplexed, and that's because they're demons. They're perplexed as to why their sex rituals, while their witchcraft doesn't work on me. Because your demon-possessed genitalia has no power over me, you sicko. But that's literally, you're going from demon-possessed Jezebel spirits to A. Arnella C. Gerber gang stalking me, criminal summoning at the bus stop this morning. To these demons that are stalking on Euclid Avenue on behalf of that agency that is always demonstrating severe mental illness, every single one, everyone that, another one, they just run off of the precipice to their own demise. You engage in criminal, you're going to prison. I'm documenting you stalking, you're going to prison. With regard to terrorists that are part of police departments, they're going to prison. It is axiomatic. Because of the authority that they maliciously and fictitiously exercise when they don't actually have it. This is the pitfall of that criminal surveillance system imploding. You're going to prison for that. You're a terrorist leader in the United States. This is how terrorism is executed in the U.S. with regard to a corrupt executive branch, a corrupt judicial branch. All right, the entities engaging in this pattern of conduct, and it is shared by the entity that is abusing the law while you are literally so obsessed that, because bare bones, like really bare bones analysis here, they were so desperate to just be in my face, so that's what they did. They, oh, she's doing this on her phone, let's just go. They don't think about it. It's that knee jerk, just like the helicopter activity. But you're going to prison for it. You're going to prison for what you did right now. You're going off with the rest of your day, telling yourself it's not happening. You're delusional. They're delusional. It's not happening. It's not going to happen. And people have already been been subject to federal court cases. They already know that they're going to prison. It's already been declared that you're not keeping my money. These things are precipitating, and you're still delusional and still gang stalking me, which is relevant to the greater prosecution. None of this is going by scot. Oh, you're not getting off scot-free for anything. That's why I've been maintaining the P.O.C. Because you're going to prison. I want bodies in cells. You're going to be an inmate. You're not writing a check for anything. I'm getting my money regardless. That has nothing to do with Satan. Satan has no authority over my money. You're going to prison. So the entities engaging in this pattern of conduct while they're being delusional. That's why they're still gang stalking me. That's why they're still gang stalking. And they're looking at their co-defendants. They're looking at their partners. They're looking at the people overseas. They're looking at the system breakdown. They're looking at their real-time exposure. They're looking at those that are going to court, that are getting summoned, that are being told that they're going to prison, that are being fined, that are having their bank accounts seized. They're not stealing my money anymore. None of that's going. They're looking at that and they're still gang stalking because they are actually mentally ill. This is where you're getting to that delusional conduct. What are you doing what are you doing versus what the facts tell you you should be doing if you don't want to go to prison, or if you don't want to go to prison for so long, or if you don't want to be looked at as a maniacal, uncontrollable psychopath. If you at least want to save the way you look on court TV. If you at least want to do that. That's why they're still gang stalking. But the entities engaged in this, and I just want to be clear, I'm on my phone, fully engaged in what is private conduct on my device, and the entity that's engaging in surveillance is desperate to engage in that. Jason Fields and Tracy Banks are going to prison because those are the demons that are engaging in what is leading and targeting me in particular, and they thought that it was a good idea and that it was going to be effective, that their perverted sexual acts violating other people, and while they are demons violating each other, they engage in what is summoning demonic spirits. So aside from what is this mother-son, this grandmother-grandson dynamic where they're having sex with each other and they are sexually aroused by what they, in their mind, and what Satan tells them. Oh my gosh, it's so betraying. It's so heartbreaking to Erica. Oh, you have so much spiritual power here, and it turns them on sexually because of the wicked conduct that they are. Remember, even though I don't actually care, even though I'm actually nauseated by the thought of those two having sex with each other, it is demonic based on their wicked purposes. Understand, Satan is a spirit. So your purpose, your intent, and your mind is where you're deducing that's where that demonic spirit lies. It's not about the effect that it doesn't have on me. That's Christ Jesus. Satan could try anything. It's not going to work. They're demons, and they presuppose, oh, this is the worst thing that could help her. This will cause her to fall. This will break her heart. Oh, this sexually arouses me. Oh, I want to have sex with Tracy Banks, 60 years old right now. I want to have sex with her and two other males right now. This is Jason Isaac Fields. Oh, I want to have sex with Jason Fields and my other elderly woman, my other elderly female friend, and their daughter. We want to do that together, and let's pull in one of the sergeants from Ontario Police, and let's also go and molest a little girl or a little boy and put a spirit on them. This sexually arouses them. The fact that they're betraying another person, and then they focus in on that when they're having sex with each other. This is breaking down the perversion. This is nothing other. The failed witchcraft, in other words, is the analysis of mental illness. This is what they practice. This is why you have delusional behavior. You're still gang stalking because you're still thinking that your witchcraft is going to work. And you're associating your sexual activity with somebody else's free will, with somebody else's rights under the law, while you break the law, engage in criminal activity, and you're associating that with your sexual activity where that person isn't even present. Or you're engaging in raping them. You're engaging in spell casting to take their free will while you violate. That's also another means. Remember, the ordinary target individual who perhaps voodoo may be effective on, who perhaps spell work may be effective on. And that's where you have rapists engaging in that. That's not actionable under the law because you can't prove spell work, or at least it's not that which is safe to do. It's unconstitutional because it's too vague. Okay? The entity engaging in this sort of conduct, but this is what they do though. Now, their witchcraft isn't working on me, but this is the tactics of the demons of the Ontario Police, the demons who are the people of the state, the demons that are stalking in Omnitrans buses, that they use witchcraft and spell work. Why am I naming companies? Because these are all demons under the same spirit stalking me together. So I'm just going to prosecute your business. I'm going to prosecute your employees. I'm going to prosecute you. Okay? The entity's engaging in this pattern of conduct, and it's relevant to the same demonic system, and you're going to analyze the behavioral health concern behind stalking in the first place. And then you're stalking with this information at your fingertips. You're still stalking while the whole objective behind your stalking in the first place isn't working. She's an attorney. She's documenting you. She's legally analyzing you. She's proving unprecedented criminal conduct, and you're still stalking while she's putting that evidence on the internet. They have all this at their disposal. They are diagnosing themselves. They're going to prison and mental asylums. They're monitoring right now in the background. Their desperation is obvious for all of you to see. What you need to know is that they have sex with children. They have sex with the same sex and the opposite sex. They do so as groups. And they assert and they surmise that Satan, who has embarrassed them, has just made them whores and pedophiles and rapists, stalkers, okay, weirdos, that their sexual activity that is nothing other than perverted, while they target people, makes them spiritually powerful. Okay, so John 10:10 says, "The thief cometh not but for to steal and to kill and to destroy." And that's exactly what Satan has accomplished amongst the demon-possessed. He has stolen their right mind. But I want to be clear, they gave it over to them. They gave it over to these demons. They gave it over to Satan. He has destroyed their sanity. He has destroyed their reputation, their so-called family, their so-called lives. He's destroyed the possibility to fix it or reconcile it or make it look like it. He has destroyed them. They have lost their right mind. It's gone. And it's permanently gone, by the way. This is somebody that has, Satan, who comes to steal, kill, and destroy, has stolen, has killed their mindset, has destroyed them inside and out. This is why they are, as a matter of law, proven as sex offenders, co-conspirators of murder, thieves, liars, frauds, con men. This is why they are proven with tangible evidence in a way in which people never thought was possible, as demons, which is a reference to your spiritual condition. But they are proven as demons through the physical, because that's how severe they are defeated by Christ Jesus, by the truth of the Word of God, by the power of the Holy Spirit. That's how much of an enemy they are. That's how much they've submitted to Satan, who has stolen and killed and destroyed them. Through their own volition, they chose to yield their vessels. They laid down with Satan, and they laid down with Satan over and 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 over again. They soiled themselves. While I am on my device citing that truth, which you're going to see on X, because everyone needs to know that this witch Jason Fields and this witch Tracy Banks, they headed off what is targeting me, my identity, engaging in what is witchcraft, and doing so failed witchcraft, which is relevant to analyzing mental illness. They're going to be prosecuted as the mentally ill. They're going to be prosecuted as the terrorists that they are. And this is shared by a population. And it's exposing what is public corruption of the demon-possessed, who are mentally ill terrorists, which is necessitating martial law because of the lawlessness that is inspired by their severely deranged mindsets. Collectively, all of them together are mentally ill. It is even trickled down to their demon-possessed children, who are a threat to the public. They're not innocent children that are, no, these little demons are monitoring. Their children said, oh, go pace around, honey. They're not stating that, obviously, but they are unleashing their demon-possessed children, who are engaging in what is activity creation while they're monitoring you. Satan is using their young vessels to pace all around. And on the surface, you're looking at a child that's just having a good old time, going back and forth and running around in a circle and laughing, and that's a demon. And it's really disgusting when you're looking at what the demon-possessed have done. Killing, stealing, and destroying, even their children. That's not God that's doing that. That's the wicked that has done that to their own kids. Your vessel is cursed. You are a vessel of Satan, and you bring forth death, demon-possessed children, mentally ill children. Now, with regard to prosecuting a government, there's no age limit with regard to terrorists. And so how do you, practically, demon-possessed gang stalkers over and under the age of majority. I want to be clear. Your children are gang stalking and you're an immigrant, be prepared to be deported. It's all ways of prosecuting you. You're monitoring and gang stalking with your children and you're an immigrant, be prepared to be deported. This is how this is going to work with regard to prosecuting and legislating around what the demon-possessed, in other words, what Satan has unleashed with regard to a corrupt government system. It's not impervious to a prosecution. And we don't have to talk about ghouls and demons in court and in the language of the law. No, we don't have to talk about it at all. It's addressed as mental illness, which is manifest in their criminal conduct, proven, in other words, with tangible evidence. That's how their witchcraft practices, their mental illness, which is proven. So nobody's engaging in a Salem witch hunt. You're looking at what they are doing. You are analyzing in the same way that you prosecute for any other criminal act. So you're engaging in what is criminal conduct, which is relevant to what is known to be mentally ill on its face. Everybody's under the fake sun. Everybody's stalked with the possible light. Everybody's stalked with amplified noise. That ongoing population is personified as a stalker together. That environment responds to the target individual that they're all stalking, such as the louder activity, as I refer to something that all the demons are triggered by, like they have sex with animals and kids and with groups of males and females, and they associate their perverted, mentally ill behavior with spiritual power. Satan doesn't have any spiritual power over Christ. That doesn't exist. So then you're getting to what is blatantly crazy conduct, such as stalking in planes and helicopters. Stalking as a whole agency, a whole department that wants to be taken seriously. You're mentally ill. You're feces consumers. You're not police officers. And nobody is under any illusion otherwise. No one. Including the people that state that you're gang stalking with. Everybody sees Satan for what he is. He's a clown. He's a promiscuous clown. Okay? The entity's engaging in this, and they're doing this while I am citing what you need to look up for the verse of the day. John 10:10. And John 10:10 is why Jason Fields and Tracy Banks are going to prison. They're going to federal prison, including why the entity is still gang stalking. They've unleashed something that cannot be contained. But I want to be clear. Tracy Banks is not interested in stopping gang stalking me. If she had one last wish until she stopped breathing, it would be to target me to her last second. She's not a human. This is Satan that is using her vessel. She died a long time ago. And it's the same with Jason Isaac Fields, who's generations younger than her. Unfortunately, he's already dead, and he's much younger than her. And that's his choice. You lay down with death, you manifest. That's exactly what's going to happen. You lay down with death, and he lay down with death over and over, and he's still laying down with death. He's going to prison. He's going to prison for every curse that he ineffectually spoke over my name, my character, blaspheming the Holy Spirit, stealing my intellectual property, which is containing a spiritual message against him, the demon himself. He interfered with that. He's being judged. He's going to prison. That's how his violation of spiritual law is going to manifest with regard to physical laws that they've broken. In other words, demons are going to break the law. They're lawless beings. They're going to prove that they are what they are trying to act like they're not. That's why you can find an at-home mom. She takes care of her 2.5 kids, or 2 kids, while her husband is away, she's maintaining a brothel. She's having sex with men and women for money, and nobody knew that. She's a demon, living a double life. The airport that's engaged in surveillance, stalking. Okay, that's not a surprise. These are demons. They're doing so under a fake sun. They're demons. A police department wants to, on its surface, appear as though they're engaged in law enforcement, protecting and serving. They're demons. They're engaged in criminal surveillance and furtherance of murder and kidnapping. This is the entity that's engaging in that conduct. The sharp contrast regarding what the demon-possessed want to appear as and what they actually are. And the pattern of conduct has closed that gap, meaning there is no mystery regarding what they're acting like they are. And you have seen through the P.O.C, there's not even a persuasive act. You clearly see that they're stalking. You can also clearly see that they're demons. That's the service of the P.O.C, the pattern of conduct. The body of evidence that the demon-possessed thought that they were going to steal. On top of it being engaging with this criminal system in order to get away with it and also profit. They're going to prison for a plethora of reasons. Okay, so this is the entity that's engaged in that. A. Arnellis, C. Gerber, and John 10:10. This is what I'm going to cite, and the evidence of what Satan does. Satan makes you a co-conspirator of murder as an entity of demons. Satan makes you a demon-possessed person who is absurdly mentally ill. Satan makes you a pervert, a sex offender. Satan makes you a criminal, a felon, an inmate in a federal facility. That's how Satan has stolen and killed and destroyed the demon-possessed who are being prosecuted. And as I'm in use of my device, the demons that are engaged in surveillance. I want to be clear. Jason Fields is a witch. He's spiritually attacking, and so is Tracy Banks. And they literally engaged in that together as a threat. Remember, this is demonic activity amongst what is criminal conduct. So while I'm engaged in what is use of my device, which I have full authority to do, I'm not a criminal, but even this is how this criminal conduct of the government actually works. You actually don't have law enforcement. You don't have under the Constitution an executive branch that has authority. This is why martial law is necessary, because the government is engaged in what is criminal surveillance. So even if I were a criminal and breaking the law, the Ontario police don't have authority because they're criminals. Martial law is necessary because the police are untrustworthy, and so are the people of the state. This is lawlessness. While they're engaged in that criminal conduct, and I'm engaged in what is using my device, which a witch, Jason Fields and Tracy Banks, they're triggered by, it's the same spirit that's inside of Tracy Banks and Jason Fields that's inside of A. Arnellis and C. Gerber, the Ontario police, the demons stalking on the roads and the highways, the demons stalking me in commercial planes. It's the same spirit. They're all demons. It's a Jezebel spirit, okay? This is how you have mental illness of a shared by a population, because they're all demon possessed. And I've also connected the dots for you there. This is why they keep a fake sun over me, the one that they're worshiping. You're worshiping me while you're stalking me. Satan makes a fool of you. He comes but for to steal, kill, and destroy. He's made a fool of them. Okay, so the entity is engaged in this, and while I'm citing this, referring to Jason Fields and Tracy Banks, this is where C. Gerber and A. Arnellis are in use of their body cams, which is evidence to put them in prison. And they're doing so while they're engaged in criminal summoning, a federal offense, which is shared by the people of the state. The fact that you hear anybody in the background, they're engaged in this ongoing system in furtherance of murder now, okay? And they like to openly engage in it. This is the same spirit that's putting them in prison with that same eagerness. They're going to prison. Because this environment responds to me. Everything that you're hearing and what they're doing is about me. That's why they're doing it under a fake sun. So the loud motorcycle, as I speak to that, that's an entity that's not any sort of, you're not a rebel. You're not defying anything. You're going to prison. And don't cry about it, and certainly don't bring up your demon-possessed children, and don't refer to the fact that you're apologetic, because no, you're not. They're going to be, the demon-possessed are mentally ill who are going to be crying in court for themselves. That's mental illness. That's disgusting. It's not compassionate behavior at all. That's disgusting. It's nauseating. Those are people that will murder you and cry for themselves if they get in trouble for it. This same unapologetic and maniacal spirit that is gang stalking with impunity. Those are the legally triggering words in court. Triggered. A federal judge is triggered by impunity. A federal judge is triggered by malicious conduct upon being exposed. A federal court is triggered by obstruction of justice tactics. They're going to prison. In the same way that they like to amplify audible noise when they hear the fact that you're going to prison, babe, you're going to prison. Mike Lorenz is going to prison. A. Arnellis, C. Gerber, prison. Jason Fields and Tracy Banks. Demon-possessed, rapist, mentally ill, sex offenders, co-conspirators of murder. That's how Satan makes a fool of you. And this is exactly what I'm going to put on X, Facebook, and on Threads. And the entity engaged in criminal summoning while I'm in operation of my device, okay? While I'm putting up that message regarding the truth of what is the embarrassment of the demon-possessed that targeted somebody that was minding their business, and that's why they should have minded their business. Not only that, not only did they not mind their business, they engaged in more gang stalking. That is Jason Fields, after targeting and stealing and anticipating getting caught for it, engaged in what is targeting me through demons like the Ontario Police Department to then think that he's going to get away with it. No, he's going to prison and he's not getting out. That's what's happening. He's going to federal prison. He's not getting out. And engaging in more terrorism as a result of your criminal conduct, that's what's so disgusting about the demons that cry for themselves in court. They cry because they're going to be cursed to homelessness when you run me all of my money. They're going to be cursed to homelessness when you get out of my property. While I've been outside, the audacity. You can look forward to homelessness. I didn't call you for any help while I was outside prosecuting you. And you thought that it was a game. That's because you're mentally ill, because you're feces consumers. You have no idea what's happening. You're too busy engaging in what is a sex train. Humping on everything and everyone, including those that don't even give you consent. While I've been prosecuting you the whole time. And the swap is, you're going to be on a bus bench. And you have no means of prosecuting anybody for anything. Proving that anybody's targeting you for anything. In fact, you demons are going to be attacking each other. That's what's happening. Like you already are, and everybody knows what you are now. Everybody knows that your demons out here engaging in what is targeting each other. Attacking each other. Murdering each other. Which is what the wicked do. Now you cross a line that scripture says you shall not do. You shall not touch and do no harm. So you cross a line and now everybody's suffering. And keep that same spirit of being unapologetic and nonchalant about going to prison for the rest of your life. Because in that same spirit, I guarantee you, a federal judge is going to issue that sentence out and they're not going to think twice about it. They have more than enough evidence to stand on to preach to you in that courtroom. And it's happening. Okay, it is currently, I want to be clear, it's currently 10:52 a.m. This is the evidence that's going on the venue of the internet. Tracy Banks and Jason Fields. This is like you saw on video. Tracy Banks is accumulating more federal charges. She's engaging in what is more criminal activity, while Eric Spencer did the same thing, gang stalking me as a malicious family member that's conspiring your murder. And you're doing it while I'm documenting you. That's not a family member. That's the people of the state whose name you know. That's the government cloaking itself as your family member. That's a violent threat to your safety. And every time she's doing it, I'm documenting on video. She's going to prison. Jason Fields is a gang stalking sex offender who's been engaged in what is years of disgusting sexual activity with males and females, including this grandma, Tracy Banks. He's enamored with sexual activity with a witch who is cloaking herself with magic. And he's telling himself that that's the baddest thing ever. It doesn't get any more nauseating than that. It's funny. Satan has made a fool of them both. Because they're embarrassed by their sexual activity, which they share in with the demons of the Ontario Police Department having sex with them. This is how disgusting and embarrassing their secrets are. And they have to lie and make up information about me, the one whom they're worshiping. They're all stalking me. And nobody's imagining that. Nobody's imagining that. Because that's what they're saying. All the sex offenders, all the demons together lie, oh, you're mentally ill and you're imagining it. That's what the gang members say when there's no evidence. The gang members are going to prison. That's where that is terrorists. That's where they belong. They're going exactly where they belong. In mental asylums, in federal prisons, and they're being deported out of this country, and they're being barred. Your family members, they won't be able to get in this country either because they're related. Any sort of relation, you have ruined your own life. That curse has returned to you. 10,000-fold, okay? And it is not going to miss. You never had any authority to come for a Christ follower. And never again will you do so with this sloppiness, all right? You're unapologetic? No. You're demon-possessed. You're suicidal. This is the entity that's engaged in criminal summoning right in front of me. This is how desperate they are. This is P.O.C. The entity is engaging in this pattern of conduct while they are together worshiping the targeted individual. Let me go ahead and read you these license plates. 1115 license plate 1680789, criminal summoning with license 7RYV787. This is because they want me to stop talking about the fact that they're engaged in sex rituals, that they're engaged in what is criminal activity, targeting while they're doing so under the fake sun. It's pathetic. These are the demons that are stalking as an Ontario Police Department, all three vehicles for this one red Civic. Vehicle 1038 and Ontario Police and license 8DLD437. These are the demons that are engaged in that criminal conduct. I want to be clear. They're doing so while A.R. Nellis and C. Gerber engage in the same tactic, which is criminal summoning. They're doing so at the same bus stop where the fake sunset where the fake sun sets, they're doing so while they are triggered. Psychopaths engage in what is passive-aggressive means of stalking, which is what domestic terrorists of the Ontario Police engage in. They would rather me talk about this and talk about the fact that they engage in what is routine sex rituals as witches that are not engaged in law enforcement. They do so while they're embarrassed about what they do with their genitalia as those that engage in what is demonic activity, feigning as a police department, while they're engaged in what is sexual activity with Tracy Banks, sexual activity with people like Jason Fields, and they're going to prison for their mental illness. Well, they associated their sexual relations, their sexual perversion, their pedophilia, their rapist tendencies, while they engage in what is then feigning being law enforcement so that they can conspire the murder of someone and then get away with it, that they're the one whom they're gang stalking, okay? This is what is relevant regarding the 10:56 a.m. criminal summoning under the fake sun. P.O.C. All right, the entities engaging in this pattern of conduct while they're maintaining a photo shoot. They've got cameras taking photos of, I don't know how many times you have, but every time I've been on a traffic stop, you don't have anybody that's outside capturing images of them engaging in what is police work, but that's what the demons are doing. Yeah, this is the one that engaged in kidnapping on June 16, 2022. She's driving license 1680789. She's going to prison. She engaged in kidnapping at OVITT Family Community Library. She's engaging in that with the Ontario Police, and she knows that she's going to prison. That's why she's engaged in criminal summoning under the fake sun right now while they're triggered. And they have cameras out like it's a photo shoot when they're engaging in a traffic stop. She's going to prison. She's in the video that you'll see June 16, 2022 at the OVITT Family Community Library. So are these other demons. They're pulling out cameras while they're engaging in the pattern of conduct. License 1591420, vehicle 1038 at 10:57 a.m. Vehicle 8DLD437, not an marked vehicle, in an unmarked one, and they pulled out cameras to take a photo shoot of them engaging in what is supposed to be a traffic stop, and they're doing so while they want me to stop talking about the fact that they engage in sex rituals as a police department. They engage in sex rituals with Tracy Banks. They engage in exchanging demonic spirits while they are practicing what is a cult behavior. It is a sex cult. These are Masons. These are demons that worship Satan, and they engage in their worship of Satan through sexual activity. That's what's behind what is a failed distraction right now. I just want to make sure that they're doing so under the fake sun. The fake sun that's not over the OVITT Family Community Library where that demon on June 16, 2022 committed kidnapping. On June 16th during daylight savings time, what is 10:29 a.m. with Corey Walton, who's going to federal prison, with A Guerrero, who's going to federal prison, and this demon, she's a female. She's engaged in, I don't have her name right now, but I'll refer to this video in this podcast so you can look at it. It's published on my website right now, and it's going to be published on YouTube. She is one of the ones engaged in criminal summoning right now. They're doing so. I don't know at what point you're engaging in a photo shoot when you're engaging in a traffic stop, but that's what they're doing while it's also not a legitimate traffic stop because they're gang stalking while they're doing so. And it also happens to be the one, Hyadel is her name. I believe she got married because she was engaged in criminal summoning in December of 2020 as well at Ontario Town Square. And she looks like the same demon, but she had a different name when she engaged in kidnapping in June of 2022. So that's why I am stating that she very likely got married, and that's why she has a different last name now. She's engaged in criminal summoning right now. It's currently 10:59 a.m. They engaged in what is a traffic stop. It was a red Civic with that license plate that I recited, and they're pulling out cameras, a female and a male, that are taking cameras like it's going to be on Fortune magazine while they're engaging in what is supposed to be a traffic stop. And they're doing it in front of me under the fake sun. They're doing it while I'm talking about the fact that the Ontario Police are full of witches and warlocks. They're a part of a cult. They're demon possessed, and they engage in what is sexual activity, and then they pull out their helicopters stalking me and engaging in things like this, criminal summoning, because they associate their sexual perversion with spiritual power that they don't have over any Christ follower. That's also why their mental illness is a part of the ability to prosecute them while they're engaging in what is corruption and malicious acts regarding what is criminal summoning, such as though you're engaged in what is the duties that are relevant to the execution of the officers of, duties that are relevant to the execution of officers that have authority under the penal code, etc. And all they are Jezebel spirits, promiscuous demons that use their genitalia as transactions with Satan, and then they engage in what is stalking me, and they think, oh, I'm going to be spiritual. This is what's going on in their mentally ill minds, that they have spiritual authority, that I'm going to be affected by you stalking me by helicopter. The only way that I'm being affected is I'm accumulating that body of evidence of C. Gerber and A. Arnellis and the demon demon that's engaging in kidnapping on June 16, 2022. This department that engaged in criminal summoning right now, while their focus is me. That's how I'm affected while I document it to put them in prison. They don't have any sort of spiritual, they can't even touch me spiritually. So while you're engaged in what is accumulating STDs, accumulating a criminal case, accumulating years in federal prison, your mental illness is thereby simultaneously established under the law with tangible evidence. And it's also relevant because the federal government has been investigating you and they know about your sex rituals. They know about what you do under the fake moon at night, screaming at the top of your lungs and running around in circles and jumping on and sacrificing animals and touching on little kids and having sex with people like Tracy Banks that you think is going to garner you some sort of spiritual, no, it's not. You're all a bunch of predators, you're perverts, and Satan has stolen your right mind. You're out of your mind. You're being embarrassed and you're being made a clown. And that's why they literally engaged in criminal summoning in real time. I didn't even stop to record it on video. This is how pathetic they are. They want me to please stop talking about that. Talk about anything but that. They will catch a federal case in real time rather than go into the details of things like the fact that they are engaged in sexual activities with Tracy Banks. Tracy Banks' sexual activity is going to link you to those that are targeting me. She's been engaged in paying people, Jason Phil's too, paying people to target me, having sex with people that are targeting me. They are a part of the Ontario Police Department. They arrive for the sex rituals. They arrive for the weird demonic stuff at night under a fake moon where they're praying to Satan. Satan that's not listening to them because Satan doesn't have spiritual authority to go against a Christ follower who is on assignment. Satan can't do that. So Satan is coming for them. This is manifesting in their bodies, by the way, with regard to sexually transmitted diseases that they can't cure and diseases that are manifesting out of nowhere that are not capable of being helped with medication. It's not helping them. This is how they're manifesting a mentally ill behavior that they have put in their body, all the spell work, all the voodoo, because it's real against them. They're demons. So everything that they've been doing with their body, it's staying in their body. It's affecting them, it's cursing them, it's plaguing them. And I'm prosecuting them as a result. That's how they've affected me. I've prosecuted. They've given me a historic, unprecedented federal prosecution for that which nobody has ever proven before. That's what they did. That's what they cooperated in, their own demise while Satan made a fool of them. Still, kill, and destroy, and they do not want me talking about that. That's why they pulled up right in front of me and engaged in what is something that they want me to talk about and not talk about the fact that they're demons that are a part of a cult, but you already know that because they're engaged in monitoring. You've been trained. You know exactly what's going on. The helicopter activity is not just overt, tangible evidence of targeting that a federal court is going to use. It's you're witnessing demons engaging in what is monitoring. It's audible activity, relevant positioning, light activity. As you analyze a stalker proven with hard evidence, they're also engaging what is exhibiting obsession with me while they pull out those far-reaching extreme tactics, such as criminal summoning. You gas up your police vehicles to be in front of me while you're manifesting as demons who are desperate. Please don't talk about that. I'd rather you talk about this. Talk about this. Please don't talk about that. That's what that was right there. It's pathetic. The entity is going to prison and the federal government is watching that. Okay? The federal government is aware of the context. The federal government knows that the Ontario police are not engaged in law enforcement at all, and at no time. That they've been engaged in and are engaged in criminal surveillance, and I cracked the entire case. They know that everything that they're doing is serving targeting, including pulling up in front of me, including doing so while I'm inside of the OVITT Family Community Library, driving in the parking lot of the City Hall, flying over the adjacent property on Ontario Town Square while I'm inside of the library. They know where I'm at, and they know what the demons of the Ontario Police Department are doing at all times. They already know. So, and they're also witnessing what the demon-possessed Ontario police don't want to be known, that they're mentally ill, severely. I mean, bat poo, feces eaters. Now, what does Satan try to do? Tries to eat feces in a dignified manner, tucks that napkin, that well-pressed napkin into their collar, all right? Nice, shiny silverware that they stole from me, money that they stole from me. That's how they afforded that real silverware. That's how they afforded it, through theft. They tuck that napkin in, they heat up that feces, and they dive in. They carve it up like somebody that's been trained to eat in an eloquent manner, and it's feces that they're consuming. It's feces. a nice, fresh, hot turd on their saucers. They don't even own the plates and the napkins and the chairs and the table that they're sitting at. They're thieves. They're criminals. They're feces consumers. They're cult members. They're demon possessed. And they're perverts. They are the same Jezebel spirit. They hump on each other and other people with and without their consent. They engage in homosexual activity. And they associate that with their criminal conduct. That's because they're mentally ill. And you also know that because I provided a body of evidence regarding their pattern of conduct of stalking me in helicopters, stalking me under a fake sun, stalking me with the Ontario International Airport, stalking me with the people of the state. They are so surrounded. They are in a chokehold with this evidence. The city of Ontario is engaged in 24-hour surveillance. The municipality, that's the public removal of Paul Leon, a domestic enemy. They're already surrounded. They know that the federal government that has been investigating them for a long time, they thought that I was playing around. You can think whatever you want. What do you know? You eat feces. You don't know anything. You think that your being a promiscuous whore is going to touch me while I'm over here prosecuting you, embarrassing you on the internet. John 10:10. The thief cometh not but for to steal and to kill and to destroy, to make a mockery out of you while you are defeated in Christ Jesus. And you were defeated before you realized it. All right, you polyamorous demons. You homosexual perverts. You have sex with men and then you go home to your wives because you don't want anybody to know that you're witches and warlocks, cult members, gang stalkers. That's what's really going on. That's what's behind criminal summoning, literally down to that detail. You know how much money is wasted fiscally while the demon-possessed are gang stalking under the guise of being an Ontario Police Department? That's why you're going to prison as well. It's criminal how much money they are spending on criminal conduct to kidnap and murder people. It's criminal how much resources they are utilizing to engage in targeting, and they're doing it while they were caught. I want to be clear, a federal judge would spit with regard to the level of disgust. Not only did you do it, you were caught, and then you kept doing it? You kept spending money, you kept doing it. She was putting it on the internet, and you kept doing it? You're being prosecuted upon humiliated. And that's by your father, Satan the devil, who comes not but for to kill, steal, and destroy. You take orders from Satan based on who you're humping on. That's why you have sex with kids. That's why you sex traffic people while you're gang stalking them. That's why you masturbate while you watch them on the black web. And then you gang stalk them using helicopters and in your police vehicles. And then you pull up saying this psychopathic conduct where you don't even have reasonable suspicion in this alternate universe where you're stalking me wearing a police uniform that I'm going to strip you from. Did you call for help? What does it look like, Satan? What does it look like? It looks like you are definitely in need of the straitjackets that you are going in. You're going in them. They are nicely, freshly pressed for you. In those soft padded rooms where you won't hurt yourself when you pace around like the psychopath that you are as a demon that won't be able to follow me around anymore and watch me on the internet and watch my anus and masturbate while you obsess over my vagina. You won't be able to do that anymore, and you're going to go berserk in that room that you're going to be locked in. The thief cometh not but for to steal and to kill and to destroy. John 10:10. This is real life you're witnessing. Satan has made a fool of his puppets. He's made a fool of them. You know why? Because that's his job. He doesn't have any friends. Satan knows what he can do and he can't do. Satan acts with permission. The Lord raises up a standard. You can only do so much. And these demons that continued thinking that they had any sort of marching papers to approach somebody like myself, this is not pride. This is truth. I'm only speaking, minding my business. My business is to speak what the Lord God has given me to speak. That's my business. I didn't ask to be targeted. I didn't ask for a bunch of demons to follow me around. I didn't ask for you to give me all this evidence. I didn't ask for you to do more and more and more because you don't realize what the consequences are. I didn't ask you to do that. I did not ask you to do that. But Satan is laughing at you. Satan is laughing at you because guess what? Either way, he gets souls. He gets souls because it was never going to be me. But it was never going to be me. I I don't have any tears for the wicked. You need Christ Jesus, but for you, you've made your decision. You've sacrificed children. There are people that are 6 feet under for what you're doing now to the wrong person. I'm giving voice to all of those people. You're going to prison for it. And you're going to be locked down 23 hours a day. You're going to run me a check that's going to literally destroy your company and that brand that will be forever linked to vagina monitoring and terrorism in the United States.
52 minutes.
Your public resignation as a terrorist that also wants to double as a mayor. You will forever be associated with vagina monitoring, with light slinging, mental illness. This is what you've done to yourself. And Satan, your enemy, who is using you, like you use your genitalia as a means of a transaction, he's using you. He's made a fool of you, and he has literally soul snatched you. You don't have any opportunity to. You decided to not repent. You decided to continue. You decide to, when you're engaged in criminal summoning, who are you hurting? You're embarrassed. Mike LORENZ is going to prison and he's embarrassed. But he's too mentally ill to realize that. He's scraping and scrambling minute to minute. You're going to prison. There is no mystery about what's happening in the sky space and who it's about. You're all under a fake sun. You spent the whole night stalking with impossible light activity when what you should be doing, because you know that death magic and voodoo is coming back, it's not lost. It's not touching me. It's not clearly. It's not touching me. Glory to God, with an immaculate mind, an analytical skill set. The means whereby I prosecute you in Jesus' name. It's not touching me. And it never had authority to. It never was. You fell in a trap whereby you trap other people. Oh, I believe that scripture as well. Falling into the snare that you laid down for another. So now you're embarrassing yourself day after day after day. By the way, you've been embarrassing yourself when you thought it was the other way around. No. We can all look back at the evidence that I captured years ago. I've been singing the same song. You're going to prison. I don't change. The message doesn't change. You know why? Because it's the truth. The message does not change, and you're going to prison. And I said that then, and you thought it was a game. You're going to prison. You're going into straitjackets. You're going to soft padded rooms. You're going to be medicated against your will for that which you actually suffer from. You batter other people and kidnap them and push drugs in their body when there's nothing wrong with them other than the fact that they don't want to be a sex slave to you. They don't want to serve Satan with you. They don't want to give you over their invention, their property. They don't want to serve time in prison for stuff or jail for stuff that they didn't commit. They don't want to do that. They don't want to bow to you. They want to be a free citizen in the United States. Oh my goodness, what a monster they are for that. Where did they get that ridiculous idea? In the United States of America. You're going to prison, and then you're going to burn in the pit of hell. That's what's in the stakes for you. And by the way, you are already abiding in death. Criminal summoning, ladies and gentlemen, is not just criminal activity. It's demonic activity. These are unrepentant demons who are now being embarrassed on top of, judged in the spirit and in the physical, because I get justice. And the Lord God, to whom vengeance belongs, he's going to take out vengeance. He's already doing it. And you're going to witness it, and it's going to be increasingly severe. That's his business. This is mine. He gave me this. This is my portion. And absolutely, you're being humiliated. This is what they call some sort of humiliation ritual. Those that subscribe to witchcraft, I don't. But they have terms for these things. So this is why you're witnessing. This must be why you're witnessing the demon-possessed being humiliated. You weren't performing some ritual. You were walking in accordance to what the Lord's will for your demise is, for your destruction, for your judgment. These are unrepentant demons. They're engaging in demonic activity in real time, while they are still delusional, thinking that they are limiting some sort of truth being exposed, while they engage in more criminal activity. It does not get any more delusional than that. But that's the motivation. I'm in use of my device, referring to the sex couple, Tracy Banks and Jason Fields, whom Satan has stolen He has killed them and destroyed them. And that is of their own volition. You have a choice. They chose Satan. Satan, who was not their friend. Okay, Satan was able to seduce them. That's a sad story. Everybody in life is this is real life. Everybody in life is making a decision. Okay, that's what they decided. And it's written in scripture. It's not a mystery. It's already written, told in advance. That, in other words, scripture is absolutely prophetic. When you choose the devil, you're choosing one who comes only to steal, kill, and to destroy. They chose that. That is, in other words, none of my business. That's your decision. I don't choose that. I never would, not on any day. Okay? And I choose against it twice on Sunday. I would never, ever, for any price, not for any temporary amount of time. Fame while I'm alive and then the pit of hell for eternity? You're a fool. I would never. You could never. Ever. I would never do that. So the entities engage in this, and they're doing that while I'm in use of my device, criminal summoning by A.R. Nellis and C. Gerber. I'm talking about the fact that this is a sex cult. Yes, they are engaged in sexual activity. You'll find it linked with Tracy Banks. They're engaging in this pattern of conduct, and they're doing so while they are monitoring the evidence, and they're engaging in criminal summoning right in front of my face. They want my attention because they don't want me to talk about that. And this is what the mentally ill, still delusional. You don't control anything. You don't even control your own mind. You don't even control your genitalia that's infected with diseases. But you think that you're not controlling anything. You're not distracting anything. You're the hamster on the wheel, not me. You're delusional. Delusional. You are delusional. You haven't been. Remind yourself about the 84 plus 100 videos on the internet. What have you been controlling? Videos on the internet speaks to truth about an unspoken system that's not in anybody's imagination. No one's. Everyone is seeing it. That's the whole point of it, to prosecute you and embarrass you. And a federal judge is going to unleash on you in court. And you is a reference to all the puppets of Satan. Those of you that are still stalking in commercial planes, you're still stuck. They're watching you be absurdly psychotic. They're watching you. This is the ultimate embarrassment behind your so-called ritual while everybody's watching me. Now everybody's watching you while you're still obsessively watching me, and you can't even see that, while you thought in the first instance that you were in control of anything, that you're elite under any circumstances, that you're some sort of boss. What pedophile, what thief, what feces consumer, what gargoyle, what sex offender is elite? No, I'm here to correct and put this all in proper perspective. There is nothing elite about being a stalker. You're a weirdo. On top of that, you're a light slinger. You are out of your mind. Where is being crazy sexy? Who said that? That being bat poo crazy is sexy. Having feces on your chin from eating it all day and night. Where is that attractive? Who said that? I need to understand. Where is this gangster? Why are you associating being a gangster, being a thug, being somebody that is going to be respected, in other words, because that has an actual definition, has a meaning, okay, in the vernacular. No gang stalker is a thug. You literally rely on everybody else. You're scared to death. You're puckering when I come around with my camera. Your light slinging is a communication of fear. Your gang violence, you all together, all of you together, took against one person. Where is that gangster? I'm sorry. Where's that gangster? Is it not one person against all of them? Wouldn't that be the personification of a quote-unquote gangster? Huh? Isn't that a real one? That would be a real one. If we want to speak in the vernacular. Those that are engaging in what is stalking while you're trying to act like you're not, where is that written? Pray tell, please. You are out here trying to act like while you're absolutely stalking. And by the way, you're embarrassed because your act isn't fooling anybody. Everybody's watching you exhibit mental illness while the system of stalking as an entity is executed by acting like you're not stalking that person. That person that doesn't have evidence, and that's how you commit kidnapping and defamation, criminal defamation. That's how your system operates. Where is that gangster? And by the way, I broke it down. If you were so gangster, nobody would have been able to figure it out, let alone one person. All of you together. All of you put your noggins together, and that's what you came up with. Acting like you're not, when you absolutely are. I'm sorry, the definition of a gangster, of a real one, they are who they are at all times, regardless of who's watching. And by the way, why are you watching? A real one isn't watching anybody else. I can continue. Shall I go on? This is what the losers tell themselves. You're spending your money stalking me. You're spending your time stalking me. You're lying through your face while you're stalking me. I'm sorry. I am absolutely perplexed, and it takes a lot to perplex me. I am perplexed as to how you can, but for being a demon out of the pit of hell, telling yourself what you know actually is not true. That's why you're so scared. You know it's not true, and you also know that you're no gangster. You know that as well. You can't even live your true self, your true identity, because if you did, you'd be locked up in prison sooner than later. But you're going to prison for trying to obstruct justice, which is better for me. I don't want you in prison for merely 5 to 10. I want you in prison and not getting out. I want that to be where you expire. That's the last thing you look at. That's what I want. I don't just get a little bit of justice. I get justice magnified, intensified, in the same way that you get justice, which is judgment, intensified and magnified. That's that commensurate exchange, and that's the only exchange, Satan. You don't have any authority. That's why you're listening to the sound of my voice, and you're frustrated. And all you can do is more inferior things, such as stalking. That's a concession to being inferior to me. It's a concession to worshiping me. What gangster is stating that I am the one that you worship? Where is that gangster? Where is that elite? You're stealing from me, and then your whole purpose is to act like that person that you stole from is the broke person, is the loser. That's your whole system, is an act. A gangster is a real one, not an act. And not only are you actors, you're bad actors. Everybody sees you acting under the fake sun. Everybody sees you acting amongst amplified audible activity where you're stalking. You're stalking. You are stalking. That's it. 9TWF229, stalking with the Ontario International Airport. Okay? Engaging in that while they are doing so, while the gang stalking CHEVRON, ARCO, they've been doing so. I've been speaking for a minute. It's currently 11:23 a.m. These demons are having a field day. One plane after another after another. This is what A.R. Nellis, C. Gerber, and the demon engaging in kidnapping, criminal summoning. All right? I'm only referring to her because she's with 3 other, and 2 of these demons have cameras because I guess traffic stops under the fake sun are newsworthy. Okay? They're going to put that in the City of Ontario pamphlet. The City of Ontario is going to be identified worldwide as it's no tourist attraction. It's literally the demise and the public exposure of demon possession. People are not going to come here. They're also not going to come here because of the mental illness and the lawlessness, and also martial law is going to have something to do with that. This is no tourist attraction. There is nothing to take pictures of other than that being a desperate act of look over here, please talk about this, stop talking about the fact that we have sex with kids and engage in homosexuality as a sex cult. That's what that was. It's pathetic. But those are the gangsters, though. Gangsters need a diversion. Gangsters need an excuse to engage in passive-aggressive conduct. Everything. This is absolutely diametrically opposed to the notion of a gangster, but I'm done shredding that apart. These are the demons that are monitoring my vagina. Okay? Monitoring my vagina and talking about, did you ask for... not only did I not ask, neither do these circumstances warrant it impliedly. You are a psychopath who is stalking me, and you're stalking me while you're triggered by John 10:10. And I'm going to go ahead and put that on X, and that's what is going to conclude this discussion. A.R. Nellis and C. Gerber are on body cam. These are co-conspirators of murder. They are violent sex offenders, and they are mentally ill, proven through tangible evidence. The fake son is serving the diagnosis and the criminal conviction of the entity that is gang stalking. Okay? 9FYG943 shares in that mental illness, stalking with impossible light activity while they are stalking under the fake sun with the Ontario International Airport. An impossible light is flying in the air, just like you saw as I'm at the Stater Brothers grocery store. And Mr. Quinones has impossible light for the demon possessed that are stalking on Euclid Avenue under the fake sun. can, while I am under no circumstances anywhere near that state of brothers, okay? They're maintaining this light that's flying in the air while they're stalking as the mentally ill, that engage in criminal summoning together. They're going to prison. That's an act of terrorism. They're going to prison. So is the airport stalking, while that ongoing environment is facilitating psychopathic behaviors while they're stalking with impossible light. You saw it in the grocery store. You saw it on the side of the doctor's office, where you've seen a pattern of it over the years, where this population that you hear admittedly stalking me is no gangster. Not individually, nor collectively. And all the demon-possessed children that they give birth to, they are also a threat to the public. Okay? The demon-possessed that engage in this pattern of conduct, and I want to put it this way, okay? And this is not about what is... I'm not talking and seeking to offend anybody, but I just want to be clear. This is not about feelings. This is the truth. So I'm going to give you an illustration in a manner that you can understand and recognize. Somebody that is pregnant and gives birth while they have full-blown AIDS is passing that on to their offspring. Now that child that is infected with that life-threatening disease is also a threat to other people where it's not diagnosed. They're going around and you're exposed to this life-threatening disease, and by the way, that life-threatening disease that they are infected by, they are also engaging in what is threatening you while they might not be aware of it, but they are threatening you while you are exposed to it in ways in which you are ignorant of. Does that make that less of a threat to your life? Because that full-blown AIDS person that gave birth to an infected child who may not know that they have that same disease, where the circumstances would serve for what is infecting them, infecting another person, excuse me, they don't know that, but does that make it less infectious when you are engaging in what is threatening the public through those infected children? I will wait. Because that's what the demon-possessed are, except for the fact that it's not something that's in your body where you have to engage in what is the exchange of sexual fluids in one way or another. It's even more easily accomplished than that. They have their demon-possessed children, and they're engaging in what is letting them loose, engaging in public corruption, criminal activity with the government. And they don't have to have any sexual relations with you. And there is a measure of knowledge and consciousness by their demon-possessed children. There's a level of maturity that varies from person to person. Some of those little children don't know, and they're just running around, pacing around. They're monitoring. They are monitoring. And they don't know that demon is using them. They get to an age where they are in communication with those demons, and they know. They look at you with knowledge, recognition, and they listen to that spirit that tells them, run back and forth and run back and forth and look at. And children are more innocent. So innocence with regard to, they're not trained like an adult demon-possessed person to not look at you, to not address you while they're monitoring you. A child that's more innocent, they're not trained in that regard. So they'll look at you, they address you, and you're able to recognize, or they are recognizing that you are the one, that something in them is attracted to you, and they're compelled to run all around you and then look at you, stare at you. And this is with regard to demon possession, okay? This is the context. These are the demon-possessed. Their children are cursed. Their children are terrorists. Their children are a threat to the public. They're showing you what they are. They're licensing and gargoyles. They're enemies of this country. They're enemies of the law. They act with impunity as they witness their exposure, and so are their children. So are their children. They're being deported out of this country. Children are not a basis to have compassion on them. Their children are a basis to remove them even sooner, okay, with expediency. AQUALTY, license 8H21457. Shared pattern of conduct. They do so while they have children in their custody. They do so even if the people that say they're like me and they don't have any children. They're monitoring with children because the entire population is monitoring, those with and without children. They are all engaged in what is the ongoing contribution to the delinquency of children. Children that are engaged in the pattern of conduct. Children that know that they are looked at in a certain manner, and you have these demon-possessed teenagers monitoring. And they know that because of some sort of age basis, that's relevant to the demon-possessed that are very malicious while they're targeting you under the age of majority. Very malicious. That's another analysis. I'm not going to go into that. But this demonic spirit is at varying levels of maturity, and they are targeting specifically through children, specifically through them. Like Satan wants you to see a demon-possessed terrorist pushing a stroller with a baby. She's targeting you in furtherance of murder. She's a demon. Fake sun, engineer lights, stalking by planes and helicopters. That is what is controlling. Satan is cloaking itself in all of these ways. You're not going to be deceived. Okay? Now you're talking about the toddlers that are running around. Yes, demon-possessed. Yes. Okay? They are absolutely, and it's very creepy. It's not cute at all. It's creepy. It's creepy. Okay, but aside from my own description of that, it's criminal activity. It is criminal activity. This is criminal activity that's unprecedented. Criminal activity that is, in other words, precipitating in ways, it is formulating, it's manifesting in ways in which, oh my goodness, so if they're doing this, then they can do the same thing in that way. Yes, that's what you're getting to, because that's what's happening. They're engaging in this pattern of conduct in every which way you imagine it. And it doesn't change on the identity. It doesn't change on the age. It doesn't change on the company. It doesn't change on the logo. It doesn't change on the race. It doesn't change in the neighborhood. It's the same. I've shown you this through the P.O.C. San Diego, San Bernardino, Rialto, Las Vegas, Nevada, okay? It doesn't matter where I'm at. You've seen the same pattern of conduct. Their demon-infected children are a threat. In the same way that they want to act with impunity, be prepared to be treated like the enemy, the terrorist that you are. You and your demon-possessed children. And that's the truth of the matter. It is currently 11:31 a.m. And this has been the P.O.C. It is Wednesday, December 3rd, 2025. And the entity is keeping the fake sun over me. And doing so at the same bus stop where this demon-possessed entity is maintaining a fake sun. Now, you're mindful of the fact that the entity is maintaining the fake sun while I'm already at the OVITT Family Community Library. And then before that, remember, I'm at the Ontario Airport Inn where I'm at my hotel. I'm checking out at 12. I'm at the front office. This is giving you context regarding what they're doing while they're at the entrance with their lights on their vehicles aimed toward me. Lights that you also know aren't even their headlights. These are demons manifesting light in ways in which you are conditioned to accept as appropriate. Oh, okay, those are headlights. Yes, the vehicle actually has headlight fixtures on them, but you are being targeted with engineer light. It's supernatural. Those are demons that are stalking with light. Under a fake sun. That is not over Euclid Avenue, and it's not going to be while the demon-possessed sex cult members, Ontario Police, engaged in criminal summoning, the demon-possessed sex cult members of the Ontario International Airport stalking in commercial planes. The entity is engaging what is stalking with impossible light, and they forget that their demon-possessed kids are going down with them while they're engaging in that. But that's okay, because they're not here to win. They cannot possibly win. Neither are you winning when you're using your genitalia as a means of transaction with Satan. All you're doing is infecting yourself and adding miles on that sex organ with a speedometer, okay? That's out of this world. Excuse me, not a speedometer, but the miles accumulator, whatever that mechanism is called, that's literally what you're looking at, the demon-possessed that engage this Jezebel spirit. All they're doing is adding miles on themselves. That's it. I don't care about what you're doing. You're not touching me. You're infecting yourself. You're damning your own vessel. That's you and your problem. Just like you when you're sitting in prison. That's you and your problem. That's you. Okay? The entity's engaged in that, though, and I want to make sure that you're mindful of that when the entity has the fake sun over me at 11:33 a.m. I have not moved, and the entity's engaged in this while they are stalking as a population. Now, when you are stalking, again, and you're engaged in making the statements that Arnellis and Gerber are making, you're doing so in furtherance of murder. You're stalking, in other words, you're engaged in surveillance. You're not ignorant about who I am and what I'm doing. And because you seek to convey that through your malicious audible activity, you're going to prison. And by the way, while you are going to prison, based on your identity and the malice with which you're engaged in gang stalking in furtherance of murder, you're going to be also simultaneously diagnosed. Medical professionals are listening to every word that I am reporting that they stated. And this is how you're analyzing all of them. You're listening to what it is that they're stating while they're monitoring, because everybody knows now what they're doing, how they do it, and then listen to what the demon is saying. You're being diagnosed with your own criminal conduct, which is not serving to make any other person look crazy but you. You look very crazy. And crazy people have a designated area in prisons. That's where you're going. Okay? This is the entity that's engaged in that. So I am capturing where I'm located. I'm still at the bus stop, haven't moved, and neither has the fake sun. It's 537 North Euclid Avenue. This is where the entity engaged in the maintenance of the fake sun. Remember, at sunrise, L. Edwards gang stalking me 9 o'clock in the morning. Okay? And then as I capture screen recording, embarrassing him and exposing his mental illness and how he's an obsessed stalker. And by the way, that's already on the record when A. Arnellis and C. Gerber arrived today gang stalking and sharing in that system of that pattern of conduct. Remember, it's not just individually you can diagnose. The pattern of conduct is shared as an entity. So you're stalking and you're in my face making all of these statements, it's analyzed as malice. That's a psychopath that is conspiring murder. They are still operating under the illusion that there's no evidence, that they have the ability to criminally defame you, that they have authority under the law. All of that is already removed, okay? So now you're just looking at a bare bones psychopath who is targeting with regard to mental illness, delusional behavior. Why? Because you are also going to prosecute based on the intent to obstruct justice. Documentation has already started. Documentation that they're keeping under surveillance. And because you're still gang stalking, that is not evidence, contrary to what the delusional psychopaths think. I'm just going to keep on stalking because if I keep stalking, then that's proof that I'm not stalking and that I'm not a gang stalker and I'm not engaged in surveillance. No, it's evidence of your mental illness, the evidence of your impunity, the evidence of your ongoing obsession. The facts are established and they don't change. You don't have control of that. These are psychopaths that are, again, delusional with regard to thinking you don't control anything. But that's the system, and you're going to prosecute. You're analyzing. You are always analyzing the enemy. That's it. And that's what this is. These are spirits. Okay? So that train activity, you're hearing it? While the fake sun is right here over me, I'm taking a picture of it right now at 11:36 a.m. The demons are stalking across the street. All right, they're not looking at the flight into Egypt, what the city of Ontario put up as a monument. They're stalking while the entity is amplifying train activity under a fake sun that's over me at 11:36 a.m. Remember the fake sun documentation. Every morning I'm waking up, the entity has the fake sun while you're looking at those over and under the age of majority, walking to and from, that is pacing Starbucks, the guise of what is gang stalking me. Starbucks is being prosecuted, but Starbucks is at the end of this block. Starbucks is also under the fake sun while this same airport is stalking, doing so while the entity has the fake sun over the same, but it's nowhere near the OVITT Family Community Library. This is prosecuting everything at the same time, okay? The entity is gang stalking while the library has the fake sun over it. The entity is gang stalking while I'm going to capture images right now. The entity is stalking by the Southwest Airlines, and this is I'm capturing images. This is what they've been doing for over 2 hours. Okay, this is where A.R.Nellis, they're going to prison. Remember, the fake sun is over me at the parking lot side of this same venue at 1:13 in the afternoon, as I documented November 25th, 2025. The entity is engaging in these images of you looking at the because you'll see it. I'm going to upload it to the Google Drive. They're going to prison. The airport is stalking. The people of the state are stalking, and A.R.Nellis and C. Gerber are stalking while they engage in what is an unsolicited. Okay, because I could solicit a health check as the target individual. I could do that. But that's not what happened. But not only that, you don't have authority under the law, and you are a whole demon gang stalking me, just like Southwest Airlines, the Ontario International Airport, the people of the state are proving, while they're engaging in what is that conduct which is in furtherance of kidnapping and murder. And you know exactly who I am. You keep my vagina under all the facts, in other words, that they are aware of. And it's not a controversy that they're aware of it. And to continuously stalk is not averting that fact. It's already established. I'm prosecuting delusional psychopaths who are going to prison. Okay, so the entities engage in this, and this is what they're doing, while you'll see Southwest Airlines hunkering down. Remember, they're hovering, stalking, psychopathic pacing over Stater Brothers that I did not go to today. Okay, and the fake sun sitting over, it's moved across the street to the bus stop where I am the focus at 7 in the morning, and it's right here over me at the bus stop, the same bus stop at 11:38 a.m. It didn't go to the OVITT Family Community Library. It didn't go to the opposite side of the street at the ARCO parking lot area. It didn't go to the the Ontario Town Square. It didn't move to the Stater Brothers. It didn't move to be over them off of Vesta while I'm walking to the Stater Brothers. It didn't go the opposite route while I walk down D Street at Vine to San Antonio to the back way. In other words, where the fake sun remained over me through that entirety of that neighborhood, which I captured images of yesterday. It didn't go none of those locations. It's still over me at the bus stop, where this entity, the sex cult members of the Ontario Police, engaged in what is a photo shoot while they're maintaining a traffic stop, because they don't want me to talk about the way in which they use their infected genitalia, having sex with people like Tracy Banks, absolutely, and the entity that is engaged in what is a sex cult. And they associate their mentally ill conduct is manifested from the fact that they are demon-possessed, and they associate their perverted sex acts with having spiritual authority over somebody, over anybody, let alone me. I'm prosecuting them for what they do to other people when they're practicing witchcraft. This is the prosecution and the mental illness diagnosis for that sexually perverted means of targeting people. You're both targeting while you're wearing that department uniform, and you're targeting with your demon-infected genitalia. And they engage in criminal summoning under this fake sun that's still over me at 11:40 a.m. Let me remind you, John 10:10, the thief cometh not, but for to steal and to kill and to destroy. Okay? Destroying their own life. License 6 Zebra Edward Linda 778. License 8 Xavier Henry Uncle 171, stalking with impossible light, moving across the wall while they are stalking on behalf of these two demons, C. Gerber, who's going to prison, and this demon, A.R. Nellis, engaging what is a battery as an entity. This is exactly what D. Rodriguez did. 9 a.m. The fake son's over me at 11. He's going to federal prison. Okay? This is what L. Edwards is doing at 9 o'clock in the morning. He's going to federal prison. He committed kidnapping at the Starbucks, which is at this block, at 7:15 in the morning. The sun didn't go anywhere. And it's also not going to be over West Valley at 12:51 p.m. like I documented on July 4, 2025. He's going to federal prison. These are demons that indeed use their genitalia, audible activity, light activity, under the fake sun. You can see it. And impossible light moves across the same wall while they are stalking at the RAYBON mortgage premiere at 537 North Euclid Avenue. That's Paul Leon, who's being removed. Gang stalkers of the municipality, you're not a mayor. Gang stalkers of the police department, you're not a mayor. You're not a police chief. You're not a police officer. That's stripping all the way down. And these demons engaged in that under a fake sun. And you have a laundry list of demons that are identified and prosecuted by virtue of this, what I have right here. By this alone. They're demons. So what is it that you're talking about while they're putting their hands on me, knowing exactly who I am and where I'm at? You're going to prison. And you're going to the mental ward area. They are exhibiting mental illness, very malicious. That's the personality that murders people and then sits on the stand and states that they were threatened, and that's why they had to pull their gun. Okay? Because they have the targeted individual has a pattern of harassing and targeting people, and that's why they had to report to the scene. And once they addressed what was a threat, they had to defend and protect everybody there, including themselves. And that's why the targeted individual was shot dead in the middle of the street. They were reporting to an emergency in Los Angeles, and that's why they ran over accidentally, unwittingly, while they had their sirens on. That's why they ran over an American citizen in the middle of the street on their skateboard that they didn't know was there. While the entity is, by the way, keeping a fake sun over me. And on one street in Ontario, California, I'm referring to you about the murder committed by the Los Angeles Police Department and the gang stalking by the same entity, the City of Ontario. Okay, the entity is stalking. UPS is hovering. I want to be clear. UPS is hovering. This is absurd. This is the mental illness that C. Gerber and A.R. Nellis share. They're hovering. You'll see it too. They're hovering. You can see the logo. It's a large plane. There's no landing. 506 North Euclid Avenue. The fake sun is over me November 25th, 1 p.m. in the afternoon. Those demons are on video stalking, flying the opposite direction, making a U-turn, going back toward what would be east, which is, again, they're hovering right here as though they're engaging in conflicting conduct while you're acting like you're landing next to me. And then when I'm at this same venue, November 25th, in this parking lot on the opposite side, behind the Chevron at it's like 1:10, 1:15 p.m. on November 25th, those demons are stalking as an airport then, and they're doing so while they are at a heightened elevation, while you're acting like that's the same location. So you're not landing there on the 25th, you're not landing at the same location, but the fake sun is there, they're stalking, and they're doing so as gang stalking airlines, UPS that committed murder in Kentucky, in other words. You're connecting all these dots, this is what they're doing. They're being caught, I'm exposing it. So the entities engaging what is Southwest Airlines is engaging in it. They're hovering here, and they're engaging what is making U-turns and flying at a higher elevation at the same location under the same circumstances. The fake sun is over me at this same address on November 25th, 2025. And they're also doing so as a failed tactic to engage in more stalking because you don't want me to talk about what I'm talking about. You're still under the false impression, Satan, that you control me or anything concerning me, and you don't. This is why you're going to prison in the first place. Just because you engaged in kidnapping doesn't mean you're not going to prison. If not for the rest of your life for it. You did it. Oh, but you're also going to answer for it. Oh, you're surprised and caught off guard because it takes some time? Of course it does. You're a government body. A demon-infected government body. But you're definitely going to prison, and you're definitely losing your job. You're definitely losing those positions, and you're going to do it as a matter of public information. You're not going to slick by and just silently resign and nobody, oh no, that's not happening either. In the same way that you gang stalked me out loud and try to make it look like I'm mentally ill, everybody's going to know that you were monitoring my vagina. Everyone's going to know that you spent millions of dollars on stalking me. Everyone's going to know that you stole from me and then try to falsely depict my character in doing so. And then try to silence me by gang stalking me, which is absurdly false logic. Your criminal conduct is reflecting poorly on somebody else. Get ready for prison. All right? This is P.O.C. It's P.O.C. This is the entity that's engaged in that, and that's what you're deducing from the fake sun over me at 11:45 a.m. The fake sun, November 25th. I will attach the videos to the podcast, okay? If I capture video today, I don't need to, but I capture what I am compelled to capture in the moment. These demons are engaging what is stalking me, so I maintain control of that while I am maintaining ongoing evidence, okay? So I will attach that video to the podcast. I'll remind you about it, but it's already on YouTube. Literally as I cited, you can look it up. November 25th, 2025 at 1 in the afternoon. It's like 1:10 to 1:15 in the afternoon. I'm in the same position I'm at right now. The parking lot side of the same street. For the sun to be over this side of the street or the opposite side of the street, that's the same location. It hasn't gone anywhere. Neither is it when that's D. Rodriguez at 9 o'clock in the morning. L. Edwards, D. Rodriguez is at around 9:30, 9:45 in the morning. L. Edwards, 9 o'clock in the morning. The entity stalking me at sunrise, I've documented sunset as well. 5 in the evening, this same address, Southwest Airlines, not landing at all, and not flying over the ARCO and CHEVRON location. They're flying over me over the BETHEL congregation, more closer to F Street, over my head, where this fake sun is still present at 6 p.m. This is already on the record, while stalkers are relegated to their role in following me. And you're following me to prison. You're following me to public humiliation. You're following me to your demise. You lose. You are under my feet. You are inferior to me. You are behind me. You don't control anything. And while you're stalking, monitoring evidence, that's what's relevant to what is gang stalking in a foolish manner while I'm documenting, which is always to your demise. You're doing so while you are inferior. You're in an inherently inferior position. You never win from that. And you cannot win. And you certainly aren't winning out here when you're using your genitalia as a means of a transaction with Satan that can't cash in on. You can't cash in on that. Whatever it is that you conjured up, it's coming for you. In Jesus' mighty name, it shall not touch me. It shall not touch me. It cannot touch me. You're already being touched by it now while you're listening to the sound of my voice. Because this is what you never thought was going to happen. This and much more. This and much, much more. Because you did a lot. You did a lot. It is currently 11:47 a.m. And it is, like I stated, Wednesday, December 3rd, 2025. And the sun is not over the OVITT Family Community Library. All right? All those very audacious and foolish, because that's what they are. And that's got a term. That's got relevance. That's got legal significance in court. All those demons that are stalking with impunity inside of the OVITT Family Community Library, okay, they report dutifully, regardless of the fact that you're going to prison, you're being prosecuted, you're being deported. You, your mama, your daddy, your grandpa, your auntie, your uncle, your niece, your nephews, the whole familia, all right? The entity that's engaged in this, you don't understand what you've opened yourself up to. And that's good. I want you to foolishly walk into your demise. I want you to do that. Okay? And by familia, I'm just speaking to, it's not just Spanish-speaking people, and Spanish-speaking people are not necessarily immigrants either. The two are not the same. But I will be clear, any immigrant, you're from Africa, you're from Haiti, you're from Jamaica, you're from El Salvador, you're from, I already said Africa, you're from Australia, you're from, we've got all sorts of beautiful cultures, but that beauty is, no, these demon-possessed gang stalkers, you gotta go. You're getting out this, you gotta go. You're not welcome. That's what's happening. You and your light slinging, you're going right back to wherever you came from. While you report dutifully gang stalking you and your demon-possessed children inside of the OVITT Family Community Library, which I'm prosecuting on Euclid Avenue, nowhere near that library. All of you there collectively stalking me and monitoring me, pacing in and out of that administration door, while your co-defendants are out here making a fool of you and themselves. You're going to prison for kidnapping. This demon is out here engaging in criminal summoning. You're going to prison, Daisy, Sean Thrasher. You like talking about and making up information about people being child molesters, and you are actually of the entity that has sex with kids as a means of thinking that you got spiritual power. You're mentally ill. You're nothing other than pedophiles. Satan making a fool out of you, making sex offenders out of you. And you defame my character, and you're going to prison for it, because there's a whole a body of evidence, a case that exists regarding why you would not only lie, which is known, but why you would be incentivized to lie on me in particular in that manner. That's no random lie. That's not a random lie. And it's also directly relevant. While these fools are out here stalking, the fact that they engaged in kidnapping with you at the OVITT Family Community Library under a fake sun, which is clearly not over the entrance, where that demon That female, Adele, whatever her name is, I'm going to refer to that video, and I'm going to refer to this video after 1 p.m. The fake sun, where the entity is stalking by planes right here. The entity, and you're going to look at the images, and then you can look at that video and see what the contrast in behavior. I am the focus. They're stalking. It's pathetic. Okay, but nonetheless, the entity is engaging in that with one of these previously documented kidnappers. You're going to prison. I could be in the library. You could pace in and out of that administration door all you want. You don't have any spiritual authority, okay? It doesn't matter if I raise my volume and start litigating in a more passionate manner, and it doesn't matter if I maintain my volume and I speak in a perfectly calm manner where you can clearly hear me, and perhaps the sound doesn't get distorted. Do you understand that these superficial things that you rely on, demons, do not matter with regard to facts and law and evidence? Everything that you rely on, I'm embarrassing you with it. You're going to prison. Just so that you know, that's a message for the demons at OVITT. You're going to prison. Your co-defendants out here embarrassing you, showing you, well, you embarrass yourself, but your co-defendants out here gang stalking, again, proving that you're engaging in gang stalking at a library. You can't even do your job, your boring job, just stacking the books. You're stalking me while you're stacking books. Listen, since you don't have anything else to do, since you're that desperate to not mind your business, you are going to prison for kidnapping. That's what's happening. All right? The entities engaged in that, and the light slingers, all they're doing is sitting up in, the light slingers here are stalking in the library. It's that clear of a connection. Nobody's missing that. You geniuses sit there and you engage in that on behalf of the state. That's speaking to that allegiance you have to your own demise. Congratulations. That's it. You lost, and there is no getting out of that loss. There is no spell work, no ritual. Okay? No demons. You don't have any authority here, and you're delusional about that. And stalking and monitoring me until you have your last breath, that's your prerogative. But you're going to prison for it. Okay, that's nothing other than a miserable loss. It is currently 11:52 a.m. on Wednesday, December 3rd, 2022. All right, and the purpose of this message is the entity that's engaged in criminal summoning because you're hostile and you're triggered by the truth of the Word of God. The Word of God that says while you are living the evidence of it, the fact that he has stolen, the fact that he has killed and destroyed your righteous mind, because it's gone. Your mind is gone. Okay? John 10:10, the thief cometh not but for to steal and to kill and to destroy. And that's what you've intended against an innocent person. And what you do against innocent people that have a right to not be subject to what is your satanic system, which is criminal activity. Imagine that. You never thought that it could be converted into a criminal case with tangible evidence to put you demon-possessed psychopaths in cells. And it actually can. With Christ, all things are possible. All things. What is not possible is for a sex cult that is demon-possessed to join all your genitalias together. There is no chanting that you can engage in with your sex that is ever going to work against me, ever. And I'm not sorry. I'm going to make sure that I abundantly and very clearly state that. You're nothing but sex offenders who are triggered. You're nothing but sex offenders who are triggered. You're all sitting around stalking me. So this needed to happen in order to put you in the right perspective before you continuously experience that oncoming progressive judgment. That is your life. All right, that is your portion. That is what you've reaped. It's 11:53. Alrighty, it is 12:03 p.m. and the documentation, well, you'll see the impossible light that's all over the bus stop ground in the shade. And it's all impossible light activity because it's not the sun that's over. So this is breaking down the illusion where businesses like Omnitrans are exposed, both while I'm aboard those buses. And also, remember when I'm checking out of my hotel room at 12 and then I get on after 12 p.m. I'm on Euclid Avenue and have not. And I've also gotten up at Euclid Avenue at this bus stop where the fake sun is 5 hours earlier shining. And Ontario police are stalking me by helicopter, flying over me at where A.R. Nellis and C. Gerber are gang stalking, asking questions that they know the answer to as their means of monitoring, with guns on their hips and badges on their chest, as though they're conducting a health check to somebody that is also not soliciting their presence, whom they're gang stalking, and not soliciting their presence, moreover, and also under circumstances that are not impliedly requiring them or requesting them or necessitating them under any circumstances. Stalking. The entity is doing so while the fake sun is remaining over me on this sidewalk, and the fake sun is at 12:04 p.m. just now moving to be in front of what is Starbucks. This is what I documented in June 2024. This is the same Starbucks where L. Edwards is committing kidnapping, and while I'm standing outside of the same window where I'm inside of the Starbucks at 7:15 a.m., where the people of the state are are stalking, okay? Everything you hear, they're monitoring. They're not just stalking, they are monitoring. These are demons, and so is license 9 Sam Frank Apple 395 7414801, a demon from Cal Poly Pomona, a gang stalking institution. License 8TJT264, Ontario Police, gang stalking crossing path. Just like they were with Gerber and Arnellis, and the demon that engaged in kidnapping, engaged in criminal summoning right in front of my face under this fake sun that didn't move until I moved. When they drove away, that fake sun stayed there. They were stalking with the people that stayed in the dirty red Civic, and the demons that got out of the Ontario police vehicles, because when they're engaged in criminal summoning, apparently it's newsworthy and they need to have photos of it while they're all gang stalking me. Okay, because all of them get real jumpy when I start talking about them having rampant sex with kids and other people, and those boys and girls and men and women of the opposite or same sex, while they also then go home and maintain an illusion regarding what you expect about the nuclear family, a man married to a wife and being a police chief. This is the entity that's maintaining that illusion regarding their personal lives. Nonetheless, the entity is under the fake sun, and what I want to make sure is clear. Jason Fields, the federal government's being prosecuted. Fields is going to prison. Okay, this is unconstitutional and it's inhumane, and there is no basis under the law whereby you can steal my property and then claim that you're investigating me, where you can steal from me, defame me, kidnap me as an entity while you are targeting, not investigating me under any lawful circumstances, and then still continuing that while you are, testing my powers. Where is that written in the Constitution? And then I will rest my case. I'll stop talking about it, because it's not. It's not in the Constitution. Jason Fields is going to prison, and this is a psychopath that's engaged in what is targeting me for profit, okay? And he was digging for gold in Tracy Banks' genitalia. This is somebody that's engaging in that pattern of conduct as a demon. He's the same Jezebel spirit, and there is no area of law that supports what he has already committed. He is a terrorist because of the abuse of position and the population stalking pattern of conduct, the corporate stalking conduct that he is engaged in and has facilitated, and has engaged in targeting me through the conduct of the Ontario Police Department. He's going to prison. His co-defendants are continuously targeting me on his behalf, meaning while I document him, the demons of the Ontario Police like to use their helicopters engaging criminal summoning. This is the entity that does the same thing with regard to the people of the state, with regard to what is surveilling you on your devices, not coincidentally targeting you in real time in your face, threatening you as you are engaged in any means of documenting it, and any means of documenting that entity, which includes Jason Isaac Fields. There is no test at the federal government. You're not recruiting me, you're gang stalking me, and I'm going to prosecute you, and Jason Fields is going to prison. Whoever was working with Jason Fields, you're listening to your message as well, because you're going to prison. All right? And there's no job acceptance that's going to change that. I'm not going to work with a bunch of demons that were stalking and keeping my vagina under surveillance. You're delusional. Okay? You're the same feces eaters who are currently trying to remain nameless, and you're not going to remain nameless. And neither is your offense against this country by gang stalking me. Okay, it's currently 12:07 p.m. The fake sun is going across the street over me, just like it does at 7 in the morning. What do you think this demon driving this dumpster truck is? He's a demon, and he's stalking. And it's pathetic that you're doing so driving a dumpster truck. It's pathetic. These are the demons that are going to be removed. You're talking about conspiracy to murder. You can't even just competently empty the garbage in the city. You have to be gang stalking while you're doing it, and that's proven by science. The fake sun is over the same intersection that it is at 7 in the morning. ARCO is monitoring. Starbucks is monitoring. Ontario Veterinary Hospital is monitoring. The OVITT Family Community Library that doesn't have the sun over the entrance is monitoring. The Ontario Airport Inn that never had a sun outside of that back window at the Archibald Avenue 10 freeway exit is monitoring, while the entity has a fake sun over me. The same gas station where these puppets are gang stalking through the pathetic means of stalking in place at gas stalls. 9PYG 038 stalker, license of the OVITT Family Community Library 8DMV 741. I'm glad that puppet did that. He's the demon that's gang stalking with regard to the employees at the OVITT Family Community Library. He's driving a raggedy white Honda Accord. He's the curly top. He's a psychopath. They do a lot of pacing in and out of the administration door, and those demons also know that I refer to them very heavily. They know about the PDF document that they know everything good. You also need to know you're going to prison. That's what you also need to know. I don't care. Why would I care about a stalker's opinion? You're the one monitoring my vagina. You and your wife or your baby mama, whatever it is you lay down with that night, Satan. Nobody cares about what I want you to know. Just like you want to stalk somebody and you want them to know, but you don't want them to be able to know. That mind game is attacking you. I want you to know you're watching. You want to watch so bad, you're going to watch me publicly prosecute you. And everybody's going to watch you suffer the consequences that I told you were going to happen beforehand. And everybody's watching you be pathetic, leaving your job to stalk me at the intersection. There's no coincidence there, you IDOT. This is an entity that's engaged in this conduct. It's 12:09 p.m. OVITT Family Community Library. Taylor gang stalking. I've documented that at the Ontario Town Square before the library opens. Taylor gang stalking. Mickey gang stalking, walking to and from the Starbucks at the intersection, doing so while I am out, not at the venue yet. They're stalking, and it's not particular. It's not some sort. In other words, I can prove what is the motivation because of the specific environment. You're not going and interested. You're stalking in the way in which the pattern of conduct is designed, and that's why a fake sun is over me while you're claiming, oh, I'm not stalking the target individual. I'm just going to get coffee walking from OVIT back to the Starbucks, and that's all I'm doing. I don't know what you're talking about. Okay, this is the entity that's engaged in gang stalking me while you're walking to and from, crossing paths with me under that fake sun, obsessively stalking me. And also, they are obsessed. The more the demon possessor documented, Mickey, Taylor, these demons, they're very obsessed with me because they're hostile because I documented. Oh, they're very obsessed with me. And that's actually what they're doing when they're walking to the Starbucks, monitoring me and doing so, going out of their way to leave the OVITT Family Community Library to gang stalk me. They're gang stalking at the library. They don't have to walk over here. Honey, that prosecution is reaching you where you're at. I was sitting at the bench. I don't have to be at the library. You're going to prison. You're going to prison. I could move to Minnesota tomorrow, which I never would do that. But I could move to Minnesota tomorrow. I'm prosecuting you. The son would never be in Minnesota behind this chicanery you geniuses committed. You're going to prison. Anyway, it's currently 12:10 p.m. This is P.O.C. All right, license plate 8LET179, 8USH299. Stalking with impossible light across the downtown Ontario luxury apartments. License 65637J3. These are the mentally ill that are stalking with the police. 9 Uncle Henry Paul 733. They're doing so. I'll show you the fake sun that remained over the bus stop the entire time. And now it's over me, which is also supernatural. Remember, it's over the downtown Ontario luxury apartments in the morning. It's 12:11. And it's over not any other area. It's not over any other person. It's squarely above my head. The population is stalking. This is where the entity is doing so by airport and by police department, fire department, etc. All right, and they're doing so while impossible light is swiping all across. I've already shown the evidence proving that. Literally, while the fake sun was over the same apartment building at 7 in the morning, that's what they were doing, and that's what they're doing now. All right, doing so while I'm taking a break en route between the bus stop and to the OVITT Family Community Library. It's currently 12:11 p.m. This is, let me get some more. 9 Victor Sam Yolanda 121. License plate 5 Frank 037. SoCal Gas gang stalker. So is Edison. License 9702801. And that's informing you regarding surveillance that's underway in your homes. So controlling your utilities and whatnot, including using those inanimate objects to create activity. So your heater, your air conditioner coming on and off, with regard to also the demon-possessed gang stalking workers of those utility companies, stalking you, using their vehicles under a fake sun, doing so as a psychopath because nobody's going to know you're stalking when you're using a company vehicle like SoCal. You're a psychopath. That's how the system operates. They're mentally ill. License 7 Nancy Henry Sam 977. It's currently 12:12 p.m. All right, I'm done with my break. This is P.O.C. 8 Xavier Yolanda 687 stalking. 9 Bob Uncle David 281 stalking. You already know the United States Postal Service is stalking. That's what they're doing, especially when I remind you they go into the bathrooms to stalk me. That's how obsessed with me they are, and it's the same demonic spirit. It's just wearing a USPS uniform. 9 Victor Apple Wendy 575 stalking. 9VMX 331, stalking. 8TNY 731 stalking. USPS does so by stalking in the same position that UPS is at 9:59 in the morning. Stalking me with impossible light activity on the ground. That's where USPS is stalking, and they're creating light activity by turning their hazard lights on under the fake sun. That's arriving, let's see, 2 hours and 14 minutes later. 2 hours and 15 minutes later, where UPS is, as I'm documenting that pattern of conduct. And this is how this is a spectacular body of evidence speaking to the proof of the demon possessed that are stalking one person, and the evidence of their mental illness as demon possession is going to be applied and used and analyzed in order to diagnose mental illness, as their behavior proves their criminal conduct, their intent behind what they maliciously practice in order to harm another person. It's going to be used comprehensively for that, where you can capture, and I could see it in my mind how that would go. You're looking at day 1, day 2, day 3, you're looking at this commercial actor at this time and look at what the next one's doing the next day. Look at the time. I'm at the same place. This is how you're going to expose them. I'm doing it using the P.O.C. I'm doing it on the internet, but it is even more powerful and potent when I am able to do this, to show what they are doing in a manner where you are able to look at it. But that is the most powerful illustration, and I've done that before on my website. I do that on YouTube, where you can look at the videos, for example, related. But it's just for me, in my mind, helping other people see it. 9B, Kelly, Nancy, 211. When you're looking at it side by side, look at this at 215 EC Street, 9 o'clock in the morning. 215 EC Street, 7 o'clock in the morning. 215 EC Street, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. This is the same location. Now we're going to think about everybody, because this is 5th grade material. The 5th graders that they're monitoring me with, okay? They're engaging in what is gang stalking. What's going on in Florida? How was the sun in Florida? How was the sun even in Sacramento, California? 4KRA123. This is the entity that's engaging in this. It's very, very foolish. Okay, the demon-possessed are ignoramuses who together surmise that millions of them will overwhelm one person. Millions of demons, spiritually inferior demons, will overwhelm Christ Jesus. They're fools. 6 Zebra, Indiana Henry, 608. 6 Wendy, Uncle Apple, 156. Yeah, African American, by the way. Black, demon-possessed gang stalkers. White, demon-possessed gang stalkers. Asian, demon-possessed gang stalkers. Black lives do not matter to the demons in California. They're lying. 4 Apple, 0 Edward 760 is monitoring with minor children. And there's no such thing as a black life either. It's ignorant, okay? And I am a black woman, and I fully sympathize with anybody, by the way, that has their life unlawfully taken by the government. That is improper under all circumstances. But this is an entity that is demonic and wants to separate you, including in your subconscious mind, by the color of your skin. 9NTD875, including injustices like racism, and including agendas such as associating the criminal surveillance of the police to color of skin. Black officers are gang stalking. Black people with white officers are gang stalking. I'm documenting it every day. Okay, 6YIV201. It is not possible to reconcile that and have these issues that are going on, and it's all about race. No, it is not. That's a distraction. It is not. These demons of all colors of the rainbows, they are united. You understand? They're demons. They are very much united, and they will put aside their hatred for black folks, because yes, demons are racist. It's a spirit. Absolutely. Not all of them, but that's one of the indications. You don't have to be a racist, but I'm just stating racism is of the devil. It's a spirit. It requires, again, ignorance. It always does with Satan. The entities engage in this, and they're doing so while they are breaking apart what are colors. Asians, whites, Latinos, all of them, stalking. 9UPE712, not speaking the same language. Monitoring system still the same, 8ZKP502, and they are united, and they will put aside their hatred for a black person to work with other black people to gang stalk me. What do you think these demons of the Ontario Police Department are doing? They would, under no other circumstances, team up with or have any association with Tracy Banks. All right, these demons are looking. This is spiritual. It's outside of race. Okay, so what you're listening to right now is the amplified train activity, just like you heard. Pay attention to the volume. Pay attention to everything. Analyze the same volume at the bus stop. Where's the train stop at? You're not going to hear it under any circumstances. These are demons that are all monitoring. Everything about the environment is telling on them. They're psychopaths. Okay, they walk around. I'm not talking to you. I'm not looking at you. I don't know you. And they're stalking you. And the maintenance of a fake sun that's over the OVITT Family Community Library at the entrance at 10 o'clock. It would not be here, whether I'm here or not. Where I am here at 7, 8 o'clock in the morning, whether I'm here or not, it would not be here. Where I am here at 10 a.m. and you walk outside 2 hours later, it's here. It would not be here in the natural environment. Where I am at the Economy Inn at 231 South Euclid Avenue at the 60 freeway, and it is there both before, during, and after 10 a.m. until sunset, it would not be here. Okay, and the reason why it's here is because the demons of the OVITT Family Community Library are going to prison for kidnapping with the demons that are proving that they are gang stalking, harassing me, engaging in battering me, psychopaths that go inside of this library to stalk me. The whole fake sun followed me to this library. Everybody in here is monitoring, and they know exactly who I am and what I'm doing concerning my vagina as well. And that includes their demon-possessed gang stalking children. It's P.O.C. It's 12:19 p.m. The elevator's not here yet? No elevator? Did you press it?
Yes.
I'm fine. How are you? Where were you at? I didn't see you sitting.
At the corner where we're been sitting lately.
Oh, you came out of the restroom right now.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Because
just-
I didn't see. I was like, I didn't see you sitting down
And
here.
I didn't see you earlier this morning at the
You were looking for me?
at the usually spot where you are at.
What time is it? It is
Have you seen Tyra?
12:26.
I haven't seen her in a while.
I don't know who that is.
The other African American girl.
There's only two of them. I haven't. See you later, Benjamin. All right, Benjamin is engaged in bathroom monitoring. That's vagina monitoring. While an old man clutches a baby while he's gang stalking, walking inside of this library. Benjamin is engaged in surveillance in the bathroom, okay? The entity is engaged in what is monitoring, vagina monitoring, just like A. Arnellis and C. Gerber, who know exactly who I am and know that I'm alive and breathing, nor are you conducting any constitutionally authorized health check when you're gang stalking. And your mental illness is at the forefront of that clearly psychopathic and malicious conduct, where you are stalking in places like bathrooms, which is exactly where Gerber and Arnellis are there vicariously, while Benjamin, this is a Latino male, is engaging in surveillance in order to monitor the vagina of another person that he is stalking in relevant position through the walls as I walk into the bathroom. And the entity's doing the same thing at the upstairs bathroom, whatever bathroom I go into. Sex offenders are in position. They're driving an engine or light. They're stalking under a fake sun that remains over me in the city of Ontario. Wherever I go, whatever bathroom I go to, my vagina is surrounded. And all of my private information regarding my vagina is public. 6 Zebra Sam David 364 is a psychopath under the fake sun that's here at 10, where Gregory's opened the door and Ontario police are stalking by helicopter and they're maintaining that same uniform environment, while Benjamin, that's the entity, is monitoring vagina in the bathroom. Sex offender's license plate 7CGB 552, and so are the gang stalking Satanists calling themselves Jehovah's Witnesses, engaging in the pattern of conduct on the side of the OVITT Family Community Library. They're sex offenders. 8 Zebra Apple Sam 496, a psychopath. Engineer light moving on the black asphalt while that demon crosses path in his crusty old SUV of that's supposed to be a Mercedes-Benz with a missing part. He's a demon. Impossible light activity, and it's not even the sun that he's under, and he's keeping my vagina under surveillance, and so are A. Arnellis and C. Gerber, and the demon that committed kidnapping at this OVITT Family Community Library, because they're very nervous when I start talking about the fact that they hop on and off of a lot of genitalia with regard to the witchcraft that the Ontario police, the demon possessed, that are psychopaths stalking me in helicopter. That is the evidence that they are absolutely mentally ill, that they are a part of a cult that's being prosecuted for organized crime. Right? Their organized crime is centered on the fact of their being possessed by that Jezebel spirit. They're demon possessed. The Jezebel spirit in particular is a sex offender. And this is a sex offender that is an entity that's gang stalking me. And that's bathroom monitoring while you're hearing Benjamin's voice. And that's why I'm referring to the fact that he was in the bathroom, engaging relevant positioning, while the entity is engaging in that. Hi, Gregory. How are you guys? Good afternoon. It's P.O.C. And everybody in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 at least. Sharing in that. Massive. Very massive and very demented. That requires federal prison. It is 12:29 p.m. Hi, John. Come on. I'm fine. Can I get some of those, please? You know those are bad for you, right? Those Pop-Tarts?
Oh, sure. But
I'm just,
I mean, most things we eat now.
I know, it's straight sugar, though. I'm just jealous because I don't have the food. I'm just playing with you. Have a good one.
Yeah, thanks.
All right, T. And the reality is that a bunch of demons share in that ongoing obsession concerned about the genitalia of another, where they've already been defeated by their own satanic system and their criminal conduct, which is openly exposed in real time while they witness it, following as an entity place to place, including in the bathroom. Alrighty, it's 12:30 p.m. This is about documentation of bathroom monitoring by the sex offender that is mentally ill, stalking under a fake sun as a population. That fake sun followed to 215 E.C. Street. Alright, a building full of bodies engaging in that sex offense together of all races. P.O.C. All right, this is a reminder that Tracy Banks' sex partners, including Jason Fields, they are co-conspirators of murder, and they are not my friend. He has never had any part in my documentation of him gang stalking me. That goes without saying, but I'm just going to go ahead and have to explicitly state that. I've fully documented that and established that in the pattern of conduct where he is engaged in what is a whole relationship and enjoyment of the fruits of what belong to me is also evidence that he is a predator. He is a liar, he's a fraud, and he is a part of the pattern of conduct, not a friend of mine. He is the reason why I am being targeted by a population, and he is going to prison for it. He also represents a delusion. If this person ever comes in my presence, just like Tracy Banks, she's going to prison for all that she's done, and so is he. And if he ever comes into my presence, he's getting more time. It's a threat. So this is a terrorist who's delusional to come into my presence, which will be a matter of documentation. Like every other terrorist that is gang stalking, he is gang stalking now while the entity is still targeting me. He's going to prison for what is continuously underway. This is also something that is relevant regarding the unlawful threat posed by terrorists like Jason Isaac Fields, who have profited also from the conspired demise of the targeted individual, and who has is the reason for the ongoing documented damages, suffering inherent to and reasonably foreseeable from gang stalking someone where you are also abusing your government position and you've stolen from this person, you defame that person in order to do so, and all the ways in which you have infected their life is also relevant to his mental illness and the criminal repercussions regarding what this terrorist Jason Isaac Fields has committed. Okay, so in other words, while I have been subject to documenting this, meaning subject to it, this demon Jason Fields has been engaged in all manner of what is profiting off of my demise. This is diabolical. Okay, this is relevant to his very severely ill mindset, and he did not cure himself. He's not cured of it. He's not absent from it. He's no different. He's not also not ignorant. Neither under the law is he viewed as ignorant or innocent in any regard. He's going to prison just like his sex partner, Tracy Banks. And the message is that Satan does come, but to do nothing other than to kill, steal, and destroy. And he has destroyed any opportunity to ever be in my presence and avoid prison for it. And there is no opportunity that anybody working with Jason Fields has for me. You will be prosecuted with regard to the unlawful threat that you pose. This is the lesson for the day. It's 12:39 p.m. This is P.O.C. Alrighty, if you're paying attention to my documentation, what I published last night regarding the ongoing violence that is sanctioned by terrorists like C. Gerber and the demons that are engaging in criminal summoning while I'm outside and this population is stalking, those raging psychopaths come into the library to continue that pattern of conduct. And they like to do it through the effeminate demons that like to present themselves as men. They're demon-possessed vagina monitors, they're sex offenders, they're weirdos that stalk and gang stalk women, especially ones that they're intimidated by, and they're also obsessed with. They're mentally ill. Their mental illness is shared while they team up, gang stalking me together. It shows how insecure and also psychopathic, how much of a threat that they are to themselves and other people, especially women. Okay, group stalking is gang violence, and it's violence against women in particular. While I'm documenting it, and you have a bunch of effeminate little pansies that come inside of the library harassing me as psychopaths who engage in that while not talking to you. I'm not looking at you. I don't know you. These are the demons that are creating an earthquake when they're driving by on Euclid Avenue. And those are the demons that are trying to speed off because they don't want me to document their license plates. That cowardice is stalking inside of the venue, engaging in that same demonic pattern of conduct with every move and everything that I'm publishing that the demon-possessed psychopaths are hostile to. Okay, so this is again the entity that is attacking you based on its mental illness, the entity that is engaging in what is exhibiting its mental illness while still stalking, the entity that is still stalking, and they're going to prison for it, including the demons that are working at the venue, relying on the demons to maintain that system of harassment while they all in a psychopathic manner, pace all around, because that's all they're doing. All they're doing is pacing inside and stalking with noise. The desk is not creating any earthquake. It's not going to jerk into my stomach. It's not going to move all around when you are engaging in what is putting your arm down. This is demonic. These demons are stalking, and they're doing so. They like to use the male demons in particular. And this is relevant to what is spiritual. It's because they're all scared. Okay, demons that are scared, that's not speaking to what is a defense in court. The demons that are scared are stalking with helicopters. That's what the demon-possessed psychopaths do. They're scared of you and your spiritual power, so they pull out helicopters. They pull out guns. Okay, and that's actually because they're scared of you. This is why they are engaged in what is gang stalking me through a bunch of males who are not men. These are the same ones that engage in gay sex while they're engaged in trying to harness some spiritual power that they don't have.
That's what's coming in here, gang stalking me, doing so using the computers. The demons that are engaged in this, they're going to prison. So this is, again, the entity that's gang stalking as a fake library that's engaged in surveillance, and that is nationwide information. There's no mystery here. In the same way, it's no mystery that the feces eaters, are concentrating their visual attention on a computer screen while they're stalking me. And you're mentally ill while you do that. You have serious mental issues. And that's going to be addressed as well. This is the entity that's engaging in violence. Violence that people are going to prison for. Okay? This is violence by population. That's prison for LORENZ. Okay? That same violence by a bunch of demons who are intimidating me wearing uniforms. They're not even police officers. They're a bunch of gang stalking demons. These demons just come in here wearing hoodies and caps while they're scared that they might be documented. And the ongoing fake gangsters have to act like they're not stalking you, because that is really thug, right? That's really gangster when you're gang stalking a woman together as a team. This is the entity that's engaged in that, and the entity that is, they are a bunch of cowards. There's nothing gangster, cool, or sexy about gang stalking. This is the population of demons that rely on bullying, gang conduct, and the bullies are going to prison. The bullies are going into mental asylums. The bullies are still gang stalking at OVITT Family Community Library. This is speaking to a litany of people that are going to prison, and they will be subject. Gang stalking is going to be prosecuted regarding mental illness. That is immediately assessed based on what you're doing and what everybody knows that you're doing, and what you're delusional about what everybody knows that you are doing. All right, it's currently 2:27 p.m. This is the entity that's engaging in what is targeting somebody that they should not have ever targeted in the first place. They're on surveillance cameras. They're engaging in transactions with the library. The federal government is watching, and I am documenting myself. This is P.O.C. It's 2:27. All right, it is currently 5:39 p.m. At 215 East C Street, Ontario, California, 91764. The gang members, who are the people of the state, and these are terrorists in the state of California that are engaged in a terrorism system of targeting, and they are all state actors, not private citizens, while this system is underway. And as they exploit the Constitution, whereby they engage in criminal conduct such as what Starbucks, for example, has engaged in, referring to the venue as a private property, whereby they are engaging in the criminal system in furtherance of murder, gang stalking, as a business, the employees of that business, and the gang stalking patrons, all of whom are demons targeting you for the and furtherance of your demise on behalf of a gang stalking police department. And they refer to things such as private property for the criminal purpose, it is not in fact private property by virtue of the criminal system that is underway, and also while they are engaging in what is obstructing justice, and then resorting to the exploitation of the Constitution by reference of a facilitating venue as private property. The entity also does this with regard to what is ongoing harassment and terrorism, while you are documenting their criminal conduct, which they also maintain knowledge of. The entity is engaging in that with the intent to harass, obstruct justice, engage in kidnapping. The entity is doing so, remember, maintaining what is the false narrative regarding criminal defamation. The entity is engaged in what is that pattern of conduct as a business. That business is facilitating criminal conduct where the people of the state, the light slingers, just go into any business where I'm at. The entity is engaged in what is purchases. The purchases are activity creation. The purchases and are activity creation in the facilitating environment, where the fake sun rises and sets, as I've documented at Starbucks, and that pattern of conduct which is shared amongst multiple Starbucks in several different counties, where they are sharing in that pattern of conduct on behalf of the state. The terrorist organization, the Ontario Police Department, are facilitating that. So I want to be clear, it is a psychological torture tactic by the mentally ill. So the mentally ill psychopaths are engaging in what is ongoing psychological torture, and this is for the purpose of falsely depicting your character, where they have engaged in what is targeting you in order to steal from you. And how is the government stealing from you? By maintaining what are criminal acts, such as what Tracy Banks, the Ontario Police, Jason Fields have committed, maintaining things such as a whole fake conservatorship, and it is fake because it is unlawfully and fraudulently procured outside of my knowledge, outside of my participation. That's not how conservatorships that are valid under the law are created. Moreover, it's created with regard to what is defaming me, while the entity, the government itself, including any gang stalking court entertaining it, is targeting. All right, so they are both stalking, engaging in what is the system of gang stalking to create the narrative to criminally defame, and then that is how, the system whereby they are stealing. The entity is engaging in this, and this is what I'm spelling out. The people of the state are engaging in this all day long at the OVITT Family Community Library. That's the whole purpose of having a bunch of demons stalking, harassing you. That's supposed to be, oh, they're making it up and they're mentally ill. That's why they're doing it. That's the purpose of it. It's all committed in furtherance of murder. This is going to be federal prison, okay? The people of the state are puppets. These are demons that are puppets, as I'm referring to them, but they are working, in other words, they're agents or third parties that are working for the government. The government that's maintaining a system of what is criminal surveillance. And the people of the state are engaging in surveillance. And they are under no circumstances enforcing any constitutional rights. They're not private citizens. They are also not on the grounds or maintaining any private property. They're not speaking privately or acting privately. They're engaged in state action at all times. They're doing so in the specific environment, as I've shown you, the fake sun that rises and sets over me while this population exhibits severe mental illness while gang stalking in furtherance of seeking to manufacture the mental illness of the ordinary targeted individual. The reason why I'm prefacing that with this is because, first of all, the demon possessed are monitoring. A demon comes and gets in position at computer number 4 as I begin this commentary. It's 5:43 p.m. This is the mentally ill that are sharing an ongoing obsessive and psychopathic stalking. The demons are outside at the C Street turn circle, stalking with impossible light, which is seen inside of the OVITT Family Community Library, in the same way that I've shown you the fake sun that is aimed in alignment to me as I'm sitting at computer station number 1, well after 4, 5, 6 p.m. in the evening. This is another iteration of the same mentally ill behavior of stalking with light, where the fake sun is still in alignment to me at the same address, 215 East C Street, and the demons are inside, like what you see Mickey doing, walking on the engineer light behind the computer station, walking to and from the employees at the desk behind me in concert with the demons that are gang stalking as patrons, and they're all engaging with a psychopathic pacing, sharing, and I am fully documenting what is mental illness. They're upright walking cockroaches, and they're all stalking and pacing. And they're doing so in an obvious manner. Everyone will look at and see, as you can already, you're studying and witnessing the exposure of closeted mental illness while they're also engaging in what is a system of surveillance. And they're supposed to be depicting somebody else as crazy when you're looking at them exhibit mental illness while they engage in a system that they presuppose nobody would ever know about. While they do that, their mental illness is exposed and their criminal conduct simultaneously. The entities engage in this pattern of conduct, and the psychological torture tactics is the harassment and targeting by the people of the state. The people of the state are subject to prison for this. They cooperate with the gang stalkers of the those maintaining criminal surveillance, such as the Ontario Police. The Ontario Police engaged in a psychological torture tactic this morning, and it is the pattern that I've documented while being at the 537 North Euclid Avenue venue, where I've documented the fake sun at 7:47 in the morning. I documented terrorist L. Edwards gang stalking at what is 9:04 a.m., where the natural environment would not include a sun being hovering, first of all. Number 2, still present hovering, while this demon is engaging with a psychological torture. With knowledge of the fact that he's previously committed kidnapping, the demon possessed are still targeting while they are anticipating federal cases, but the entity is still engaging in this while they are seeking to retroactively, that is, I'm going to explain the rationale, which is unlawful, and it's also delusional, but this is how the system operates and versus what is actually going to happen. So the entities engaging with a still gang stalking, doing so through a previously documented kidnapper such as L. Edwards under the 9:04 a.m. I've documented the fake sun rising 6, 7 in the morning, and I've shared screenshots of that so you could see that today. And you're looking at the evidence, the manifest physical evidence of his mental illness and his malicious criminal activity wearing that uniform, and also the malicious audible activity, which is supposed to, outside of your knowledge, you're ignorant about all the evidence of the P.O.C., okay? That is supposed to in and of itself create a paper trail for that agency that's engaged in criminal conduct while they just start talking about, do you need help? Do you need assistance? Do you need any medication? While they are summoning themselves in your presence, stalking in other words, doing so under the fake sun, proven in the images of this demon of the Ontario Police, L. Edwards, at 9:04 a.m. as I'm documenting that, and the entity is doing so where they are sharing in that pattern of conduct with the people of the state, surrounded by evidence as demons who are stalking as a system, and also the entity, the Ontario Police and the Ontario Fire Department, maintaining that criminal surveillance system as well, stalking with light, stalking under the fake sun, stalking all together as an entity. This is all surrounding this psychological torture that the Ontario Police, who are at the forefront of how you are kidnapped and how you are criminally defamed. The entity is accomplishing this in the same way that C. Gerber and
A or Nalis are engaging in today. And if you take a step back from the evidence, you'll see a pattern. While I've been at 537 North Euclid Avenue, the entity is engaging what is coming to me because I'm not a criminal and because I'm documenting and I'm accumulating evidence. They have to come and literally harass me in order to maintain any sort of encounter with me, which then they are using. This is how the system operates. Then they use their criminal activity as a paper trail to manufacture that which doesn't exist regarding mental illness, a criminal record, etc., while the entity is maintaining things such as a fraudulently and criminally procured secret conservatorship and a fraudulent marriage to me and the ongoing theft of money, property that belongs to me, which the people of the state and the Ontario police, etc., have been compensated with. This is how you're incentivizing gang stalking me. People like Mike Lorenz are going to prison for this. People like Tracy Banks and Jason Fields are definitely going to prison for this. All right, people like Natasha and Sean Thrasher at the OVITT Family Community Library are going to federal prison for this. They cooperate in that criminal endeavor to create what is a false narrative, harassing you and then criminally summoning that agency that is needing to have encounters with you, whereby they can falsely depict your character as one being mentally ill in one way or another, which is a vague and abused term by the gang stalkers, okay, who are actually mentally ill. Stalking with impossible light, all of them under what is not even the natural environment. They think they have a rock solid system where nobody would ever be able to penetrate or identify them. That's psychopathic. They do that in furtherance of murdering people and kidnapping and stealing from them. Okay? The entities engaging in this, and this is what I want to be clear. Want to make clear, November 17, 2025 at 9:15 a.m., R. Rodriguez engages in battery, just like today, C. Gerber and A. Ornalis engage in battery. They do so in order to incite an encounter. The entity does so while you are going to reasonably respond, by the way. Why are you touching me? Why are you hitting me? Why are you even in my presence? The entity is recording on the body cam. This is what the gang stalkers of a corrupt police department that are keeping you under surveillance and seeking to make sense retroactively, which is not lawful, make sense retroactively of defamation, criminal acts of defamation in order to kidnap, in order to falsely depict, which is how they have supported what is theft secretly of money and facilitating theft by people like Fields, people like Tracy Banks, maintaining secret bank accounts. This is how they're getting into that when they are engaging in what is maintaining a system of surveillance and then falsely depicting your character. Okay, this is what is behind the people of the state that are gang stalking and exhibiting mental illness while they still maintain that ongoing conversation in the background, like they're oblivious to you, like they are focused on anything other than you, and all they're doing is gang stalking. That is supposed to create the illusion of your being. It doesn't work with regard to the evidence, obviously, but I'm breaking down the rationale behind their psychopathic behavior that is delusional. Okay, they're maintaining this while they are systematically being exposed within the P.O.C, providing a study and in-depth analysis about this system of surveillance, whereby the mentally ill have been engaged in what is targeting American citizens, for which they are subject to all manner of federal prosecution, which includes deportation, it includes federal prison, it includes placement in mental facilities. The entity is engaging in this, and the entity is engaging in what is battery this morning. This is why are they engaging in battery? Not just because they are violent, not just because they don't like me. This is a psychological torture tactic where the entity is then going to record you after they violate you in some manner, and that is the footage that they use to, oh, look, she's crazy, look, she's having a fit. Nobody's asking any questions about what preceded this encounter in the first place. Stalking, harassment. Is she breaking into someone's home? Did she beat somebody up on the sidewalk? Did she rob someone and you're responding to that robbery? No. The entity summoned itself into my presence, committed a battery, and then started recording. The entity is engaging in this under the fake sun, doing this while the airport is stalking, doing this while the people of the state are always stalking, including as I'm recording that encounter this morning. D. Rodriguez on November 17, 2025 is engaging in the same act of targeting, committing a battery, and then engaging in what is asking a series of questions that are unwarranted while he's engaged in criminal activity, and it never ceases to be that criminal activity, while the entity is the objective is to falsely depict the character, and that is supposed to be established on its face, while demons and criminals that are wearing uniforms are given authority and given discretion and given what is legitimacy that they do not actually deserve. That's how you have a liar, that's how you have a criminal, a stalker, and also a demon, a psychopath that is wearing a uniform and is treated as though they are speaking the gospel.
Okay, with regard to, yes, this person is exhibiting severe mental illness. I encountered the suspect at X, Y, and Z time. They were demonstrating ongoing frustration, inexplicably making unfounded allegations. I noted it and I asked the suspect whether or not they needed medication. They denied that request, and so I proceeded with the rest of my day. This is the entity maintaining a paper trail while they're stalking. Gang stalking. And it's a psychological torture tactic. It is that which the entity is inciting, soliciting, they are initiating it, and this is while the entity is being documented in furtherance of my murder, gang stalking me, and this is what the entity is doing with regard to maintaining a paper trail where they are engaging in what are criminal cases in the background, gang stalking someone on the front end, criminally defaming their character on the back end, maintaining court hearings that American citizen is not a part of, not privy to, while they're being gang stalked, which is creating the illusion of mental illness. This is what is behind what Rodriguez is doing on November 17, 2025. Harassing me and stalking me and initiating that encounter, having no basis under the law. And even if there was, by the way, some sort of criminal act that I was engaging in, such as stealing a candy bar from Chevron, okay? Let's just use that since the immigrants want to defame me by using their audible activity while they're engaged in terrorism to falsely depict my character and make false allegations. The entity is engaging in the pattern of conduct, which does not give, the police don't have any authority under the Constitution based on their criminal activity. So they actually don't even have authority to respond were there any criminal conduct that American citizens are engaging in. What's going on here is that the civilian population and the police department are sharing in criminal activity. Moreover, it's psychological torture that this agency is relying on to initiate, force what is an encounter serving the criminal purpose of defamation, harassment, threatening to commit a kidnapping, which exactly what you were impliedly threatening, while you are forcing an encounter, harassing, putting your hands on me. When you're putting your hands on someone, it is reasonably foreseeable to result in what is a reaction that you then want to record, and then you want to record that as the government targeting you to falsely depict your character. This is while the entity is engaging in what is stalking by helicopters, that same agency, day and night. This is what the entity is doing with regard to psychological torture tactics as well. Stalking with the helicopters, engaging in what is harming you in one manner or another, and then taking notations as a legitimate police officer, making notes about medication that was offered, a health check that was conducted while they are stalking you and harassing you. Okay, this is relevant to what A. Ornelas and C. Gerber committed this morning, which is December 3rd, 2025. This is relevant to the pattern by the Ontario Police Department, who was engaging what is targeting me at 537 North Euclid Avenue, and they are doing so. It's a desperate cry. Okay, it's not a cry. It's a desperate a tactic which is never going to be successful ever. They are providing what is a paper trail. Anything that they ever present, they are providing a paper trail for their criminal acts committed against me. That's all that it is. It is no evidence regarding any mental illness. Moreover, they are forcing these encounters where there is no violation of the law. Moreover, they don't have authority under the law while they're engaged in targeting, which is already established as a matter of fact. And it is documented in tangible evidence, which is not reasonably contended with at all, nor can it be even under science, that they are targeting and that they're demons and they suffer from actual mental illness. The entities engage in this in order to steal money. The Ontario police are fully engaged in and have been compensated for targeting me in order to maintain a false narrative regarding my character, to get away with stealing from me. This is what Jason Fields and Tracy Banks have relied on. This is what the people of the state, who have also profited from stealing from me, have relied on. Okay, this is why people like Mike Lorenz and L. Edwards, D. Rodriguez, J. True, Rodriguez engage in criminal summoning at Starbucks. This is why they go to federal prison, because of the severity of what they're engaging in and what they're facilitating amongst a population of demons who are psychopaths. All they're doing is stalking. When you break down, that's the whole point of everything that they're doing. That's it. And that is sick. Okay, the entities engage in this while they're delusional. You're slinging light outside and then you just come and sit at the computer and nobody forgot about what you're doing. No one at all. That's mental illness exhibited by the entity as well. But I just want to make sure that it's clear. The entities engage in what is a psychological torture tactic by coming into my presence. This is how desperate they are. You have to engage in that with me.
You have to, because there is no encounter otherwise. You have to lie about me harassing someone. You have to lie about me yelling in the bathroom at somebody. You have to lie about me breaking into a building. You have to lie about me engaging in some sort of violation of the law in order to encounter me as gang stalking police. You have to lie about mental illness when I am prosecuting you on the internet with tangible evidence proving that you're stalking me, directly rebutting any existence of mental illness on my part, that is, establishing mental illness on their part. You have to lie and make it up. And my documentation proves and also shows that they're lying and that they are always engaging in criminal conduct targeting me. This is what L. Edwards is engaging in at 9:04 a.m. on November 24th. This is what D. Rodriguez is engaging in on November 17, 2025. And this is what C. Gerber and A. Arnellis are engaging in today, December 3rd, 2025. Okay, committing a battery, you're going to federal prison. Understand that. This is no small thing. You don't get to just thump me on my forehead or hit me, touch me at all. It's no small thing when you're a police officer. They're not actually police officers, but I'm going to refer to them because I'm going to hold them accountable under the law regarding the abuse of police. These are demons. They're engaged in criminal surveillance. That's not law enforcement at all. It's not even similar. Two totally different spheres. And you are not going to get any or benefit from any of the due process rights of police officers engaged in law enforcement when you're engaging in a whole system of targeting somebody, trying to defame their character, to steal from them while you're stalking. Oh, you're not police at all, and you're not going to benefit from that under any circumstances, and no police organization has any standing to do so, by the way. You are totally stripped, and you're not even ready, but you're going to prison. And I want to make sure that that's clear. This is relevant to what I'm documenting. The battery, which is then documented while they engage in psychological torture to trigger, harass, and threaten. They'll do so by those that previously engaged in kidnapping. This is what Hadel Chiapani engaged in, badge number 20301 this morning, when they pull up with photographers regarding a traffic stop. You can pull up with a circus. It's still the pattern of conduct. You're still gang stalking, and you're doing so while you're engaging in surveillance of my evidence. That's relevant to federal stalking with the intent to obstruct justice while you're engaged in what is not the duties of any you're not executing the duties of any officer at all. You're engaged in criminal surveillance, and that's not missed. And they also engage in psychological torture when they do so through a previously documented kidnapper to trigger you. Hadel Chiapani, badge number 20301, is going to prison. She's with another female officer. She's with two other photographers, a male and a female. And the demon that's in the red Civic. I documented all of their license plates. Okay, the entity's engaging in that while I am referring to things that they don't want me to speak of. It's a distraction tactic, but it's also gang stalking and furtherance of murder. You are very well put into the threat of harm to yourself and to your life while these demons are gang stalking you in an unspoken system, and where the people of the state are demons and so are the gang stalking police. Things are happening to people that are being kept in a bubble, and nobody knows what actually happened to them. The only narrative that you get are the ones that are claiming to be investigating, the same demons that are stalking me in helicopters and committing battery and then pressing record on their body cam to help demons like Tracy Banks and Jason Fields get away with stealing money. And all these little cockroaches, these gargoyles around thinking they're getting a check. No, you're getting a case, a federal case. That's what you're getting. But I just want to break that down. That's the significance of that. They're going to prison under all circumstances. All routes lead to prison, and I want to make sure that you are able to connect those dots. They're forcing an encounter. It is not expressly or impliedly supported under the law when you are analyzing what a police officer that's actually engaged in criminal activity is seeking to accomplish maliciously. And then you're also going to analyze what it is that they're saying while they don't have any authority under the law, that they don't actually have authority under. I'm going to prosecute for fictitious exercise of authority. But while they're masquerading as police, and in their alternate universe, why are you in my face? Moreover, why are you touching me? That's a battery. And then you're analyzing the gang stalker that's bearing weapons. That's a psychopath acting in furtherance of murder, trying to masquerade, creep around, and cloak as a police officer that is threatening you while they're monitoring everything that they're saying is criminal conduct under Title 18, Section 22618, subsections 1 and 2, including the substance of it. Why are you referring to medication in need of assistance? Kidnappers, light slingers, they're monitoring in furtherance of murder, threatening a kidnapping. You're going to analyze as you get from layer to layer to layer. They're going to prison, and you also pay attention. This is what L. Edwards and this is what D. Rodriguez are doing. And they're doing it in concert with the people of the state. Those psychopaths are gang stalking on Euclid Avenue, light slinging, all the same. You see these demons showing their mental illness stalking? That's what's going on when they're standing in front of me while they're exhibiting their mental illness and maliciously gang stalking the wrong person. The wrong person because I'm diagnosing and prosecuting at the same time. They're going to prison. And so are the demons that maintain a secret conservatorship in the background, relying on this criminal system that the Ontario police have been paid, compensated to maintain. And it's an abysmal public failure. This is speaking to the implosion of the system so that no other state can engage in this, excuse me. But that's what is relevant behind targeting someone, psychologically torturing them, to then record their human response. That's not mental illness, and that's not the practice of medicine. So do the demons gang stalking with the Ontario police. They know that. They use that. They rely on it, just like Tracy Banks and Jason Fields, to engage in theft, to engage in what is criminal defamation. This is how that system is operating. The gang stalking demons inside of the courthouse, like Lisa Rogan, Kara Hudson, they're relying on the criminal conduct, the criminal targeting tactics of the people of the state, and the gang stalking terrorist organizations like Ontario Police. They're not asking any actual questions revealing what is actually going on there because it's serving their system. That's why you're not getting to, wait a minute, aren't you an officer of the court? Well, what happened here? You're on the sidewalk. What actually unfolded here, Miss Spencer? Never having a court hearing. Not a part of any of this. I have to tell you that there's a secret conservatorship in the background. You don't have any authority under the law at all. Why are you in my face with this secret conservatorship? Why are you talking about things that are absurdly irrelevant? Nobody's asking those questions, though. How does that even come into the equation with regard to a conversation that you're forcing on me outside of any authority under the law? And I'm just referring to the penal code. Under the federal constitution, under Title 18, you don't have any authority. You're targeting. So I just want to be clear, as I analyze that, now you're walking toward federal prison as you approach me. You understand that, right? You're going straight to prison without controversy. The entity is engaging in that, however, they're engaging in what is battering me, harassing, threatening, while you're doing so, engaging criminal summoning via previously documented kidnapper, badge number 20301, Hadel Shiapani. Engaging in what is battery, C. Gerber, and A. Ornalis. And then referring to medication, do you need any help? That's the entity that's defaming your character. You're going to reasonably respond to that. That is not evidence of mental illness when somebody is insulting your intelligence while they are harassing and targeting you, and that is going to be reasonably responded by. You're not analyzing that with regard to any mental illness. This is absurdity. It's corruption. The gang stalking medical workers, I hope you're listening, you're going to prison. Yeah, you're known who you are in the hospitals and in the nursing field, calling yourself a so-called MD. Get ready for prison. You're going to be an inmate. The entities engage in this, and this is a comprehensive system that is highly unintelligent. What you need to recognize are the tactics that are employed in order to create an illusion. And illusions are relied upon by the mentally ill that practice witchcraft. So they engage in a sex ritual. This is background information. They engage in a sex ritual. They engage in their spell casting as psychopaths who are delusional, but they engage in this witchcraft, and then they engage in harassment, stalking me in helicopters, and then they record their encounters and maintain a paper trail. This is literally their system. This is the mentally ill that engage in what is organized crime. They steal from people. They do so as gang stalking police who falsely depict their targets. The police establish you, the people help the police establish you as either a criminal or being mentally ill, and they run away into the fake sunset with your money, your property, while you are kept against your will, illegally kidnapped in some facility, if not 6 feet under. And they maintain the narrative about what happened to you. If they give any explanation at all, they'll just say you're missing, and they're investigating it. Or they'll say you died from some claim, and they're the ones maintaining the control of that narrative. They conduct the autopsy. They're filling out the paperwork stating what's wrong with you or what you did. My evidence, the P.O.C. already shows that they literally pull it out of the sky that has the fake sun hovering over me while they're stalking me. This is P.O.C. This is what's behind the entity engaging in battery. This is not a coincidence. This is a pattern. While D. Rodriguez did the same thing, committing a battery, while you are engaging in what is stalking and harassing me, this is psychological torture tactics. I've broken this down before. You're going to take a step back. And these feces eaters are going to be, they already are, they're going to be humiliated when everybody sees the bigger picture. This is criminal summoning at 8 o'clock in the morning. This is criminal summoning at 1 o'clock in the afternoon at the same address. This is criminal summoning at 6 o'clock in the evening at the same address. The sun hasn't gone anywhere. First of all, they're all demons. Second of all, they're abusing their positions to steal from me while they are actually feces-eating demons who are severely mentally ill, engaging in what is criminal surveillance and not law enforcement. Everybody's going to prison. Everybody that I documented, and they're doing it in furtherance of murder and kidnapping, which the entity that you hear stalking in the background shares in. Prison. Prison. It's not traffic that you heard in the background with the entity gang stalking. That was activity creation. It's not walking in and out of the doorways headed somewhere. It's activity creation that you're listening to right now. And the psychopaths are going to prison. They're going to prison. What do the mentally ill do when they're caught? They're mentally ill. They engage in more of it. They're going to prison. Just want to break that down for you. There is no circumstance where the Ontario Police will ever, nor did they ever, nor could they ever have any legitimate encounter with me. They are always stalking. They are always targeting. They are always soliciting an encounter, which then you're going to record. Honey, at this venture, at this juncture, you're admittedly stalking me while you provide any evidence of your targeting me, because that's all it is. Any conversation is a means of me documenting you. I'm going to take those body cams. I'm going to take the surveillance footage. I'm going to take those communication devices. I'm going to take all of your notations. I'm going to prosecute you with it. It's a sample of what everyone is looking at on the internet. It's going to be a massacre in court, where this agency has no defense, nothing, absolutely nothing legitimate. We're not even getting into the stalking by helicopter, which is psychological torture. While then you as a delusional feces eater stands in my face, that pattern of conduct is already established, and you say anything. Like you aren't seen with the feces all, everybody sees that you eat poo. What are you even talking about? Why are you here? You stink. Why are you here? Everybody knows that you're stalking. And you recorded it, you fool? Oh, that's my evidence. This is P.O.C. I just want to be clear on that. It's psychological torture. And it is a very, very foolish tactic. But this is this is desperation. Desperation is a threat to American citizens. Fields is going to prison. Tracy Banks is going to prison. She stood on that same, well, she didn't stand. She was in her vehicle at that same bus stop. Where did the fake sun remain? Over me at that bus stop. She's the light-slinging gargoyle. She's the vagina monitor, obsessed with me, an incestuous sex offender, gang stalking me in furtherance of murder, having the audacity as her wrinkly old self could never be me on her best day. They're all demons that give that sort of credit to her. She's not. And all the demons that are engaging in surveillance, they know that. This is a system that they all serve to benefit from. None of them have been lied to by Tracy, and they didn't know this, and they didn't know that. No, this is a massive surveillance system. This is a whole system where everybody's cashing in on that. Everybody gets a check. Everybody's getting a case. That's what's happening. Everybody's getting a case. It's currently 6:09 p.m. This is P.O.C. Currently 9:34 p.m. You're listening to the people of the state stalking. And the people of the state are stalking by the thousands. So these are violent sex offenders that are preying upon stalking one person as a population, stalking in furtherance of murder as of December 3rd, 2025, sharing in the perpetual sex offense by the thousands while they're stalking the person that is also putting it all over the internet to prosecute the terrorists. The terrorists are, the enemies of this country are the people of the state. These are homegrown terrorists, okay? The gang stalking terrorists are dealt with by deportation, if not federal prison for the ways in which they're engaging in terrorism. But deportation handles that. The homegrown terrorists, the enemies of this country, homegrown terrorists that are targeting American citizens in order to murder them, steal from them, defame them in order to kidnap them, steal their identities, steal their lives, etc. You're listening to them engaging in stalking. While they're driving on the roads and the highways, they're engaged in federal stalking. It's criminal conduct while you hear them. This is very plain and open and out front criminal activity for which the government and that population is going to be prosecuted. And I want to be clear, the entities engaged in what is psychopathic. In the same way that you see L. Edwards under the fake sun that is over at 7:47 a.m. and then 9:04 a.m. while he is stalking me in my face, wearing that uniform with that gun on his hip, communicating a threat to kidnap me just like he did on July 4, 2025 with these demons who are stalking me as a population. And that fake sun that you see over me at 12:02 p.m. while I'm at the same bus stop, they are engaged in the same sex offense, the perpetual sex offense. Every demon, by the thousands, stalking all night long, and doing so now. The entities engaging in what is each and every demon molesting with light that is not even coming from their headlights. Just like sunlight is not shooting off to the side, moving across the wall and touching on and scraping and swiping and running across the sidewalk, your headlights aren't shooting off to the side and causing multiple shadows upright at a distance and multiple shadows on the ground and shadows that are magnified, varying in size. And these are sex offenders, and they are not only stalking as a population. This is a sex offense that's committed by the thousands, and the Ontario police are part of that same mentally ill sexual violence. I documented it. You'll see it uploaded to the Google Drive. The same Ontario police acting through the terrorist Hadel Shiapani, badge 20301, and the other officer and the two demon-possessed photographers, and the demon that is these demons who they pull over to gang stalk me, and the demons that are A. Ornelas, substantially similar, Latino male, short, midget, black mustache, and his very well documented partner, this demon C. Gerber. These demons are engaging in what is a sex offense at nightfall. Their headlights are not what's causing, I'm showing you the light activity behind me. Their headlights aren't what causing while they're stalking across the street at Bethel Congregation and at Apostolica Prophetica at 115 North F Street. Their headlights aren't reaching up. Those are not headlights. In the daytime, it's not sunlight. These are sex offenders that are stalking by the thousands. And by the way, the more that I document, the more images, the more screenshots that I capture, aptly describing them as mentally ill stalkers, demons who are weirdos. The entity, it gets more violent and more radical with their light activity. That is speaking to what is not a pattern. That's speaking to what is knowledge that you're sexually violating someone and then you engage in more sexual violence. That's what they're doing in real time as I document them. When they are not lawfully touching, they're not even physically, naturally touching. They're supernaturally touching while they're stalking. And this is a stalker that is targeting by the thousands. The government sends thousands of people to stalk you at the same time. And those thousands of people that are stalking you are demons. I want to document that. It's not just the people of the state. It's every business, every household. And you already know that the gang stalking mayor, police, fire department, and demon-possessed EMT ambulance operators are sharing in this pattern of conduct that is executed ceaselessly in a vicarious manner. The demon-possessed people of the state. They're all stalkers. They're stalking where they live. They're stalking where they work. They're stalking where they're traveling. They're shopping. They're stalking where they're consuming things. They're gang stalking. And they're psychopaths who sat around in the library stalking me all day long. And the population is not engaging in what is anything other than stalking while it is engineer light aiming in through the entrance doors into the depths of the library. No, those aren't their headlights either. There's not even a position where they're at that C Street turn circle where your headlights would be in perfect alignment with any computer inside of that. These are the demons that are psychopaths. And their psychopathic disorder is proven to you by their stalking with light behavior. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 vehicles, one after another after another. This is psychopathic pacing. The mentally ill are going to be treated with martial law. Their mentally ill children are going to be treated with martial law. The entity is engaging in what is sexual violence, and I want to be clear, the demon-possessed population that are in custody of minor children, and they're out maintaining 24-hour surveillance, exhibiting this mental illness, stalking with impossible light, psychologically torturing another human being that you're conspiring to murder, and you think that you are looked at as a healthy person that should be in custody of children, you're delusional. And that is further proof that you're a feces eater. But they already know that you consume feces because of the evidence of the P.O.C. You are in no position to maintain any custody or exercise any control of children as a proven gang stalker, in case you didn't know that either. This is the entity that is proven that while they're engaging in the sex offense, in the conspiracy to murder of federal group stalking and monitoring. It is directly challenging your ability to be in custody of children, to be around children, to be around the vulnerable population. The entities engaging in this as a population facilitating this violence is Mike Lorenz. While demons are stalking me with impossible light, these demons are monitoring me, conspiring my murder while they come outside to make sure that they are stalking me obsessively. Wanting to touch me when they can't physically touch me, they're touching me with light. Because they're monitoring. Monitoring is that which is conducted before a government kills you. They're monitoring as they speak. They're monitoring as they're walking around, flying around, as they're maintaining all means of activity, like the speaker you hear above me. They're monitoring me with that. While they come around like a psychopath that's hostile because they know that they're not getting $1 of my money, and they're going to prison for anybody that laid their hands on my money, because it is proof that you were conspiring and you have played a part in what is stealing, for gang stalking, in order to steal from me. And you intended to get away with it through burying me 6 feet under. That's what is part of being caught having any sort of custody over money and property that belongs to me. That's why these puppets are out here stalking. And that's all they're doing while impossible light is surrounding me, while they're crossing path. One demon after another, after another, after another, after another, after another, after another. Audible activity, light activity, relevant positioning. P.O.C. These are psychopaths. These are predators. Predators that want to keep custody of their children. They're delusional. They're delusional. Predators that want to stay in the United States as an immigrant. They're delusional. Predators that want to remain outside of the bars of a federal facility. Outside of a facility. When you're light slinging like this on video for years, and your answer was, you're going to kill me. Oh, you're going to accomplish gang stalking me, and this evidence is never going to see the light of day. You're going to make money off of it overseas somewhere and take accountability for it. That's exactly what belongs in the federal facilities throughout this country, and that's where gang stalkers are going. Okay, P.O.C. It is currently 9:42 p.m. The entity is engaging in what is a sex offense in furtherance of murder by the thousands. And the facilitator of such violence, which is gang violence, sexual violence, psychological violence, is Mike Lorenz. Oh, these puppets are still stalking, and Mike Lorenz has not sent out any signal to stop. The entity is doing so while it's going to be a matter of what is substantive evidence in court regarding what the evidence proves that Mike Lorenz is criminally liable for as a terrorist leader, because the pattern of conduct by that Ontario Police Department is already established. And so in the same way that you reap the benefits and you take all accountability as a police chief, you're not that. You're a terrorist leader. This is terrorism. You're taking accountability for what the terrorists of that agency have engaged in under your watch, sir. With your knowledge, with your participation. In fact, the helicopter stalking increased the more that I documented it. And you're not reasonably ignorant about what's going on regarding Ontario Police Department helicopters. You're not going to be held that manner. You're not going to be held at that in anything less than that under the law. It's entirely unreasonable. It's patently absurd. This is how terrorism is executed in the U.S., and the terrorist leaders are listening and witnessing their prosecution, while the first person ever in history has proven the existence of this system and also provided the means whereby you prosecute it. And you shall prosecute it. I've done my duty proving it, documenting it, investigating it by myself, and I'm also going to reap the benefits of that, which is prosecution justice. And it's unprecedented justice because it's unprecedented criminal activity, for which I'm supposed to, according to these Jezebel spirits, these infected psychopaths who are severely ill, mentally ill, they presuppose that I'm supposed to be dead. So according to them, I'm supposed to be dead. That was never going to happen. But they aren't supposed to know that. They're supposed to go ahead with the plan because I'm supposed to prosecute it and prove it and expose it. That's what's supposed to happen. I just want to be clear, numerosity is directly relevant to terrorism. It's directly relevant to the harms inflicted. It's directly relevant to the psychological harms. Remember, what is reasonably suffered, not that which I am capable of standing through and documenting and prosecuting and maintaining my sanity and not suffering what is the average person's harm. Okay, the average person breaks down, the average person gives up, the average person is dead already, the average person becomes demon possessed like the rest of them. I'm not getting any less justice, I'm getting justice plus more, because of my ability to withstand and document and prosecute and prove All right? That's a government that is conspiring your murder, like American Medical Response. They're engaging in that with the full intent to accomplish your murder and then maintain control of the narrative about what was wrong with you as to why that happened. And for that, the necessary mandated response is federal prison. Federal prison. Okay? American Medical Response and Ontario Police, the City of Ontario is stalking, and they're doing so with impunity. And this is directly relevant to what's going to happen when demons are in the federal court and they're answering. They're not thinking about that now because they are actually mentally ill. They're not thinking about their children. They're not thinking about their businesses. They're not thinking about their future. They're not thinking about where they're going to live. They're not thinking about how they're going to provide for themselves. They're not thinking about where they're going to live when they're kicked out of this country. They're not thinking about any of that. And that's also speaking to what is severe mental illness. Why are you so obsessed with me and my vagina? Why haven't you come to the reality that this is probably not a good idea to continue anymore? Why haven't you realized that the federal government is not going to sit there and let you do that? These are things that normal, sane people would have long ago come to terms with, not the terrorists who conspire your murder. When I said mentally ill, that's exactly what I mean, and the mentally ill have proven to you. Remember, they're not only gang stalking and monitoring me, that is surveilling. They're surveilling the evidence, so everything that they're doing, you know that they're doing while they're aware of the evidence. That's a whole unprecedented basis of a threatening stalker, of a conspirator of your murder. Okay? It is currently 9:47 p.m. Numerosity is directly relevant to the threat, to the harm suffered, and to the mandated repercussions. Okay? Mandated consequences. This is P.O.C. It's 9:47 p.m. The entity is engaged in with a perpetual sex offense where a bunch of stalkers are molesting over and over and over again while they are together engaging in that stalking conduct as a population that cannot get enough of following me around. And that's because they are mentally ill. Everything that you're seeing around me in the federal government is there is more going on to this investigation than what I'm conducting. And everything that you see around me is relevant to those that are together focused on me. All right, that's P.O.C. All right, let me show you the entity that is stalking in the sky space, flying directly over the top of my head. This is the pattern of conduct. The entity is flying right over the top of my head, stalking where the entity is molesting with impossible light. All right, that's not a coincidence as they fly over the top of my head where the entity has what is impossible light activity. Let me show you how my shadows gather together. Impossible light, and these are the demons that are stalking by the multitudes. They're all stalking. That traffic light is controlled by the state and its light activity, and they're engaged in surveillance, stalking, stalling, in other words, staying as close as possible at a traffic light, for example. They're across the street touching with impossible light in the same way that they're touching with impossible light while they drive what is south on Euclid Avenue. This is P.O.C. Let me show you my truck. Yeah, that's impossible light. These are the demons that are going to be deported. There's no vehicle. And even if the vehicle was aimed toward this way, their headlights are not reaching over here. They're psychopaths. They have no business in custody of children. That's going to be handled. They have no business remaining in this country as immigrants. That's going to be handled. They have no business being in positions of authority like Mike Lorenz in the Ontario Police. Martial law is absolutely necessary. Absolutely necessary, and that's what's happening. This is lawlessness, and these are people that are behind the scenes killing people and then cleaning up and making up a narrative all together to cover it up. That's what this stalking as an entity is showing you. Outright pedophiles, stalkers, thieves, con men and women who give birth to kids? Oh, no. No. These are the things that are going to be addressed with regard to the demon-possessed that are gang stalking. This is gang stalking by the entity that is obsessed with me, using all manner of what is aircrafts to maintain surveillance with these demons that are stalking all night long while I'm outside. It doesn't get any more psychopathic and obsessed than that. All these people represent what is the entity. This is just a small fraction. But the entity is speaking. All these people are stalking. That's absurd. They're mentally ill. They're demons. And they're all listening right now. This is what they do concerning my vagina. I have an audience. And I did not invite them. This is the P.O.C. Sex offenders are gang stalking and furtherance of murder. And they're going to be dealt with martial law. The evidence of the P.O.C. requires it. This is a threat to national security. This is P.O.C. It is currently 9:50 p.m.
Alrighty, capturing that video, I just wanted to show you in real time, and that's exactly what you'll see. The entity flying over the top of my head, stalking, and is provoked to that while they're hostile regarding my evidence. So you engage in more stalking behaviors. The impossible light activity, more stalking behaviors. The entity that's engaging in the pattern of conduct, harassing me all night long. I'm standing here. There is no vehicle, no truck, no aircraft that's going to create any sort of earthquake on the sidewalk. It doesn't crack the sidewalk in the same way that your headlights don't cause my body to manifest in multiple shadows behind me or on the ground beneath me. These are sex offenders that want to touch all over my body like they want to watch my naked body on the internet. These are sex offenders. And they spend millions of dollars on stalking me. It's an investment regarding everything that this entity has stolen, and that's relevant evidence regarding this case in chief that I've maintained of the entity engaging in the system of terrorism, federal group stalking and monitoring. The fact that this government has stolen, the fact that this entity has stolen, because this is not just in the United States. Okay, so the plot is a lot larger than what I've shown in California in the United States. However, the entity is engaging in this pattern of conduct and is speaking to what is a U.S. government criminal system. And the entity's theft of money and property that belongs to me, it is an investment while they spend thousands and thousands and thousands, that is millions of dollars, on targeting an American citizen and doing so. Remember, the gang stalkers, they're getting money too. They're compensated. This is unprecedented. This is beyond ordinary solicitation for murder. Okay, this is beyond that, because the entity is not only ultimately taking your life, they are seeking to destroy every area of your life. The demon-possessed don't want to just physically kill you. They want to psychologically kill you. Okay, they want to emotionally kill you. They are seeking to spiritually attack you. It is as evil as you can fathom, if you can fathom that. They want to utterly destroy you. They want to gut you like a fish inside and out. They want you to hate yourself, hate your life, and then they want to physically take your life. They want to sexually violate you. They want to take the right to consent from you. Okay? If they could have a sex train on you without your knowledge, without you being able to say anything, that's exactly what they do to people, and that's exactly what they want to do. That's the whole purpose of the spell work and the voodoo, hoping they can put you under a spell, and then you'll just, okay, I hate to put in this term, but this is the reality, okay? I don't mince words here dealing with Satan. That you'll open wide up and let a whole bunch of gay men and gay women have sex with you because they're spiritually, it's a whole sexually perverted spiritual thing. They're engaging in witchcraft when you're seeing them stalk with impossible light. This is witchcraft. These are demons, and it's witchcraft. When you're seeing them flying over my head with that impossible light activity, these are demons, this is witchcraft. They're engaging in this witchcraft that doesn't even work. Okay? You're prosecuting mental illness. They're stalking when all of the world is watching them, meaning it's not a mystery and nobody's imagining that you're a stalker. The impossible, the unfathomable is proven. You are mentally ill while you're engaging in conduct that everyone is watching you engage in. Everyone. So what exactly are you doing other than admitting that you're stalking me? Oh, you're so much of a psychopath, so much of a stalker, that you're just going to do it in front of the federal government, because that's exactly what the city of Ontario is doing. That's exactly what the demon-possessed people of the state are doing. That's exactly what they're doing. They're doing it while they're clutching the hands of little children, who are demons, by the way. But nonetheless, you need to know that they're demons, but they are minors who are in the custody of violent terrorists, serial killers, and rapists who desire to psychologically torment other people for no reason and for profit. That's what is in custody of children. That's what's stalking me with impossible light. That's what's stalking me by plane and helicopter. That is what has no business of being in custody of children. The entity that is gang stalking is speaking to and demonstrating the needfulness of dividing the entire household, of deporting all immigrants, and imprisoning all kidnappers and facilitators of kidnapping. This is what the entity has done. I documented it. I didn't just allege it. I documented it, and it's already proven. This is also nothing that's extraordinary that I'm speaking to. This is how you would deal with any child abuser. This is how you would deal with any stalker. This is how you would deal with anyone that is mentally ill, which, by the way, when you're stalking someone, that is not abnormal at all for mental illness to come up with regard to a reasonable question when you are prosecuting somebody that is has a pattern of conduct of stalking. This is the government. This is the population and their mental illness is at the forefront, and the P.O.C. also establishes that. They're stalking with light conduct while they're monitoring demons. And they also at the same time try to do so while they have the whole family out monitoring my vagina together. That's not normalcy, and it's also not the appearance of innocence, and it also doesn't make you look less of a demon or a gang stalker or a violent criminal or a terrorist. It doesn't make you look like any less of any of that. It makes you look like, oh my goodness, those children have to be separated. That's what everyone is looking at. That's what everybody is looking at. Just want to be clear on that. The entity is engaging in this, and they're doing so while they are exhibiting to the world how terrorists are going to be prosecuted, separated from children that they pose a threat to, deported out of this country that they are targeting, American citizens within. You're being removed. You actually hate this country. You're going to be removed from it, okay? We're going to do you a favor and kick you out. That's what's happening. And by the way, nobody cares about your feelings about it. We know your feelings. The federal government has been sitting up watching you express your un-American attitude toward this country, while you think it's okay to gang stalk somebody that's documenting it. The homegrown terrorists are being dealt with as well, but you're getting shipped out of here. You and your family. Anybody that's of that same status, and anybody that would like to come in that has any relation to a terrorist like you, they're not getting in either. You've cursed everybody. That's what you get when you're gang stalking like the people of the state are, with impunity, while they're sitting up watching the evidence being added on the internet. And you know what that does? That doesn't cause mentally ill terrorists conspiring murder to stop. It infuriates them, and they continue. That's why they're going to be dealt with martial law. This is not an exaggeration. It's not an exaggeration with regard to the necessity of removing minor children. It's not an exaggeration with regard to the necessity of deporting immigrants. It's certainly not an exaggeration with regard to imprisoning kidnappers like Mike Lorenz. Okay, and he's committed kidnapping every single time the Ontario police have engaged in taking me from anywhere, one place to another, absent of my consent. Now, one time, Guerrero and another demon, Stevenson, I believe his name was, gave me a ride to Mercy House while they were monitoring, and I'm fully aware of that. And I cooperated and got in their vehicle, not as a kidnapped person, but that is a threat to them kidnapped because they're psychopaths. So they can go from a ha ha ha, yeah, what's up, Erica, to okay, we're taking you to jail and we're charging you with this. That's literally how they operate. Okay, but they were coking and joking, and they gave me a ride to Mercy House. That's not a kidnapping because I got in their vehicle. I asked them, you want to give me a ride? Because they wanted to joke around every day. All right, Satan, can you give me a ride down the street then? All right, while I'm maintaining my investigation, I'm not scared of these demons. And they're still gang stalking me, and I'm investigating them. Okay, but that I'm giving you an example to when the police have taken me from one place to another, and it was not a kidnapping. Okay, the entities engaging, everybody that engages in kidnapping of that agency, Mike Lorenz engaged in kidnapping. 9K MR 564, molesting with impossible light. Touching my vaginal area with impossible light, touching my breast area with impossible light, touching all over my body in a manner that's not even naturally occurring at all. That's how desperate the sex offenders are to touch me. And this audience is what is giving undue attention, unwelcome, unconsented to attention to my vagina. They're all sitting up in the library paying attention to my vagina. They are all aware about what's going on in the bathroom. Mike Lorenz is being removed from office. You're going to prison for that. Okay, these are the responsibilities of a terrorist leader. You're going to prison for it. Derek Williams, he's engaging in this. I was kidnapped while he was a terrorist leader. And you will not be resigning out of criminal liability. So you're talking about 2018, 2019, I believe 2020. Derek Williams committed kidnapping. Jonathan Burnett, Sequoia Payton, that was kidnapping. And if he resigned before January 13, 2020, because Jason Knighton and Lester Keys and Melnick, those demons engaged in kidnapping. And so did San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department, but that's Shannon Dykes, that's the Rancho Cucamonga Superior Court. Ontario police that are engaged in criminal summoning, Derek Williams and Mike Lorenz committed kidnapping. And there's no statute of limitations. By the way, there are certainly no statute of limitations when you're still engaging in that criminal pattern of conduct. And you know the evidence of you still engaging in it? These puppets out here that are gang stalking and molesting my body with impossible light while you're monitoring in furtherance of murder. You're still out here trying to kill somebody. I have no idea what goes on in the mind of a feces consumer, but you could not possibly, and you will not have any success in court. I'm just going to let you know this right now. You're not. Neither are any of the people of the state. They've sacrificed their kids. They don't want custody of their kids. That's what they've told the federal government that's sitting back and watching them. And watching the ongoing criminal system that has supported what is martial law, because that's what they're sitting back listening to. They're listening to me speak to and prosecute and document this and publish it. And they're also sitting back surveying. Okay, the federal government has a responsibility as well. And they're looking at what is necessitating martial law, and I've showed it to them. These demons have showed it to them. They're sitting back showing the federal government that they are a threat to their own kids. You think that nothing can come between you and your kids? You think that you're going to be a terrorist to somebody else and keep your kids? You're delusional. That's what I'm stating. You are absolutely delusional. You don't want to be in this country. You don't want to keep your kids. You're not getting any more welfare checks off of them. You're a gang stalker. You're going to be treated like the feces-consuming enemy of this country, and you're not ready for it. Clearly, you're not. You're still out in the middle of the night stalking somebody when you need to be making arrangements for what might happen to you and your family members. That's what you should be focused on. You need to be making some serious arrangements. But you're out here stalking me on behalf of the Ontario police that are still obsessed with what is never going to happen. I'm going to be in court providing detailed information about why every single last one of you demons are going to prison. I'm going to be there, and I'm more than competent. I'm more than prepared. This is nothing other than a sample on the internet. You do not want to see me in court. You don't. You do not want to see me in court mode. The entities engaging in this, and they're doing it on behalf of the Ontario police. The puppets of Ontario Fire and AMR, they are acting with the Ontario police. Ontario police, those demons are the ones that are going down. They're at the forefront. You still got puppets out here stalking? You're going to prison. You're going to prison, honey. You're going to federal prison. And you should have been making literally arrangements for how your family is going to eat, where they're going to live, what they're going to do. Because you're getting locked down. I guarantee it. You're getting locked down. The entities engaged in what is harassing on a day-to-day basis, I don't know where you think that's going to help you in court. I don't know where you think that's going to help you in court, or whether you think that's just some extra, random, the cases, but we're just going to harass until you're going to prison, and you are absurdly out of your mind. You're going to prison for what these demons out here on the roads and the highways are doing all night long, terrorizing. You're going to prison for it, and they're not getting away with it. They're not getting away with it either. Oh, there's a way to deal with the whole population of terrorists that think that they can stalk and flash you with light and go off and drive off into the darkness and no one's ever going to know. No, honey, it's going to track you down. The long arm of the federal law, you're going to be prosecuted, and it's going to touch you and your lives and those connected to you. Whether you lose the ability to pay your rent, whether you lose those programs where the whole city or the whole state loses that ability to benefit off of that program as a documented terrorist in the United States, whether you're listed in the state as a terrorist, whether you are deported out of the country, your family members that you rely on were deported out of the country, whether you lose your job because that company that's been gang stalking is never going to be in operation again, all the ways in which that this is going to trickle down. In addition to being prosecuted as a terrorist under your name, your government name. None of this is anonymous. Nothing that they're doing. The federal government knows where I'm at. The federal government knows where you're at. And they know who you're focused on. They know who you're focused on. Ryder likes to engage in gang stalking. Ryder's not even going to exist. I'm going to prosecute that stalker. This is how petty they are. I don't care about Ryder. This is what you're stalking me in helicopters. I don't care about that either. You're going to prison. That's what I care about. The entity engages in these petty tactics when they're hostile. That's analogous to stalking by the demon that engaged in battery at the Ontario Veterinary Hospital. Okay, the Chucky doll is going to prison. So is Mike Lorenz. What is your next venture? What's your prize? What is your prize? Ryder's going to be prosecuted. Ryder's a gang stalking company that conspires the murder of people, harasses and psychologically tortures them, while demon-possessed gang stalkers operate those commercial vehicles with that criminal purpose. What else? What else? Because I'm going to prosecute you by company name and by individuals acting as an entity. What else would you like? Because there's a whole menu of ways in which you're going to be prosecuted. Impossible Light,
demons crossing paths all night long, including companies like Ryder. So I want to be clear, the entities engaged in this, there are no earthquakes that are happening when you're driving by. These are all demons who are stalking me together. And the entity is going to be subject to federal prison. There are those that are going to federal prison under all circumstances for this system. And there are those that are going to be prosecuted with regard to what includes federal prison based on the ways in which you targeted. You systematically targeted. You targeted with the entity that is engaged in kidnapping, criminal summoning. You engaged in it with a level of impunity. You engaged in some act of violence, theft of property. As you engage in collateral harms while you're gang stalking and furtherance of murder, you're going to prison. It's all documented. You like to engage in stalking in planes. Unless you thought, you probably do. Your feces consumers thinking that nobody knows who you are, stalking in the planes, dipping behind the downtown Ontario luxury apartments, dipping behind the Chevron and the Bethel Congregation. Nobody sees you. Nobody knows that. You're going to prison. Okay? And they're doing it while the puppets are out here stalking all night long, filling up their gas tanks to drive around me in circles all night. This is a severely mentally ill population. Another basis to remove their demon-possessed children from them. I want to be clear. Nobody that is gang stalking actually loves their children. They don't. And the perfect storm will result in them harming their children in the same way that they have an appetite to harm a perfect stranger for no reason whatsoever. These are psychopaths that unfortunately are procreating. You can't legislate over their sex lives, but you can definitely separate where they are a threat to minors, and you demonstrate that, you prove it by gang stalking. These are the things that you've reaped, Satan. It is currently 10:06 p.m. This is the entity that is gang stalking, and this applies to gang stalking police chiefs. This applies to gang stalking fire chiefs. This applies to gang stalking EMTs. This applies to the gang stalking population. Your children are the ones that you've sacrificed. Not just spiritually, that's between you and them demons that you conjured up. But you're talking about how the government's going to deal with your terrorist children while you're engaging in this system, a population that has established itself as a threat to national security. Impossible light activity with every demon that's crossing path. D44, 9D1 included, P.O.C. And it's terrorism why the entity does that. This is going to be recognized and appreciated under federal law. The entity that's accosting you with light, blinding you with light, terrorizing you with light, harassing you with light, stalking you with light, molesting you with light while they're monitoring. It's not just being weird with the light. They're doing it because they're monitoring. Monitoring has a purpose. You're being monitored because they intend to kill you. And they're doing it by the thousands of people on the roads and the highways while the City of Ontario maintains the traffic lights. And they maintain stalking conduct all around F Street, Euclid, E Street, flying over me, going all around. That's all they're doing is pacing all night long. And how do you know that? This is where the entity rises the fake sun. That's not a coincidence. Where does the sun rise? Out of all, it's rising right here where I'm at. Where it remained, by the way, as I documented for you to see at 12:02 p.m. The sunrise, and the sun is still over the same street, and it's over me on the same street at 12:02 p.m. I'm documenting it at 7:30, 7:45 in the morning. They're all stalking. And they're all obsessed with my vagina. No sex offender, no terrorist, no conspirator of murder has any business being in custody of their children. And they are the ones that have pled with the federal government to deliver those children from their presence. They are a threat to those children. And you're a psychopath thinking that you were not going to get to this consequence. That nobody's going to recognize the fact that you're a threat to minors while you're gang stalking another person. What do you think Tracy Banks is? This is the entity that is demonstrating the fact that it does not want to keep its children, that it is a threat to its own children and to all children, okay? This is the entity that's, I want to be clear, they're doing the same thing with regard to those in the medical field. Well, you're supposed to do no harm and you're out here gang stalking, literally harming people, while then you're on your way in your scrubs to go and be some sort of compassionate nurse. These are delusional psychopaths, and that act, that's relevant to the mental, those are very much the psychopaths, okay, that give you too much drugs in the IV, and then they're rushing into your room after they do that to find, oh, what's wrong, what's going on, we have to try to resuscitate the patient, we don't know what's good. That's a psychopath that murders people, suffocates them with the pillow, and then comes back in and tries to act like they're trying to save them. That's what you're dealing with here. They have no business in the medical field. They have no business around children. They have no business in the legal profession. They have no business in law enforcement. Ontario police are your template. This is P.O.C. The entities engaging in what is sexual violence by the thousands, stalking me by the thousands. This is how obsessed, this is how invested people are in what is demonic conduct. This is the work of Satan. Okay, but sidebar, well, not really a sidebar, but aside from this case in chief, they're doing so also relevant to what is money. Satan can bait you by offering you money. Oh, you thought that you were going to steal all my money, and that you thought that you were going to get a check. You thought you were going to get a cut. Instead, you're losing custody of your children. You're getting deported out of this country, and you're going to federal prison. Okay, this is what the entity is getting. Like I stated, federal cases. Federal cases for terrorism. That's never going to leave your record. You can't expunge that. You're not expunging that. The demon that lives at 602A Euclid Avenue, he likes to, he's African-American male, he likes to sit in his vehicle, engage in surveillance for a prolonged period, very severely mentally ill, stalking with light. And he's doing so again, gang stalking. He's got the out-of-state license plate. I've already documented him. He's on the record. And he's engaging in what is criminal activity and furtherance of murdering me with impunity at 10:11 p.m. Okay, this is P.O.C. This is an entity. I just want to be clear. I am both a targeted individual and I'm also the prosecutor. So I'm out here in real time letting these demons know, and I'm reciting what are their federal charges as they engage in it in real time. This is the entity that engaged in what is targeting somebody that it thought it was smarter than. And I have no idea. Well, I do know. The only reason why you thought that you were smarter than me as one person or as a demon-possessed population, because no amount of feces consumers, none of you, no amount, I don't care how many thousands and millions of feces eater, you are always a feces consumer. Always. You are always under my feet. Always. You are always inferior, in fact. That's why you eat feces. I just want to let that sink in. Okay, so the entities engaging what is stalking me, and they're stalking me in the middle of the night. And this is no imagining, this is no hypersensitive person that's making allegations that you don't know are true. Or this is why the entities engage in that supernatural conduct. This is how you're connecting the dots. The engineer light. The entity that's stalking in planes and helicopters. The airport has no flights over here. This is how you're connecting all that. And we can go outside of Ontario because I did that for your benefit. I don't have to make up anything. And there is no imagining any part of this criminal system. And I understood at the outset that the criminal conduct, the system is so outlandish. It is designed by Satan that way on purpose for it to even sound incredible, unbelievable. And I recognize that as being an unlawful threat to the ordinary target individual. I already knew what the ordinary target individual is up against. I knew that from the outset. That's how it's designed to sound. But guess who that reflects on? Because it's not impossible to prove, it's been proven. And guess who that reflects on? The light-slinging gargoyles, the feces consumers themselves. That will not reflect on any targeted individual, on any American citizen. Okay, because that's not your identity. You're not a targeted individual, but it is a status under the law with regard to the federal group stalking monitoring pattern of conduct, which is proven by documentation. Okay, that's your status. But you are an American citizen, you're a person, you're a human being. Okay, made in the image of God. Okay, your name is not targeted individual, but with regard to this is a prosecution, it's an investigation, it's a case that I am proving, and I am literally legislating, I'm litigating it while you are listening to me, subject to the crime, and I'm prosecuting and documenting it in real time. You're looking at a lot, you're witnessing a lot at the same time. So the entity that's engaging in this, they're engaging in conduct, and they're doing so while you're looking at their pattern of conduct that's underway in other cities. That's not a coincidence. About what Mike Lorenz and Dominic Choi sharing. That's not a coincidence. That's called a pattern of conduct. Okay? It's also relevant to that population that shares that phenomenon. The sun never goes anywhere over me. It stays over me. And that is something that is unique because there's only one sun. So it is untenable to suggest that we are all experiencing that the sun is over all of us individually while our vehicles go in separate directions for however long. Okay. And whatever location that you're in the state, in whatever city.
Okay, because what's at Alvarado Gardens at 1810 North Alvarado Street is not at 537 North Euclid Avenue. So that which is rising over me at 7:47 in the morning is not going to be in my living room window at Alvarado Gardens. But that's what I documented at this time of year, where the demons of American medical response are desperate and mentally ill, and so they decide to stalk on Euclid Avenue, driving north, with their lights on, and followed by the demons of the Ontario Fire Department with their lights on. They're engaging in the sex offense. So all that is red engineered light molesting my breasts, molesting my vaginal area, molesting my stomach, molesting my legs. That's a sex offense committed by Michael GERKEN. Okay, the demons of the Ontario Fire Department sharing in the mental illness, sharing in the criminal pattern of conduct. Mike LORENZ is always gang stalking, pursuant to everything that the city of Ontario is engaging in. That's all it is. It's red colored engineer light. Okay, the entities engage in that, and they're doing so while the demons are dipping into the ARCO, dipping in commercial planes, very obsessively stalking to the bitter end. There is no sacrifice that's happening. The entity has sacrificed its children as you're listening to me analyze that. They have sacrificed their freedom as you listen to me analyze that. They have sacrificed their citizenship as you listen to me analyze, and thereby they have also sacrificed their well-being, their financial straits. They've sacrificed themselves, if not their physical lives. These are demons that practice witchcraft, and their witchcraft has suffered an abysmal, publicly exposed failure while they're still doing it. You know why? Because they don't know what else to do. They don't know what else to do. And it's not in their mind to go home and take care of their kids. You don't even know how much longer you're going to have them. And I'm being absolutely honest. You don't even know how much longer you're going to have custody of your kids, that you're going to be able to access them, that you're going to be able to influence them, that you're going to be able to be around them by yourself, trusted, that you're going to be free to do so. I want to be clear, the entities engaging in this while they are obsessed with stalking me, as opposed to engaging in what is, because outside of the pattern of conduct, the entities engaging in the pattern of conduct where the specific environment is showing the pattern of conduct is very much underway, and this is absolutely nothing other than stalking, which is mind-blowing when you're looking at what is the actual priority of a whole city. And it's not minding their business and going to work and running their businesses. The specific environment proves that. And I've gone to San Diego, and I stayed out in San Diego for a couple, so you can see that. Where the fake sun was rising outside of my hotel room at San Diego off of Mission, that's where that fake sun was setting. Where is that ever going to be? Daylight savings time or not, over here where these demons are molesting my vaginal area with impossible light. They're obsessed with my vagina. They're stalkers. That vaginal obsession with somebody who I don't want my vagina to have anything to do with you. That has no business around children. No business. None. Stalker, 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 stalker. Stalker, stalker. One demon after another, after another, after another, after another, after another. And they're all demons who are severely maniacal. All they are is frustrated and aggressive and hostile about them stalking, not ceasing the stalking, not ceasing it to protect their kids, to perhaps keep their kids, to not expose their kids to a prosecution of their parents as sex offenders and as terrorists. Oh no, stalking me is what they decide to do. That's all relevant, and no judge in family court is going to miss that, by the way. I don't even have to be in a family court. That's just basic analysis. These are the terrorists, these are the murderers that are not thinking about all the ways in which this is going to come crashing down on them and their entire life. And it's justice. It's justice. You wouldn't want to engage in assault with a deadly weapon with your children in the car. Yeah, the demons did that. You saw that. And why? Because your license plate was captured in an image? So what? So what? This is what the demons do, though. Chevron is molesting with impossible light activity, doing so at 10:19 p.m. You'll see on the surveillance cameras a demon pulling in a white SUV, which would never result in light activity on this wall over here. Those are the demons that have no business around children. Those are the demons that engage in assault with a deadly weapon with their kids in the car. Those are the demons that engage in what is murdering people, stabbing them 72 times in front of their kids, while their kids are trained to be cold-blooded, heartless murderers and predators that psychologically torture people and are taught that this is just the way that you live, this is what you do, and you don't speak about it. In fact, you act like you didn't do it. You act like it's not even happening. That's how the demon-possessed raise their demon-possessed children, while they're targeting other people. These are the demons that are losing custody of their kids. That's why. All right, and the entities engaged in that, they make decision moment after moment affecting them and their children, affecting them and their citizenship, affecting them and their freedom, their liberty. Okay, that's P.O.C. The airport is stalking while these demons are stalking with impossible light. The airport is stalking while these demons are stalking with impossible light, and so are the Ontario Fire Department, Ontario Police Department, and the American Medical Response. They engage in criminal summoning, crossing path. Okay, the entities engaging in that while they are doing so with every immigrant in the city of Ontario who is subject to deportation. El Pescador is molesting. Bucket crab and crawfish is molesting, and so are the demon-possessed that are stalking on the roads and the highways, and this is what they're doing under a fake sun. So let me give you these sex offenders' license plates. License plate 9 Kelly Apple Nancy 990, and license 6 Bobby Allen Larry 289. These are 2 sex offenders conspiring my murder, touching all over my body as their hostile demons, coming from behind the Apostolica Prophetica Iglesia at 115 North Frank Street. And before they're even on this side of the street, multiple shadows behind me on the wall. They're engaged in terrorism and psychological torture and sexual violence, and further into the murdering the person that they're gang stalking with the police, with the government that's stalking me in aircrafts, sharing in that ongoing system of psychological torture while they do so in concert with minor children, in concert with the immigrants, in concert with the government. And they're doing that over and over and over and over and over and over. These are the demons that go inside of the OVITT Family Community Library to help Mickey and Yesenia and Natasha and John and Alex and Alexander and Alan and all the rest of these demons, Myra and Brianna, all these, they go inside of the library to take their turns, take shifts, stalking and harassing while they're hostile about all the evidence that I'm documenting, because they're gang stalking somebody that is prosecuting them, as opposed to gang stalking somebody that is helpless and without one friend and anybody to report it to. So now they're gang stalking very foolishly, sacrificing their kids, their liberty, their ability to stay out of a mental facility and not be diagnosed for mental illness, because that's what's happening, while they're engaging in that with the government, while they're being prosecuted at the same time. All these demons are doing, you can look at it on an aerial map. You'll see them pacing in all manner of directions on the street. They're doing so monitoring me. This is the ongoing objective. And this is the spirit of Satan operating over all of them at the same time. And them includes the demon-possessed Ontario Fire Department, the demon-possessed American Medical Response, the demon-possessed Ontario Police Department. 6KPD 281, demon-possessed, the demon-possessed Ontario International Airport. Every department being shut down in Ontario. This is not a tourist attraction. This is a terrorist. This is a system of terrorism that's going to be uprooted. It's not a tourist attraction whatsoever. It's a terrorism zone. That's what it is. This is terrorism. So I just want to be clear, those third parties, they're engaging in that pattern of conduct with regard to what everyone knows where I'm at. This is where you're analyzing the mental illness of demons, which is D. Rodriguez, L. Edwards, A. Ornelas, and C. Gerber, who are harassing and monitoring me and engaging what is battery just because they want to come up close and engage in what is recording me as they're harassing me. They're stalking. Just like this is what's going on now, and this is what was going on this morning. They're not asking any questions that they don't know the answer to. They engage in harassing you, and then you stand back and record it, and that's fine, because I'm going to prosecute. They're going to prison behind that. C. Gerber is already going to prison. I documented him engaging in gang stalking me with Jonathan Burnett, who committed kidnapping in May of 2019. And he's also gang stalking under the 6 p.m. fake sun off of this same street where he's stalking me in the morning during the 9 a.m. hour. He's a demon. He knows exactly who I am while he's engaging in the pattern of conduct. Okay? Not based on what he wants. Oh, we know who you are because... he has no reason to know who I am, but we know who you are based on the housing is what he referred to. They're lying demons. They're lying. You know who I am because you're a demon under the fake sun, keeping me under surveillance. That's why they know. And they also know why they're demons stalk with impossible light. That fake son that you saw at 12 p.m. in the afternoon, A. Arnellis and C. Gerber know exactly who I am. This Mike Lorenz committed battery as an entity with the intent to harass me. And they like to record it and go back and masturbate to it. Okay? These are demons that are psychopaths and they're perverts. That's why they're molesting me with impossible light. Just like the demon-possessed people of the state are, who know who I am and who are targeting. So do the demons of the Ontario Police, who know who I am and who are targeting. Just like the demons of the Ontario Fire Department, who know who I am and who are targeting. And contrary to what a bunch of feces consumers thought, that's absolutely provable. In fact, it's already been proven. It's been proven. And nobody's imagining. And it's also not going to be any she said, demon said. There's not going to be any going back and forth with Satan. The evidence speaks for itself, actually. The entity requires you to just disregard it and take their word, call the targeted individual crazy. That's what we've decided to do. That's what we need you to stamp off on, Judge. That's how this system works. While they stalk you and monitor you. V166 Edward 0, sex offenders. 9 Sam Jerry Bob 258, sex offenders.
No.
Co-conspirators of murder. Okay? Threat to children. And the entity is going to be prosecuted in the ways in which the law requires for any sex offender that would pose a risk to children. And judges are going to be mindful of that. Nothing that I'm suggesting is far-fetched or foreign with regard to the actual legitimate criminal justice system. The criminal turns out to be the entity, the state, that thought that it could just by numbers defame me and falsely depict me and accuse me of crimes that I haven't even heard of. Because the entity stalking me by helicopter and harassing me with demons like A. Arnellis and C. Gerber, that they're not engaging in any interrogation about some crime that I alleged. No, they're just stalking and harassing. That has nothing to do with crimes that I've been maliciously accused for behind my back. Nobody's talked to me about any crimes that I've committed. But it's on paper somewhere. In order to help the demons of the Ontario Police and the demons Jason Fields and Tracy Banks get away with stealing my money, writing checks to other people, taking bank accounts, creating bank accounts in my name, cashing checks in my name, stealing my identity. How do you have that at the same time and you're not automatically suspicious? Nobody's asking any of those questions. This is the entity that's engaged. This is requiring corruption. This is what I'm saying. Not only have I proven with the evidence that this is the entity is engaging in this targeting, but the relevant common sense questions that would surround a court that is not engaged in this criminal system that you would ask. Common sense. Common sense. It's only continued for so long because this is a comprehensive system of targeting. It's a very real system. And the entity targets those that, if you have a lot of money, and you might not even know that you have a lot of money or something, but the government does. The government that's maintaining surveillance as well. And they will surveil you and steal from you, and you won't even know it, and they'll take you out before you even realize it or before you can prove it. Take you out. That's very easy. It's as easy as LAPD running you over when you're crossing the street on your skateboard. All they have to do is flip on their sirens and hit you like a speed bump. And oh, I was running to an emergency and I didn't know that they were. I didn't know. It's as simple as that. And then the police chief say, "Oh, well, we're investigating it." End of story. End of story. It's as simple as that. All right, the entities engage in the pattern of conduct, and you will see the images uploaded to the Google Drive aptly labeled. This is mental illness. And the mentally ill stalkers who are demons are engaging in surveillance, stalking on the side of 602A North Euclid Avenue, maintaining their headlights just like the occupant of that venue. The African-American male sitting on the side of the road with their headlights on. This is a method of stalking with light. This is what they're doing while they are maintaining light activity. This is what, for example, the other night, the Ontario Police are stalking by helicopter at the they're doing that all the time. But the other night at the OVITT Family Community Library, the Ontario Police are stalking by helicopter. Okay, and simultaneous to the sound of the helicopter, these demons, one in a white van, stops right at the front of the entrance after 9 p.m. and they sit with their hazard lights on. This is light activity. Remember the significance of the hazard light. It's not a precautionary measure. The engineer light, the multiple shadows on the ground, the projected shadows behind me, the dynamic shadows that appear when you want to be appearing as you're not being a demon, and no, it's not your headlights, and headlights don't do that. And it's also not your headlights while you're on the opposite side of the street over at Chevron, stalking me, knowing exactly who I am. You're a demon. So are the Ontario police. So are these demons. All of them stalking. Vehicle 1024 at what is, by the way, 10:30 p.m. Vehicle 1024 stalking south on Euclid Avenue. So the entity's engaging in stalking, and those demons turn their hazard lights on while the demon starts flying in circles around by helicopter. That's demonic activity. They're engaging in a satanic ritual around me while they're doing that. They're engaged in light activity, audible activity, and relevant positioning. They are monitoring me as hostile demons, meaning they're demon-possessed people that don't like me. They're angry at me. And so with that emotional level of sentiment toward me and the evil intentions against me while they're engaging in what is targeting me and lying on my character, this is all spiritually significant, and this is how the mentally ill think that they're going to affect you. Their witchcraft does not work on me, but I'm breaking down what their intentions are and what they do. Oh, while they conjure up hate for you, I hate you, and I'm going to monitor you as one that hates you, and I'm going to do it in concert with the rest of these people that hate you. This is relevant to the light activity by someone with that evil intention. This is relevant with the helicopter activity, which is audible activity, and I'm flying and I'm harassing you and I'm threatening you. I'm traumatizing, I'm psychologically torturing you, I'm playing with your mind while I'm following you around in helicopters, and I'm doing this with an evil intention in my mind towards you. I hate you, and I am doing so in concert with the demons that are cooperating. So they're actually engaging in elements of monitoring, and these are demons that are maintaining evil, wicked intentions towards you in their mind, all right? And they're doing so while they are practicing witchcraft, okay? It's ritualistic behavior. That's what's going on now, by the way. They're not going anywhere. The specific environment is speaking to what is psychopathic pacing. The fake sun during the day, in other words, is speaking to what is psychopathic pacing. It's not traffic. If this were a barren desert, and I was sitting in the middle of the, trying to find somewhere where I could be isolated by myself, they would not, there is no way that they would leave me in any place. They would not leave me in some way that I could be alone at all. They are always engaging in what is relevant positioning. They are never abandoning relevant positioning, even when they're trying to do so inconspicuously by being inside of the building. The demons are always there. They are stalking. Okay, but I want to be clear. That's what the OVITT family, that's what happened at OVITT. Ontario police are stalking, and they do so with the people of the state. The people that are on the side of 602A North Euclid Avenue, stalking with their lights on. This is light activity while they're pacing on Euclid Avenue, driving north and south. None of this is light activity that would ever come across on me while I'm on the bus bench. None of them driving at all on either side of the street creates an earthquake. It doesn't crack the sidewalk. It doesn't cause the bus bench that's on the sidewalk, not in the street, aside the street, but even if it's not causing us, I'm standing here, no vibration, no shaking, no nothing. These are demons. It's supernatural. Just like the light activity is supernatural. Just like the fake sun remaining over me, 7:47 to 12:02 p.m., it's supernatural. They're all stalking me, and they're obsessed with me while they're stalking me, and they maintain evil intentions toward me. This is how they're all practicing witchcraft, and they thought that numerosity, if we all together hate her, and we stalk her, and we have these evil thoughts toward her while we're monitoring her in the environment, then we're going to spiritually successfully attack her and break her down and stop her from being able to formulate logical sentences and communicate effectively and document us, and the case is going to disappear, and nobody's ever going to know that we defend. None of that's going to happen. And neither does their negative and evil intentions and ongoing stalking kind of combined with that in the demonic environment have any spiritual impact on me. But this is their practicing of witchcraft. It's a ritual. And they repeat the ritual over and 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 over. That's all they're doing is the ritual. It's the pattern. It's light activity, relevant positioning, audible activity. That's all they're doing. It's a ritual. And it's obsessive and psychopathic. While they are worshiping me, actually. They're worshiping me. And it's also speaking to what is delusional, because when you're engaging in what is, they're doing so while they're demon possessed.
So this is also why you're getting to delusional conduct. And I don't want to break this down too much, but because it's really not relevant. But it is relevant with regard to the mental illness that's being diagnosed by gang stalking. Okay, so the entities engaging in what I do want to break down, because this is the rationale. They're demon possessed, so you don't have healthy, normal thinking. Meaning you try something, you experiment, you try it, doesn't work out. You try it, let me try it one more time. Okay, let me finagle this, let me troubleshoot that, and try it again. It doesn't work. You stop doing it. You stop doing it, or you do something else, or especially if it's unlawful. Okay, this is not working. She wasn't supposed to have any evidence. Okay, I didn't sign up for that. It's going to be hard to try to make somebody look like they're imagining things if everybody's looking at it on the internet. They're not imagining the helicopter over our head. We're all looking at it. It's blue and gray, and it flew around in circles 17 times, and the video was published all over the social media. Nobody's imagining that. The demon-possessed are not thinking rationally. These are people who are consumed by demonic spirits. And then they are devoted to what those demonic spirits compel them to do. So they're obsessed and addicted with thinking evil thoughts about me and doing evil things to me, while they are seeking but failing, but still doing it because they're demon-possessed, and those demons compel them. This is how you're going to get to diagnosing mental illness, because you're going to get aside. We don't have to talk about demon possession. What we're getting at is the behavior. We're getting at a behavior, a pattern and practice, a common scheme of you following me around all the time. You like to do that. You have a problem. And it seems like even when you were documenting, this is how the government's going to be prosecuted, and the population who's in the shoes of the government, they're not private citizens. The government includes the people of the state. The government that is engaging in surveillance, and that means surveillance also of the evidence of you stalking that person, and that motivated you to do more of it. And that's a problem. That's very peculiar, and it's very disturbing. Okay? And in fact, it's a threat to American citizens because of the identity of the stalker. It's the very entity itself. So the entity that is engaging in this is doing so because of their condition. They're demons. They're obsessed with an illusion that's never coming to fruition. It's never coming to fruition because this system relies on secrecy, relies on the potency of it maintaining some sort of ability to paint somebody as imagining it when they don't know what's going on. They're confused, and they're being overwhelmed by it. None of that is happening. You are feces consumers. You look like the type of people that are so disturbed, you dig in your pants, in the back of your pants, and you pull out feces, and you go to town on it. This is what the entity is doing, stalking with light, stalking with planes and helicopters. More motivated to do so when they're listening to themselves being embarrassed. So those demons, do it some more, do it some more, do it some more. You're mentally ill. You're mentally ill. And the people that are providing the planes to hop in and stalk now, go. I mean, they have them ready to have that knee-jerk conduct of a plane. The moment I make a move, man, you're a stalker. You were already there. You didn't come from anywhere. You were already there. And by the way, there's no place from the same airport where you would be there if it was a normal flight. This is not just pointing out random stuff. No. They're deviating far from the airport to be next to me, engaging in conduct that has nothing to do with taking off or landing at the airport at 2500 Airport Drive. Where even at the airport, the entity is keeping a fake sun over me as the Omnitrans bus drives on and off of that airport property. That fake sun remains over me. Those demons are hopping in planes and stalking. They're demon possessed. There is a wide, long investment in this, and it is an investment with regard to what is a lost bet. You're mentally ill when you are engaging in it, and the facts and circumstances show that you have lost in that bet. There is a point at which you can see the evidence of that. The mentally ill are also delusional. While they're looking at that, they're telling themselves, no, we're going to keep on doing it. We're going to keep on doing it even while the federal government is watching us continue to do it. We're going to keep on doing it even while the person that is supposed to be talked about and proven to be imagining it and having no evidence of it is putting the evidence all over the internet. We're just going to keep on doing it. While they're given an ironclad case proving the fact that they're not imagining anything, but we're going to keep on doing it. We're going to keep on doing it even though we're going to go to prison for it. We're going to keep on doing it even though we're going to be deported for it. We're going to keep on doing it even though we're going to lose custody of our children because of it. We're going to keep on doing it even though we're never going to be able to have this job and this career and this position anymore. And the public is probably going to hear about this because nobody's ever done anything like this. But we're not supposed to get caught doing this. We're going to keep on doing it, though. This is severe, far-reaching mental illness of a population, which is proven through the P.O.C. There's many reasons why the P.O.C. is unprecedented with regard to everything that it reveals. Things that have not been addressed before. The fact that mental illness is that which is capable of being suffered by a population of people. And that mental illness is that which is rooted in what is malicious, a psychopathic conduct that threatens other people. Mental illness is typically discussed in terms of a person that suffers from it. This is a population that share in a criminal system together. They share that mental illness together. They share the delusion together. They're still deciding, waking up every day to continue this, and the fruits of their effort are causing them to suffer, and they're going to continue to suffer, and they're going to suffer in ways they did not count on, like losing custody of their children that they actually don't care about, including while they're gang stalking. They're proving that they do not give any regard actually for those who are connected to them and rely on them like their children. They include them in the gang stalking system. They include them more so as they're being documented, and they keep that evidence of them gang stalking with children under surveillance. They decide to do more of it. They do so while they maintain their children in an environment where you're engaging in this satanic, chaotic, diabolical, wicked, criminal conduct. People that that are engaging in this conduct, I wouldn't have my children around them. You're all engaging in that together, and you have your kids around, and while you're all acting together like it's not, but it is happening, and you do have your kids there, and that is speaking to what is putting them in a threatening environment while you're a part of that criminal conduct, which you include them in. This is an entity that does not care about their children whatsoever. They teach them also to be predators. They are being raised by predators. Absolute psychopaths who are stalking people in ways in which have to be broken down to so that you can understand it. Because what the heck is that when you're at Chevron across the street, way across the street? This is a broad, far-reaching street. Your headlights are not going to move across the wall behind me. They're not going to touch my breast. They're not going to cause any sort of blinding light on my face. And that's just not shining a bright light. That's relevant. Because that person is a psychopath who is stalking by definition. And who, while they're stalking, it's letting you know the police are stalking. They're communicating a threat while that happens. And it's supernatural. That's getting to messing with your mind. That's psychological torture. Why are you doing that? How are you even doing that? And all of that, which you know, is connected to that pattern of conduct, evident through stalking with impossible light, which is a sex offense. You're touching. You can't just stalk from across the street. You got to touch me? That's a sex offender. Sex offenders that have access to children, that are not going to pick up the phone and call the gang stalking police, that are monitoring gang stalking with their parents. When their parents feel like they want to touch on them and have sex with them and violate them, like they violate people that they don't even know. And what are the police going to do anyway? I'm just giving an example. You don't call the demons of the Ontario Police Department. This is what I'm saying. This is the point. Okay, martial law is absolutely necessary, but the demon-possessed have proven the fact that they are unfit to be around and that they are a threat to minor children. That's why you have them out here gang stalking in the first place. That's why you have them out here learning to be untrustworthy, duplicitous, little psychopaths in training. And it's unfortunate. You have teenagers that are murdering each other. Teenagers that are raping children that are even younger than them. They're learning this from these demons. They've been sexually violated and they replicate that. They do what other people did to them. That's not healthy. That's not what you should do. That's not what you have to do. But that's typically what the average person does. This is the entity that's engaging in that criminal conduct on behalf of that Ontario police that's stalking by helicopters. They know they're going to prison. Okay? A.R. Nellis, mental illness.
They put their hands on me. That was a battery. While you're targeting and you recorded it on body cam, fool, you're going to prison. You're going to federal prison. Impossible light while the entity is stalking by helicopter, okay? P.O.C., I want you to hear that. Every license plate that you heard, stalking and furtherance of murder. SC Fuels is a gang stalking business. And that's the entity that is, again, Mike LORENZ, who's going to prison. That's the entity that's engaging in the pattern of conduct while they're engaged in failed witchcraft, which is relevant to the mentally ill that are going to be subject to martial law. I want to be clear, this is the criminal conduct that Jason Isaac Fields relied on with regard to trying to avoid federal prison, thinking that gang stalking me was going to result in me being proven as mentally ill in order to retroactively make legitimate stealing my property, my real property, my intellectual property, and my money, and paying demons like those of the Ontario Police Department to do so. He's going to federal prison. The Ontario Police Department aren't doing anything other than stalking. This is where the fake sun is remaining and setting. And the Ontario International Airport is stalking, where the fake sun is rising and setting. And where they resort to what is providing more evidence that you're a stalker and that you're psychopaths engaging in what is a battery while you know who I am and that you don't even have any authority to be putting your hands on me and wanting to obsessively be in my presence like they are with helicopters. This is the entity that's doing so because of what it is that I'm documenting. It's Title 18 federal stalking. And the entity is doing so with the people of the state who are stalking. The perpetual sex offender, okay? The entity is engaging in that and doing so while they are under the false impression that that helps the people of the state who are going to be deported, who are going to lose custody of their children, who are going to federal prison for kidnapping with that agency that is not engaged in law enforcement. It is engaged in what is criminal surveillance in furtherance of murder, and that agency has conspired my murder, and for it, Mike LORENZ is going to federal prison, as clearly as you hear that entity stalking using helicopters. We're not in Baghdad. I am in Ontario, California, in the United States of America. This is P.O.C. The people of the state are gang stalking at G Street and Euclid with the Ontario Police Department, and it is not coincidental while the entity is stalking at F Street and Lemon with light activity, and the demons are stalking with the people of the state. Every license plate that I documented is relevant to the entity stalking together with this agency that's engaging in that pattern of conduct. This is P.O.C. Hadel Shiapani, badge number 20301, is engaging in that pattern of conduct of the entity that is stalking, engaging in criminal summoning, while they are engaging in what is monitoring my evidence. Engaging in what is criminal summoning while you're monitoring my evidence is the evidence to put you in federal prison, and it does not stop the evidence. The entity is engaging in what is this pattern of conduct by helicopter while I'm documenting, and it is not going to stop the evidence, and you're going to federal prison. Hadel Shiapani committed kidnapping with this gang stalking agency, including Corey Watson, including R. Guerrero, including R. Nunn, and including Medina. They're all going to federal prison for kidnapping on June 16, 2022, which is what you are engaging in when you are stalking as a pattern of conduct like the Ontario Police Department are with the people of the state. I'm going to go ahead and show you this video. This is the entity that is stalking as you're hearing them on my podcast. I'm starting recording right now on video at what is 10:47 p.m. where the entity is engaging in psychopathic pacing, flying in circles over me. Not a coincidence. A very heavily documented pattern of conduct. We're at F Street, where you have many who are immigrants over here in this neighborhood. They're being deported. Just want to be clear, but this is where the entity is stalking by police. They're maintaining light activity on F Street and Lemon, and the Ontario Police, like you can hear on my podcast, are maintaining presence over by me. They're not over the neighborhood where the Ontario Police are demons, maintaining light activity, monitoring together as hostile demons that are engaged in actually what is failed witchcraft. Their mental illness is another additional legally relevant basis for disbanding, but they're going to be disbanded for criminal surveillance and furtherance of murder. They have been paid to engage in what is surveilling me, and they failed in effectively defaming me in order to get away with stealing my money and property. They did so committing multiple kidnappings, and they are going to federal prison for it, including the demon that is stalking in helicopter right now. Okay? This is the demon that's stalking in path with light, and the people of the state are stalking with them while they're crossing path. This is called criminal summoning while they have the lights on the vehicles. They're doing so in the environment where the entity has what is the engineered environment. So this is the multiple shadow. Here's the shadow here. And here's another shadow here. And the Ontario Police doesn't go anywhere. This is psychopathic pacing. I've been documenting them stalking me, engaging in psychopathic pacing. This is demonic. And it's also criminal. It's relevant to surveillance, and it's relevant to what it is that I'm documenting as I document the demons that are maniacal psychopaths engage in this conduct, including while I'm documenting L. Edwards stalking me at 9:04 a.m., and then I document the video screen recording showing you the fake sun that's still over me at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. What did the entity do? Stalk by helicopter on this same street where you see the fake sun setting on this street where it's rising in alignment to me right here. Okay? This is the entity that's doing so while I'm documenting. And while you're hostile and you're engaging in surveillance, you're providing evidence that you're engaged in surveillance. All right? This is the entity that is engaging with a psychopathic. They're not looking for anybody. They're stalking. It's audible activity, light activity, and relevant positioning. And they're doing so while the entity, I captured the video of the entity stalking my plane, flying right over my head. They're targeting me, and I've already documented the fact that they're targeting. And it's relevant because I'm capturing podcasts, and this is what the entity is doing, and they are putting the people of the state in prison. Okay? This is P.O.C. This is criminal surveillance. Relevant positioning, audible activity, sexual violence by the masses. While they're molesting with light that is not going to shoot on the wall, it's not going to touch my breast, it's not going to touch my vaginal area, it's not headlights. They're doing so in concert with the demons who are soliciting that sexual violence and that stalking conduct, which the Ontario police have been engaged in for years. Derek Williams and Mike LORENZ are subject to federal prison. And it is currently, like I stated, it is currently, let me cite the time in the video, 10:50 p.m. All right, this is the entity engaged in Title 18 federal stalking conduct, meaning they're already engaged in what is criminal monitoring. Okay, and A. Arnellis and C. Gerber are engaged in criminal monitoring while they are harassing me and committing a battery today. While they're engaging what is using their body cam to record, they're stalking me. They're going to prison, and this is the pattern of conduct while they're engaging in that, and they are keeping me under surveillance. Okay, this is where the entity is engaging in that. These are the demon possessed that are stalking under things like the fake sun, the evidence of citywide, statewide surveillance that is committed in furtherance with the people of the state, in furtherance of murder in concert with the people of the state. This is surveillance while they're on the roads and the highways. Okay, the entity is engaging in this with the immigrants. There's the entity that is stalking as the airport. Okay, there's no airport over here. This is what the demon possessed do when they are, again, having what is a documented, published crash out. Okay, the mentally ill engage in more of this, obviously, as opposed to trying to falsely depict somebody else that doesn't have any evidence. Not only do I have the evidence as I talk about it, the demon possessed engage in more of it, and it's more damning evidence. This is the entity that's doing so. Tracy Banks committed kidnapping with the Ontario police, defaming my character, and manufactured the information to do so in Arrowhead Regional Medical Center. Those demons are going to prison, and so are the demons of the San Bernardino court. They're going to federal prison for kidnapping, having no jurisdiction. This is criminal surveillance that I've been documenting for years. And it is shared by the Rancho Cucamonga Superior Court. It's shared by San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department, who are targeting in concert with the Ontario Police, who are undocumented for years, engaging in what is terrorism, specifically by stalking me throughout the city with helicopters, and also stalking as an agency, making up information about me and my character behind my back while they kidnap me, and do so while they make up information as to why they are committing kidnapping. Not a false arrest, kidnapping upon surveillance. This is P.O.C. and the people of the state are demons that are stalking with them. They're targeting with impossible light. This is not headlights that's swiping across the building. That's impossible light activity. These demons are sharing in criminal surveillance. They share in mental illness. That's the pattern of conduct. 08961 is stalking with the Ontario Police Department, and this is impunity. The airport stalking, they commit kidnapping with the Ontario Police. The people of the state are stalking, they commit kidnapping with the people of the state, with the Ontario Police. Okay, Mike LORENZ and every kidnapper of the Ontario Police are going to federal prison. That's what this is proving. And the entity is doing so while I'm documenting, and I have been documenting on podcast, and this is the evidence that is punctuating the truth of everything that I just documented on my podcast. Okay? If someone were making it up, I wouldn't have an ongoing documented pattern. Every time I go in and I start speaking some truth that they don't like to hear, the helicopter, the entity stalking, because they're triggered violent sex offenders who do have sex with children, and so do the people of the state, and they are going to lose custody of their kids, they are being deported, and they are going to federal prison. All of that's happening while the demon-possessed people of the state engage in stalking conspicuously like they were the entire time, while then they're triggered and they engage in the same conduct that they're doing every day, stalking me by helicopter, under a sun that rises and sets over me on Euclid Avenue. Forgetting about the fact that Tracy Banks got the fake sun over Woodside Senior Apartments, rising and setting over units 49 through 64, where that Ontario Police Department were flying over the top of my head, flying in circles, stalking day and night over me at her apartment, where they're engaged in surveillance and conspiring my murder together with the people of the state. They're going to prison, and that's why the entity is going to be disbanded. P.O.C. It is currently 10:54 p.m. Alrighty, this is the entity that's engaging in what is obvious targeting, and this is proving. This is not disproving, and this is not rebutting, and it's also not helpful. The people of the state are the ones, they're losing custody of their kids. They're a threat to children while they're gang stalking further into murder. They're doing so while they're sharing in that criminal system, demonstrating that they are a threat to minor children, and so are the people of the state that are engaging in what is criminal summoning with this agency that is stalking. This is the entity that does so inside of the OVITT Family Community Library, stalking me all day long inside of the library on behalf of this agency, doing so as a demon-possessed population that does not cause any earthquakes when you're driving by, and also you're looking at that light activity, which is not the product of their demon, 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 demon. Right, here's my shadow over here, here's my shadow over here. That's not the product of being under a street lamp. And none of this is headlights. It's engineered light. They're stalking together. And these demons are obsessed with my vagina. This is, again, a public crosswalk. This is psychopathic pacing. This is going on the playlist where you will see the Los Angeles Police Department very heavily documented engaging what is severely mentally ill methods of stalking, psychopathic pacing, flying in circles over my apartment, flying in circles over me while I'm at work, flying in circles over the apartment buildings at Alvarado Gardens where they maintain criminal surveillance. This is P.O.C. This is light activity, relevant positioning, and audible activity. And this is the entity that's going to be subject to martial law. This is the kind of conduct where the entity is murdering American citizens and then controlling the narrative after they take your life, and they engage in what is keeping you under surveillance the entire time. All right, it's murder as an entity. They share in that murder. The people of the state. This is P.O.C. This is psychopathic pacing around Bethel Congregation Church. Where the fake sun rises today. And the entity's doing that. You're going to listen to what's on the podcast. That's why I'm recording it on video. You're going to listen to the podcast. The entity does that because they're triggered about what's going to happen. Loss of custody, deportation of immigrants, federal prison, and mental assignments, routine medical examinations. Gang stalking police go to federal prison. The people of the state are gang stalking on Lemon Avenue. They're pacing while the demons are maintaining police lights. And this is supposed to be some sort of response. Satan doesn't have any authority. And by the way, the entity that's engaging in what is stalking does not provide any evidence of mental illness on the part of the American citizen. That American citizen already has a comprehensive body of evidence, a repository, if you will, regarding targeting by that agency that has no basis under any circumstances to speak negatively or even have any authority regarding what is the nature or the character of that targeted individual that they are stalking. Okay? Hadel Shiapani, engaged in what is psychological torture, stalking today, engaged in criminal summoning. This is criminal summoning while they're engaging in what is targeting conspicuously, while they are going toward what are the people of the state. They're not engaging in anything other than light activity, relevant positioning, and audible activity. While they are stalking me, flying in circles over here with helicopter activity. And it's not coincidentally, it's because of what it is I'm documenting on the podcast, and everybody already knows that. These are the demons that know they're going to prison, and they are. They're going into mental asylums. They absolutely are. So are the people of the state. Okay, this is what the entity is engaging in. Stalking me at the bus stop. L. Edwards was stalking. He's going to prison. A. Arnellis and C. Gerber were stalking. They're going to prison. You see my shadow appearing and disappearing? Those are not headlights. Those are not their headlights. Those aren't headlights. They're monitoring together. And D. Rodriguez, he was stalking. He's going to federal prison. Stalking me while I'm at this bus stop. This is the pattern of conduct. That's amplified audible activity. And this is, again, the fiscally criminal acts of what is the money paid and money invested in criminal conduct. All the resources used, the police vehicles, the helicopters, and all they're doing is stalking one person. And I've been documenting this for years. I've been documenting it. This is the entity that exercises no logic. There is no coincidence with the pattern of conduct that's all over the internet. This is an entity that is demon-possessed, and is more so demon-possessed with that ego, a false sense of self, than they are with the evidence, which goes well beyond reasonable doubt. It is to a scientific degree that they are indeed engaged in targeting, and that they engaged in what is malicious assertions about my character upon criminally targeting me in furtherance of murdering me. For that, you are going to prison. You are going to federal prison, and you're subject to mental examination while you're stalking in such a spectacular manner. This is not Afghanistan, and this is not Baghdad. This is Southern California. And they're pulling out helicopters, stalking, and they do this on video, and it's going on the internet because they are absurdly psychopathic. Because this is no evidence that's going to help them in court. while they state that they're reporting to a facilitating venue address on F Street, it's relevant positioning, audible activity, light activity, and they're doing so, it's legally relevant, and the federal court is aware of my documentation, which they're keeping under surveillance, and it's the same documented pattern of conduct. As they are triggered by everything that they keep on under surveillance, they engage in threatening by stalking with helicopters, because that's supposed to shut you up, and that doesn't work. It doesn't work at all. And it also doesn't work when these demons are surrounded with stalking under ridiculous ornaments like the fake sun in the sky while they're wearing those uniforms and they keep a straight face. You're looking at feces consumers that stalk me with the most expensive means, helicopter. And the people of the state, don't be distracted. They're going to prison. They're not keeping custody of your children, and they're being deported. These are terrorists, enemies of this country. They're enemies. They target American citizens and they murder, and then they claim that they're investigating. They're not investigating anything. They're committing murder together. All right, this demon that's gang stalking with the Ontario Police Department, molesting with impossible light, while this demon is engaging in terrorism in plain view. License 9, Uncle Edward Henry 114. They're demons that are targeting together. That's P.O.C, that's a male. 9UEH 114. Stalking with impossible light. Their headlights are not going to touch on that back wall. That's a demon, and they're targeting together with this idiot that is stalking by helicopter. And these idiots that are stalking over here, I want you to see this light activity. This is surveillance. This is mental illness, severe mental illness that is no longer closeted. These are serial killers. They're not engaged in law enforcement, and they targeted me, and I'm the person that's exposing it to the world, and they're going to federal prison for this criminal conduct. This is the pattern of conduct. This is F Street and Euclid. This is audible activity, relevant positioning, the psychopathic pacing, and it's amplified audible activity. This is P.O.C. And the entity is maintaining the light activity in the path, and this ongoing cycling around me is the entity that's engaging what is monitoring. And the harassment and the stalking conduct is relevant to what is psychological torture. Okay, I just want you to be aware. This is the failed tactics, but this is the entity this is my shadow right here on the tree. This is stalking. Stalking is identified in that environment where they want you to be ignorant about it, and there's no headlights that are going to reach that far. These are demons. The stalking with light conduct is exposing to you severe mental illness. Severe mental illness. All of them by the multitude stalking. Obsessed with my vagina, keeping my vagina under surveillance as well. Sex offenders, 8NRN890, molesting with impossible light. Okay? While they're on that side of the street, they're molesting me over there with impossible light activity. They're demons. And so is that. This is P.O.C. I want to make sure, this is extensive video, but I want to go ahead and get this. This is the entity that's engaged in, remember, Title 18 federal stalking, relevant to what is, I just want you to see this light activity. They're all stalking, and the entity pulled out the helicopter based on the indicting podcast documentation, and that is speaking to what is the truth. I don't mince words about anything, and I'm not going to speak anything less. And certainly, as I do it, the demons show themselves. Okay, that's why I do it, so that you can see the evidence of the truth about what it is that I'm speaking. Because that's the service that it's providing. It's showing you the psychopaths, the enemies of this country, and they cannot hide themselves. Okay, they come out in plain view. Because that's what they're doing. They're stalking on behalf of the Ontario Police. So the Ontario Police show themselves and conspicuously engage in it. They've been stalking the whole time. So they engage in what it's getting in relevant position. That's what this is. And they're doing so while they're very much triggered by everything that is the truth about what they are and what they're doing, and also what's going to happen. It is the truth. Martial law is going to be executed. The people of the state are losing their custody of children that they pose a threat to, that they have sex with. And these homosexual, demon-possessed, gang-stalking sex offenders who want to be regarded as police officers, they're not. They're Satan worshipers. They're cult members. They live polyamorous lifestyles, and then they go home with their wives, but they're closeted homosexuals. Okay, they're engaging in this witchcraft practice, and it's failed witchcraft, and it's criminal activity that is, I want to be clear, every detail of it is published on the internet. This is a failed witchcraft tactic. This is the ritual that they're engaging in, and the entity is doing so while they are stalking by the airport right here. That's P.O.C. Alrighty, it is currently, like I stated, this is evidence of the entity engaging in what is criminal conduct, and they're engaging in what is criminal conduct with impunity, and that's, again, the entity that's going to federal prison. They are facilitating this violence amongst the people of the state. They're facilitating. So the Ontario Police that engage in falsely accusing, making up that I'm harassing somebody at the Ontario Town Square. That's the Ontario Police Department maliciously engaging in what is a kidnapping upon malicious assertions as they are desperate to be in my presence while they're stalking. The entity that engaged in what is falsely accusing, making up information that I'm addressing anybody in the bathroom, which is not criminal conduct in the first place, and did so, criminally summoning these demons that are stalking, did so because they're desperate to be in my presence. They are stalking with the people of the state who make up information while they're stalking together, and the entity does that pursuant to criminal summoning, another tactic regarding psychological torture, harassment, and gang stalking. They're gang stalking together right now as well. The entity is engaging what is making up information, talking about the people of the state that are gang stalking, calls them and tells them mysteriously that I'm breaking into some building when they are stalking, and they know very well that I'm not yelling at anybody in the bathroom. They know that I'm not harassing anyone, didn't talk to anybody on September 28, 2025 at the Ontario Town Square, and I certainly did not try to break into any building where the entity is engaging in what is stalking. That's criminal summoning. The entity is stalking. This is the way in which the people of the state are stalking with the Ontario Police Department like they are right now. Criminal summoning is the entity that's engaging in what is criminally defaming, summoning the agency and stating that I physically attacked them. That's what Tracy Banks did, and they're engaged in stalking. They know very well there was no physical altercation, and they're engaging in what is kidnapping pursuant to malicious assertions. And they rely on that when they maintain a secret conservatorship, criminally and fraudulently procured, making up information as to why the Ontario Police Department committed kidnapping, and they're lying and stating that you're mentally ill when they commit that kidnapping, when they're stalking you the entire time, which the evidence is on the record. And the entity is engaging in a documented pattern, so this is not within somebody's imagination. When you're engaging in what is more than a public nuisance everywhere in the city of Ontario, stalking me in my hotel room, stalking me when I'm at the Ontario Town Square, flying in circles just like this over me at the Ontario Town Square, flying over me in circles while I walk into the OVITT Family Community Library, upon my exit of the OVITT Family Community Library, doing so at the entrance, doing so at the back parking lot, doing so while I am documenting them, and as I document them, the entity greeting me with stalking and helicopter harassment with the helicopter activity, doing so while the environment itself is speaking to what is surveillance, okay? This is what the entity is engaging in, and I want to be clear, the entity is doing so while it's monitoring the podcast documentation, which is deporting the people of the state. It's taking custody of the people of the state's demon-possessed children. It's having them put in federal prison where they belong, engaging in what is terrorism with the Ontario Police. And they share in demon possession, and they share in mental illness. And they are a threat to minor children with whom they're criminally monitoring. It's the Ontario Police Department that are engaging in what is the contribution to the delinquency of minors, while their gang-stalking parents are sharing in that criminal system in furtherance of murder. Okay, they like to sexually violate the target individual, and they also engage in what is maintaining custody of children that they are a sexually violent threat to. That's the same with the criminal conduct of the Ontario Police. Alrighty, it is currently, like I stated, let me give you the time again. This is the helicopter activity resulting from the entity that is hostile to what it is that I'm stating, and this is punctuating everything that I was discussing on my podcast. I couldn't have ended it myself. Who is going to federal prison? The entity that engaged in what is harassment and battery this morning upon what is summoning themselves while I am on public property. While I am not addressing them, and I don't owe them any response, and they don't have any right under the law to not only touch me, they don't have a right to be in my presence. They're stalking. And I am the focus while they're down the street stalking with light activity. I'm the focus. That's why they're flying in circles over me here. Just like they are everywhere. That's why they're stalking with impossible light activity. In ways in which their headlights don't cause my shadow to move all about. This is impossible light activity, and this is where the fake sun rises right here, and this is where the fake sun stayed. After 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 5 hours later, it was right here over me. Okay? This is where the entities are maintaining that environment relevant to what are the mentally ill that are engaging in the pattern of conduct. And stalking by helicopter is a failed tactic regarding stopping me from talking and stopping me from addressing what are the relevant resources and what are the relevant responses by the federal government regarding the mentally ill terrorists who are masquerading and not persuasively. They're not even acting like they're a police department. They are openly engaging in stalking conduct, and so are the people of the state who are not a threat while they remain in custody of children. They are a threat to this country while they remain in this country as immigrants. They are a threat while they engage in this criminal conduct outside of being identified as the enemies of the United States that they are. Okay, this is P.O.C. It is 11:08 p.m. This is the criminal system that is what is putting the people of the state whose name I know. They are all going to federal prison. The Ontario Police Department have failed, and they failed publicly, and that's necessary with regard to justice at this size. The entity that's been engaged in targeting me has been targeting me in concert with the government that's been targeting me and engaging in what is both stalking, and then while they stalk and harass like the demons did this morning, they battered me, and then they harass, and then they take notations like they have some sort of paper trail about what is some sort of encounter that is lawful under any circumstances, and it's not. And this is what the entity engages in: triggering you, harassing and targeting you while they falsely depict your character, criminally defame you. And this is after the Ontario police have stolen from me. The entity has stolen from me, and they're trying to, and they're failing at, because stalking is not helping, trying to retroactively make legitimate by proving via gang stalking that you are mentally ill. Okay? The entity that engaged in that, it includes Jason Fields and Tracy Banks. They're going to federal prison. But so is Eric Spencer, Shanita Ramaya McLean, Morgan Amanda Smith. If Edwin Lamont Grant came anywhere in any courtroom, he's in Minnesota, if he participated, he's going to prison. Okay? If the entity that's engaged in this, Glenn Anthony Williams, Anthony Jawan Kennedy, the entity that's engaging in what is gang stalking with the government and doing so through those whose name you know while they're targeting you. And the government's relying on those whose name you know to provide what is perjurious information in a criminal act, which is the court that has no jurisdiction while it's engaging in surveillance and doing so through the proven criminal conduct, criminal targeting system of any city and state. But the city of Ontario is in gang stalking, and they're doing so while they rely on the people of the state whose name you know to falsely depict your character. While they rely on, I want to be clear, the people of the state who is gang stalking you, who engage in what is making false allegations, so then that agency is arriving, making those allegations, recording those allegations, kidnapping you, creating a paper trail, asking you ridiculous and absurd and defamatory questions that are not relevant while they're stalking and monitoring you, such as, do you need any help? Do you need any assistance? Do you need medication? That's the entity that's conspiring to kidnap and murder. That's the entity that is seeking to criminally defame your character while they are targeting. Okay? Psychological torture does not establish mental illness of an American citizen. Stalking and harassment, criminal monitoring by the mentally ill does not establish mental illness. Engaging in this, I want to be clear, inexplicable cycling by the helicopter. This is not causing any American citizen to appear as though they're imagining anything, to appear as though there's some sort of paranoid point. None of it. These are all failed tactics. This is what they do, though. And what needs to be asked is, why were you flying in circles in the first place over the church at, what is it, 11 o'clock at night? 11 p.m. For over 23 minutes. The entity providing any sort of, we were searching for a body in one of the houses at F Street, but they're flying over the church, or we're looking for a missing suspect, even though the entity is engaging in what is a documented pattern of doing this all over the city. That's what you're paying attention to, but this is the tactic. And it does not work at all. And it doesn't actually bear any sort of reflection on the American citizen that documents it. This is not the appearance of paranoid schizophrenia. These are the tactics of the demon-possessed that are actually mentally ill. These are the feces consumers. These are the ones that are eating feces. That's how mentally ill they are, while they're sitting around stalking you as a population. The entity has failed in trying to divert attention away from its mentally ill system, its mentally ill and deranged tactics, its sexually violent and obsession with the targeted individual, engaging in what is blatant means of harassment and targeting, which is what this is. This is the entity that's engaged in this as over a term of years. But I want to make sure that you understand that, and it's also relevant to the people of the state who are sharing in this. They rely on the government, who presupposes that it can target you, but it's not going to be proven or addressed as targeting. You're going to be regarded as being mentally ill and paranoid. And that also is not even logical, nor is that the practice of medicine, and it is certainly not the practice of law. The entity is, it's also relevant because I'm maintaining a body of evidence, and it's relevant what I was speaking about, and the documented pattern of Title 18 federal stalking. The entity that is triggered, the entity that is hostile to what it is that I document, immediately engages in what is called by helicopter. Okay? This is the P.O.C. The entity is doing that in the specific environment where the fake sun rises and sets, and that's also evidence of the malice and the mental illness of that entity. The people of the state share in that. This is underscoring, not contradicting, and it's not distracting away from. The people of the state are not parents. They are a threat to minor children. They share in the criminal conduct of gang stalking. They include minor children in gang stalking. They're including them in it now. And the entities engaging in what is terrorizing me while I document those facts. and it's not changing. In fact, this is supporting the very policies that I was just talking about. Gang stalking, immigrants are being deported, them and their gang stalking demon-possessed children who pose a threat to national security. The entities over here stalking with light, pay attention. While they're parked on the side of the road, 602A North Euclid Avenue. One demon after another. The other pulled off, another one, they're maintaining light activity, and they're doing so just like Ontario police. They just have police lights on those vehicles. Okay? But I want to be clear, this is surveillance while they're pacing on the roads and the highways. This is surveillance, and I want you to listen because this is the analysis of the entity that is targeting you, and this is a failed and outdated system that is not bearing poorly on the character of any American citizen. The entity is doing this while I'm documenting on my podcast, while they are engaged in surveillance, and this is where the entity is harassing me, like I documented this morning, A. Ornelas and C. Gerber, whose pattern of conduct as this agency is established, and they're engaging in it now, and they engage in what is battery and harassment and try to record it on a body cam, which is also not any sort of evidence or relevant. It's documented criminal conduct by that agency who was targeting. It has no basis, no authority, no jurisdiction under the law regarding any sort of character to speak on the character of an American citizen that they are targeting. Tracy Banks and Jason Fields are going to federal prison, and this is P.O.C. This is the end. It's 27 minutes of flying in circles over me, by the way. 27 minutes. And the entity's engaged in criminal summoning right here. That's the pattern of conduct. Alrighty, the entity is engaging in the same pattern of conduct shared by the Los Angeles Police Department, shared by the Fontana Police Department. The entity doing so, as I'm documenting, also, again, those departments stalking under the fake sun as well. This is P.O.C. It is currently 11:15 p.m. where there are no flights. All right. There are no flights that are going to include hovering over the CHEVRON. The entity that engages in more of the obvious stalking is not establishing mental illness by the entity. This is literally what the purpose, it doesn't work. This is a failed formula, but this is what the entity is engaging in, and the entity is engaging in this while they are monitoring the evidence. And so you're talking about what is mentally, it's failed witchcraft. Okay, but it is relevant to what is an outdated and a total misfire. They are stalking, and facts and circumstances prove the targeting by the airport that you're looking at the police department is targeting, and the evidence that stems, long-standing evidence of them targeting. Engaging in that with the people of the state who are targeting, as you're aware of the impossible light activity, your headlights over there, you're not, this is not headlights. While they're engaging in what is stalking with light. Okay, that's relevant to monitoring, the elements of monitoring. The entities engaged in what is monitoring and further into murder. Okay, no, you are nothing other than a threat to children while you're gang stalking any person. The entities engaging in this while they are monitoring the evidence. That's not helping the people of the state. And while you're stalking in this manner, this is what the entity is doing while it's being shown all over the internet that you are in fact targeting in these deranged manners, which do not cause any American citizen to even appear as mentally ill. This is what they do to ordinary targeted individuals that do not have any evidence, and they also don't have the oratory skills to articulate why targeting is superseding what is defamation. Moreover, defamation upon criminal acts, okay? Criminal acts of theft, criminal acts of fraud. This is the entity that's engaged in what is insurance fraud, theft of my identity, engaging in what is accusing me and committing criminal acts and then accusing me of it. That's what these demons are doing, the people of the state. And the reason why I'm pointing out to them is because they represent an entity, not that particular demon, but the entity of demons. They're all engaged in the same pattern of conduct. This entity that is gang stalking committed criminal acts in my name and sought to accuse me of it while the Ontario police are stalking. That's the same relevant evidence. And but moreover, targeting as the airport, targeting as the police department does not bear any reflection, nor is it looked at in a vacuum while you've engaged in those collateral harms. This is an outright failure, and it's an admission to stalking. Stalking by the police is that which is committed in furtherance of murder. And this is the targeting that the Los Angeles Police Department are very much engaged in. When they sound their sirens, they're monitoring. They committed premeditated murder, running over that young man in the middle of the street. That's what they committed. In the same way that you're looking at their criminal conduct while the Ontario police engage in it. This is criminal monitoring. Criminal monitoring will never result in what is defaming another American citizen, ever. This is absurdity, by the way, to even suggest it, but it requires the corruption of the government. That's the only way that you have it. Corruption plus the evidence, the absence of evidence by American citizens. And the P.O.C. has established the precedent. The government is engaged in monitoring. The government is stalking. Okay, while they're monitoring, the people of the state are stalking. P.O.C. Okay? It's currently, again, 11:18 p.m. This is going to be included in the podcast. License 7, Robert Henry Nancy 176. 18029 Frank 1. The people of the state are terrorists that are enemies of this country while they are targeting with the terrorist organization. And like I stated before, this remains the case. Mike LORENZ has been pleading and proving to the world that he is a terrorist leader. He is an antagonist. He is filled with hatred for this country, and it is proven by the Ontario police who are stalking. I want to be clear, the entity maintaining surveillance with light activity by the Ontario police, and the demons are still stalking by flying in helicopters here. The entity, that's nothing other than light activity. When they're addressing the people of the state as though they're engaging in some sort of investigation, something regarding the execution of the duties of an officer, all they're engaging in is criminal summoning. It's light activity. The people of the state are stalking with them. When they include the people of the state, it's criminal summoning as well. The entity's engaging in the same psychopathic stalking like they are every other day, every other time. Police lights is nothing other than light activity. This is the LAPD, understand. LAPD committed murder when they ran that man over in the middle of the street on a skateboard. They're engaged in detailed surveillance. They know exactly who you are and what you're saying. That's why they engage in this while I'm documenting my podcast. Okay? The entity using sirens, the entity stalking with impossible light, these demons share in criminal summoning. That's what you're deducing, because you're studying the enemy. It's already proven that they're stalking and targeting. They're going to prison. This is a public crash out, and that's why I have 30 plus minutes of this video of flying in circles over me while the entity was maintaining the police lights down here. And they're doing so in the environment which is speaking to what is the engineer light. That's why you have the multiple shadows. This has nothing to do. My shadow is in front of me while I'm facing this light, and I have a shadow behind me while I'm standing under this light. This is the pattern of conduct. They're monitoring, and there are demons that are monitoring, and those demons were in the path facilitating light activity while the people of the state are pacing back and forth. And they participated in this. This was a ritual. This is, again, their witchcraft, which is evidence of mental illness while they're doing it, and they're monitoring the evidence on the venue of the internet while they're doing it. They're doing it while they are supposed to be engaged in law enforcement, not criminal summoning. All of that is relevant regarding the actual mental illness of the demon-possessed gang stalkers of the Ontario police. Derek Williams and Mike LORENZ are subject to federal prison as terrorist leaders, committing a series of kidnappings while the people of the state are facilitated. They're aided in, and they're inspired to. All right, they are incentivized to criminally monitor with that agency in furtherance of murder. This is P.O.C. All right, it is currently again 11:21 p.m. This is 33 minutes and 22 seconds of psychopathic pacing. Stalking me. You need to understand that they have my audience regarding my vagina includes Mike LORENZ and the Ontario Police and the people of the state that engage in vagina monitoring on behalf of this agency. This is what it is that I'm describing when I'm sitting inside of the OVITT Family Community Library, computer station number 1, and these demons are stalking with impossible light. This same light activity is inside of the OVITT Family Community Library, multiple shadows, while they're pacing. This isn't traffic, this is surveillance. They're pacing in engineer light. They're inside of the library pacing, monitoring, and engaged in vagina monitoring on behalf of this agency that's obsessed with my genitalia. Obsessed with it. Watching me on the dark web, engaging in sex trafficking, engaging in what is stealing my identity. This is what Tracy Banks has done. Engaging in what is claiming that I'm dead and collecting on insurance policies. While they're gang stalking at the same time, that's not a coincidence. This is exposing the criminal system that the Ontario police have been compensated to maintain, and they have failed it, and they failed it publicly. And I'm also showing you that this is illogical. No American citizen would ever and should ever be defamed by the entity targeting American citizens, because that's what this is. The environment tied with the ongoing targeting of this agency, which I've documented. Everywhere that I'm going, the agency is present, stalking me, targeting, harassing, using helicopters that are amplified in volume, creating earthquakes inside of the apartment, creating earthquakes inside of the hotel, all right, amplified inside of the library, amplified inside of the bathroom, inside of the hotel, and inside of Tracy Banks' apartment. Stalking me while I'm on the Omnitrans buses, and the fake sun is over me. That's how you know they're stalking me aboard Omnitrans. This is the entity that does so while they're hostile to the evidence that I'm gathering. They're going to be disbanded. This is requiring martial law. The people of the state are lawless, psychopaths, violent sex offenders. They're vagina monitors who are a danger to minor children. This is the entity that's engaging in this, and this is your response as psychopaths that failed in your what was supposed to be a secret conspiracy to murder me and defame my character before doing so in order to get away with stealing a tremendous amount of money and property. They're not getting away with that, and they're going to prison. They're being disbanded, and they are going to federal prison, including A. Arnellis and C. Gerber that engage in what is targeting. This is the targeting system that they were engaging in while they're asking me questions as though they are not aware whether I'm breathing or not. Yes, they are. They're monitoring my vagina. They know exactly who I am. They've been engaged in targeting for years. Their mental illness is exhibited while they stalk in helicopters, while they stalk around the city using police vehicles, while you want to look like you're engaging in one thing, but you're actually engaging in another, while your demons that are monitoring in a scientifically impossible environment, while you're triggered by the evidence that I maintain about it. And then you ask me questions whether I need help, and you're the one that's in need of medical examination. C. Gerber and Arnellis. D. Rodriguez engaging in battery as well. L. Edwards engaging in what is stalking, harassment, threatening to kidnap as well. Hadel Shiapani, badge number 20301, engaging in criminal summoning with this agency, obsessed with my vagina and obsessively stalking. That's Impossible Light. That's not from their head. They're stalking together, aiding in light activities. This is the entity that engages in that, and that's federal prison. 9, Jerry, E. Britt, Nancy, 008. That's an old Latino white man, bald head with a beard. That's a sex offender. It's a demon. They're a threat to children. They conspire murder together as well with the Ontario Police Department. Those are the ones that engage in what is murder, and then those are the ones that claim that they're investigating and they don't know what happened. When they're engaged in what is criminally monitoring and battering me, when they're gang stalking the whole time, lying and targeting together, demons. This is P.O.C. Tracy Banks and Jason Fields are going to prison. I just want to be clear on that. The entity that is harassing and triggering people, that's not mental illness. And this, by the way, is litigating on the internet. This is not any sort of, this is the entity having a crash out. This is the entity having a crash out. It's 11:26 p.m. This is the entity having a crash out. They're engaged in this every day. The entity was doing nothing other than stalking with lights. The Ontario International Airport stalking. There's no airport over here. The airport is south of Hope Boulevard, way down there. They're stalking, and they're stalking because they're demons and they're witches and they're gay sex, they're group sex, they're group rituals, they're sex with children, all of the perverted acts that they engage in while they summon up demonic spirits, which is relevant to their mentally ill behavior, and they're openly exposed stalking and targeting of myself while they failed in criminal conduct that is not remaining a secret, for which they're going to be disbanded and they're going to federal prison. They're going to be treated with martial law. They're engaging in what is exhibiting severe mental illness. That's what's behind a gang stalking airport, a gang stalking police department, a gang stalking population. All of them demons. All of them are demons. That's the pattern of conduct. 9 GTM 392 P.O.C. All right, it is currently, like I stated again, I want to go through that. It's 11:26 p.m. and I believe I'm documenting on podcast as well, so I'm including this video. Yes, excellent. I am including this video in the podcast as well. This is the entity that is putting the people of the state in prison. Mike Lorenz is engaging in what is criminal conduct as a terrorist leader, a corrupt terrorist leader, and the entity is engaging with the entity is operating a heliport, the entity is operating an airport, and the entity is maintaining an ongoing system of surveillance, and every aspect of that system I have detailed it. All right. Not only have I detailed it, the entity is very much triggered while they're stalking, in doing so in spectacular manners that I also have fully documented and put it all over the internet. Nobody's imagining anything, and stalking and harassing somebody, that's not in anybody's imagination. Neither are they going to get away with this. There's no check that's going to be written that's going to allow this person to avoid federal prison. They're going to prison. This is committed in further to murdering an American citizen. American citizens who are already dead. I'm not the first person that Mike Lorenz and the Ontario Police Department have targeted before and have gotten away with murdering them. I'm not the first. You're not writing a check to get away with this demon, whoever this is, of the Ontario Police is going to federal prison, and they're going to report who they are. They're going to report it. This entity is engaging in this conduct, and this is failed witchcraft. This is not helping Jason Fields. This is not helping Tracy Banks. This does not make you appear as though you're mentally ill at all. You would document the government just like any other stalker. And when you present that pattern of conduct of someone stalking you, an entity stalking you, which is not a conspiracy theory anymore, it's not a conspiracy theory, that's not going to bear poorly on you at all. The demon-possessed people of the state are the ones that are going to be federally prosecuted and who are going to prison, aiding and murdering you and targeting you. They're enemies of this country. And that's not within your imagination either. This is the P.O.C.
This is what they resort to. Terrorism when you document the fact that immigrants are targeting you. Terrorism when you document the fact that the people of the state are targeting you. This is what they engage in, lying on your character, making up criminal acts that you never committed while they're targeting you. Engaging in battery and harassment because they want to make up an excuse to be in your presence while they're targeting you. You're going to federal prison and you're going into the mental asylum. The entities engaging in this conduct while they're keeping the evidence under surveillance that they're hostile to, because I've been documenting on my podcast 1 hour and 54 minutes. You see that? The entity engaging in what is 40 minutes of stalking by helicopter. Doing so while they're hostile to what I'm speaking the truth about these terrorists that are going to be dealt with. Breaking apart their gang stalking families. They pose a threat to minor children that they include in this terrorism system. And they're doing so now. And this is no intelligent response. They've broken their families apart. You're losing those demons that you're giving birth to, gang stalking American citizens with. And this is the evidence that is proving that the people of the state are a threat to minor children, that the people of the state that are immigrants are threats in this country, that any American citizen could be successfully defamed by feces consumers like the demon-possessed people who are stalking with a demon-possessed police department. Criminals who are absurdly psychopathic. Absurd. They're targeting together. That's P.O.C. License plate 5345283. The entities engaging in this pattern of conduct, and they're doing so as a result, like I stated, of every word that I utter. And every word that I utter is the absolute truth. This is why Satan is responding to it. This is a demon-possessed person, and it's a criminal defendant in the pending case against the U.S. government for criminal surveillance, federal group stalking, monitoring, gang stalking me, which the government is doing because the government has put out a contract on your life. And any of the people of the state, these are all hitmen while they're gang stalking you. They put a price tag on your life. And they're gang stalking, and I proved it with a body of evidence that I put on the internet, which is necessary when they're stalking you in this manner. Shooting you down and claiming that they did whatever for whatever reason, thinking that you were some assailant, so thinking that you were some criminal that they're searching for, and they're lying, they're stalking you, and they control the narrative. Any manner of a threat to you, especially while they are coming around harassing me, making up information, battering me, and then recording it on your body cam. Like you don't even have a right to maintain that encounter in the first place. It's evidence of their criminal conduct. It's not protecting them. It's not the creation of any paper trail. It's not speaking poorly on my character whatsoever. It is further evidence of the P.O.C. that the Ontario Police Department remain engaged in. And while the Ontario Police have been engaged in this, the gang stalkers in Ontario, that's the entire city of Ontario, is subject to deportation, breaking apart their demon-possessed families. They pose a threat to minor children. They're monitoring together. And the entities engaging in that while the evidence about them is going all over the internet. All over the internet. That's not saving your children. That's not keeping you in the country. That's not keeping you out of prison. None of it is. So I'm documenting this ongoing act of retaliation by the mentally ill who consume feces as well. They consume feces, all right, and they think that it hurts me. That's what this is, feces consumption. And they think that it hurts me. No, I'm putting it on the internet because these demons are the ones that are going to prison. They engage in calling the police, gang stalking you. They're going to prison for that. They're the ones that lie on your character talking about you did something to their demon-possessed children whom they're having sex with, whom they're gang stalking with. They're going to federal prison for that. I'm referring to Open Community Library stating on June 16, 2022 with Fidel Ciapani back in the 201 that I molested a child. The demon-possessed children that are gang stalking me with their demon-possessed parents. They're doing that while the entity maintains a secret conservatorship, seeking to falsely depict my character behind my back while I've been maintaining the evidence, posting it on the internet regarding this government targeting me. And they're maintaining court hearings that I have no parts in, that I know nothing about property that was never disclosed to me, property that they've been maintaining a defamatory campaign to steal from me for. All right? That's not a coincidence. That's the P.O.C. They're going to prison. This is mental illness born by the psychopaths who maintain a system that's now no longer a secret. You are not only a criminal, you are mentally ill when you are gang stalking like the Ontario Police Department are, like the people of the state are. They're mentally ill. They will not be keeping custody of their children. They will not be staying in the United States if they're immigrants. They will not. And they're gang stalking children when they are documented, when the federal government catches minors, and if you're an immigrant, you're getting deported on that basis. You're getting deported. This is P.O.C. This is what the entity chose to do. And this is why the people of the state are so violent, by the way. This is evidence against them. They're already done. And they've been done. I already said years ago, I'm going to prosecute the people of the state. This is what they're done. They're going to prison for criminal something. They're going to prison for kidnapping. They're going to prison for systematic, repeated targeting. They're doing so while they're conspiring your murder, trying to steal and take part in what is stealing money and property. And they're not. None of them are getting a dime. They're not getting a dime. Anything that my money paid for, you're moving out of it. You're giving me my money back. You and your kids are going to be on the street. You're not getting any of my money. The entities engaged in this while they've been conspiring my death to get away with stealing from me. And this is why you have 45 minutes of flying in circles over me. 45 minutes. And it is indeed over me. This is where I've already documented the entity keeping the fake moon over me, the entity keeping the fake sun over me, the fake sun that's rising 7:47 to 12:02 p.m., 5 hours. And that's where the entity is stalking as an obsessed, a demon-possessed. Hoo-wee, these demons. I just want to be clear. There's no airport over here. I just want you to see this. This is the entity that is indeed stalking. There's no airport behind the Chevron. 50602, there's no airport back there. Okay? The airport is located at what is 2500 Airport Drive. It is south of Holt Boulevard. Terminals 2 and Terminal 4 are nowhere near over here, and there's nothing other than me over here and the people of the state that are stalking in the path. The entities engaging in this, and they're doing so, I want to be clear. All of this is going on the internet. This is the criminal system that they've been engaged in for years, that Tracy Banks has been engaged in for years. Tracy Banks engaging what is paying people, recruiting them, having sex with them to recruit them. And by them, I mean demons of the San Bernardino Police Department, demons of the Rialto Police Department, demons of the Ontario Police Department, while they're engaging in what is this cult. Okay, these Masons, these Satan's worshipers that are engaging in this satanic targeting system, which is criminal surveillance. Tracy Banks has been engaged in it for years with multiple police departments, and she's going to prison for it. She's going to prison. The people of the state, Tracy Banks is nothing other than the people of the state. But she's engaged in what is criminal conduct regarding what is incentivizing and recruiting the entity that has shared in what is stealing my money, stealing my identity, engaging in what is fraudulent acts, stealing my mail in order to keep information from me, doing so while they're targeting what the United States Postal Service, all manner of the entity that I've documented, targeting, sharing in that comprehensive system, okay? This is the P.O.C. This is spectacular evidence. The entity stalking for 47 minutes as I'm capturing. This is psychopathic pacing. This is exactly what LAPD did, stalking me outside of my living room window. I'll attach that video because this is not the first time. This is indeed the pattern of conduct. LAPD is gang stalking outside of my living room window, amplifying helicopter activity in my apartment. When my windows are closed, I have the kitchen sink water running, and I'm washing the dishes, and the entity is amplifying. It's demonic audible activity, amplifying it inside of my kitchen, vibrating while they are flying, and then they proceed to stalk, flying in circles outside of my living room window for 47 minutes. 47 minutes, and that's what the demons do when they're hostile, because I pointed out the fact that their mental illness is exhibited, conspicuously exhibited for you to witness when they engage in the pacing conduct. Okay? That's a demon that's engaging in audible noise. They're participating in it, and that's fine. They're losing custody of their kids. They're being deported. They're going to prison. That's P.O.C. And these are demons that are very suicidal. That's why you have this reckless criminal conduct, because they already know that they lost. This is a threat to national security, because they, in their minds, they decide, well, since it's over, since I lost, since I'm not going to get this, and since I'm not going to get that, and since I'm going to be subject to this, I'm going to go ahead and continue. This is what is informing the federal judge that's going to provide justice, that's going to be providing what is the authority. You're going to be disbanding. You're going to be putting in federal prison. You're going to be deporting. You're going to be removing minor children because of that threat that threatens, that mindset that threatens American citizens' national security. That mindset that I don't have anything to lose. Stalking as the airport, they're demons, and the purpose behind this is, again, relevant to its criminal conduct. It's stalking in unprecedented manners. But you need to understand they're mentally ill. They're monitoring, and they're monitoring with regard to what is demonic means of what is a ritual. This is witchcraft that they're repeating over and over and over and over again. They're engaging in the elements of monitoring. Very severely mentally ill, and it's based on the mindset that it's already over, they're going down, and so they engage in more of it. But I just want to be clear, it's a documented pattern. LAPD sharing in that, and I will attach that video. Okay, this is 49 minutes of stalking by helicopter. The Ontario Police Department maintaining light activity on F Street. That's all that they were doing. They're stalking in the path. That's the same thing that they're doing now. All they did was add what is red and blue lights. That's all it is. It's light activity. And this is what LAPD is doing when they are running someone over in the middle of the street. That's not assumption of risk. The people of the state know exactly who you are. They don't have collisions and accidents and are ignorant about where you are. The demons of the LAPD turn their sirens on. I stated this because you need to understand this while the Ontario police are stalking. They're engaged in criminal surveillance with the people of the state. with whom they share in criminal surveillance. There's nothing open over here. He's stalking with the Ontario Police Department, blocking the path. Okay, doing so in engineer light, as the demon-possessed are doing on an ongoing basis. Okay, this is P.O.C. This is while the entity is stalking for 40, 50 minutes. Doing so regarding the pattern of conduct. 9DLY170. These are the demons that are stalking. You see those headlights? The entity is engaged in what is stalking with engineer light, maintaining light activity relevant to what is monitoring, with the entity that's engaging in what is psychopathic pacing. Doing so in an engineered environment. Let me show you this impossible light activity. This is not headlights. And this is not the product of what is natural light activity. This is engineered light, and this is a demon. And so is that. They are all engaged in this conduct together. And this is somebody that's conspiring murder while gang stalking with the police. I just want to be clear on that. These are vagina monitors. These are violent sex offenders who pose a threat to children. And this is mental illness exhibited. Somebody that is stalking and keeping their outward composure as though they couldn't be concerned anymore about you. And this is the pattern of conduct. That's the psychopathic disorder. That's P.O.C. It's the engineered light that speaks. The entity is doing so under the fake sun. The entity is doing so with the Ontario Police Department, who are already proven to be doing nothing other than stalking. This is the P.O.C. He's stalking in front of 603 North Euclid Avenue. That's the city of Ontario, the little Wi-Fi venue there. The entity's park. He's at the red car there. It's a legal parking. This is the entity that's engaging, and he's doing so where it says no parking. He's doing this because I came and approached him. Let me show you. The entity's engaging in this pattern of conduct. This is the city of Ontario. There's no parking here. He's stalking. He is stalking. 9DLY170 is stalking with the Ontario Police. He's doing so maintaining light activity. And he's doing so targeting me. He knows exactly who I am and is engaged in vagina monitor. P.O.C. Alrighty, just want to be clear on that. He's adding in light activity. This is not just stalking and harassment. It's a demon that's monitoring. Demons that are suicidal. Demons that have already reasoned that they don't have anything to lose. And that's the only reason why you were providing this obvious targeting conduct in the face of what is the federal case against that agency, against the state, against the people of the state, who are psychopaths and obsessed stalkers who have no business around children. And that's what's going to be dealt with. They're losing their children. They're losing their custody of children. They're losing their access to children. They're losing the ability to violate children, because that's what these pedophiles do. While they're gang stalking, these are a population of the mentally ill who are pedophiles. They're pedophiles. This is a P.O.C. Alrighty, I'm going to go ahead and end this video here. It's 11:40 p.m. I'm going to continue recording because the entity is engaged in what is this pattern of conduct while they're monitoring. And this is relevant to the entity that is under no circumstances, they have no intention to be successful in court either. No intention. The entity is engaged in what is stalking me and doing so while they're triggered by every detail about the demons of the city of Ontario, the demons of the state of California, who are going to be making history regarding the first to be prosecuted for terrorism in the United States. And the demon-possessed who are in fact mentally ill, and they're also criminals, they are demon-possessed. And they have decided to go out with a bang, and they are going out. This is why you have this level of spectacular criminal activity. It's going straight on the internet, and they're doing it in front of the world. It is not any sort of act of bravado or act of bravery or act of being a gangster or any intelligent conduct. And it's also an outward admission that the world needs to pay attention to. CNN News, Fox News, the entity that's going to be paying attention and prosecuting. This is the government openly exposing and openly admitting to terrorism, and a terrorism of an American citizen that it knows was documenting it for the entire time. And this is what this government has admittedly engaged in and chose to do it in your face. This is what you should be outraged for. This is an enemy of the United States. This is a domestic enemy exposed that's no longer trying to hide it and has not been trying to hide it at all for a very prolonged period of time. I've been maintaining detailed documentation of it. This is an enemy of this country. So are the people of the state that are targeting with them. These are demons that murder American citizens. This is what you're picking up when they are obviously targeting in this manner, obviously harassing in this manner. These are enemies of the United States. These are declared open enemies, hostile enemies to the United States. That's what the Ontario Police Department are letting you know. That's what the demon-possessed are letting you know. That's the people of the state. That's the government acting directly. That's what you're picking up, because this is going to be on the news. This is going to sit on the record, and they're not the first agency to engage in prolonged, ritualistic, satanic, and openly terrorizing conduct such as stalking me for over 47 minutes using a helicopter as I document them and I put it on the internet. This is P.O.C. It is currently December 3rd, 2025. It's 11:42 p.m. Alrighty, as you can hear, I captured substantial video right now. I captured that visually, and I also am capturing it on podcast, and I'm going to keep on recording because this is the entity that engages in that while you were listening to me document on my podcast, and this is the entity that is, again, very heavily indicted by the facts that I speak and by the reality about what's going to happen to those that are gang stalking. You're losing custody of your kids, and the Ontario police whooping out a helicopter and stalking me for 49 minutes, 50 minutes is further evidence that it's going to be used against you, and you are losing custody of your kids while you're conspiring murder with that agency, with whom you share in severe mental illness. In fact, the mentally ill decided, remember, they're not getting into a meeting right now. These are demons that are together, hostile, while they're engaging in what is witchcraft. Your knowledge of that is the supernatural light that's flying in the air and creating multiple shadows, and also having the multiple shadows that are on the floor, on the ground over me, while they're monitoring. These are demons that are engaging in monitoring. Monitoring, with regard to the law, is not only criminal surveillance, it's stalking that the government is engaging in order to monitor you. You're stalking me, you're following me from place to place, you're keeping me under surveillance while you're monitoring. They are monitoring while they're using helicopters to engage in. They're monitoring while they're using police vehicles. They're monitoring while the people of the state are on the roads and the highways stalking and molesting with impossible light, and they're doing it on behalf of the Ontario police that came out to engage in conspicuous stalking for almost an hour now, using a helicopter as a violent and aggressive means of responding. That's not responding, but you're engaging what is threatening while I'm documenting. That's exactly what that is. It's a specific environment that it's targeting, proof of targeting, and it's not a coincidence that I'm documenting and speaking about them while then you whip out a helicopter and you're not even over the street where those demons were creating light activity, which is nothing other than criminal summoning. They're flying over me while the demons were creating light activity, blue and red lights, and they're flying over me now. Okay, and they're not the first to engage in that. Like I stated, the Los Angeles Police Department, and this is a great opportunity to refer to that video, and that's exactly what I will include. This is relevant to the psychopathic conduct that I was exposed to by A. Arnalis and C. Gerber. Demons that are absurdly mentally ill. They are very crazy. They are very crazy. And my documentation is also to protect myself because these are deranged psychopaths. And that is not hyperbole. That's why I show you the things that is illustrating, personifying their psychopathic minds. The stalking with light. The sex offenders that are stalking with light. The stalkers that are monitoring you while they're molesting you with light that's not even naturally happening. And you're bearing these weapons, engaging in what is going out of your way to force an encounter with me just because you want to harass me. And also while you're turning your body cam on and off while you're stalking and harassing me. This is the entity that's engaging in that. You're stalking, and what you're remembering is that A. Arnalis and C. Gerber were stalking this morning as well. Which I detailed that, I analyzed all that, but that's how they are very crazy. And by crazy, I mean very highly unstable, not a little bit, all the way. These are demons that have gotten away with murdering a lot of people. These are demons that have gotten away with setting up and kidnapping a lot of people, stealing from a lot of people. So you're talking about not only are you unstable by virtue of the pattern of conduct, you're unstable because that ego that's accustomed to getting away with what it is, the things that you have done before, the lies that you've told yourself about what you think you are. And I have shattered that by virtue of the P.O.C. This instability is heightened because of who I am and the way in which I do what it is that I'm doing, which is exposing and prosecuting. And I am intentionally humiliating. And it's not hard for me to humiliate you by just speaking to what you're doing. It's humiliating because you're engaging in that. They never intended on admitting that. They're openly admitting their obsession and their criminal conduct and their mental illness while they do it in the same manner that they're even doing tonight, over 50 minutes. All you're doing is stalking me. This is the entity that is intimidated by me. While they're engaged in failed witchcraft, understand that this is an act of fear. These are demons that are engaged in what is delusional behavior. While they harass you, that's supposed to send a message to you. Oh no, you're not winning, because this is a competition and this is a game. And it's neither. And if it were a competition, you lost years ago. You lost years ago, but this is the entity that's, again, in their sick, twisted mind, where they rationalize killing people for much less than what I've documented. The entity is engaging, like they're playing with your head, making you think this and making you think that by engaging in what is criminal conduct that you then document and you put on the internet, which is further evidence, which is shattering the false narrative, defaming my character as to the criminal conduct that the Ontario police have already committed. And that Tracy Banks and Jason Fields, the state, has already committed. But they are in their minds as though, because this is a great mental maze, and they're controlling what it is that I'm thinking while you're engaging in criminal activity that I'm documenting because I know the law and I'm prosecuting you under it. No, that's not controlling anybody's mind that is documenting you and prosecuting you. And the entity is doing so while that's the purpose though, because if I do this, then that'll make you think that you don't have any court case. That'll make you think that you're not about to get justice. That'll make you think that you're not getting any money from the government because I'm stalking you, and I'm stalking you in a manner that suggests that nobody's investigating anything and that I'm going to get away and do with whatever I want. This is what the entity, I want to be clear, first of all, that's what they're reasonably communicating. But that's also mentally ill conduct, psychopathic, very corrupt, and threatening. Moreover, this is mentally ill and delusional behavior while you are failing. You don't control anybody. And this is an entity that is very delusional. And this is because they've been corrupt, and they've been corrupt for so long. This is also relevant to what is an entity that has some false sense. You're not superior. You're not even intellectually superior to a 7-year-old. The way in which they're stalking all the systems that are broken down. And this is literally what they choose. They chose to fly in circles over me for going on an hour now because of the truth that I'm speaking. And that is speaking to the power that I have and the fear that they are plagued with, and they're still going to prison. And that's the reality. And this is the pattern of conduct by more than this agency, like I stated, the Los Angeles Police Department, who committed premeditated murder. Those are demons that are monitoring, and they were monitoring me under the fake sun that they kept over Alvarado Gardens, over my apartment, rising and setting through my living room window, through my bedroom window, and for 47 minutes. They engaged in what is exhibiting severe mental instability, and this is because they were hostile demons, drunk with that same false sense of power and illusion, where I am in Los Angeles documenting, and I'm pointing out evidence of their mental illness. And as I did that, the next thing that they did was in the evening, they engaged in 47 minutes of psychopathic pacing, flying in circles over and over and over and over and over again. And I captured that entire thing on video outside of my living room window, where I'm documenting the fake sunrise routinely, as you can refer to my evidence, documented from February 2024 until July of 2024, when I was forced to resign because of this criminal conduct that I was subject to as I was employed by speaker companies. Okay, you're not able to go to work in a safe and normal, healthy environment while the state of California is gang stalking you further into murdering you and harassing you with the people of the state who are sharing in that. Okay, the light slinging, the fake sun conduct, stalk with amplified audible activity, stalk with sensational activity, the vagina monitoring, okay, the sex trafficking, engaging in that conduct while I'm at Alvarado Gardens in Los Angeles. All of this concentrated while I'm in the workplace. And this is the same entity that then defames your character after they steal from you, after they target you on the job, and then they use that to criminally defame your character. This is what Jason Fields and Tracy Banks, Eric Spencer, and all of them are using to defame while they're gang stalking at the same time. Oh, it's not that they're gang stalking you at work, it's that you're unstable and you can't hold a job. And I'm more educated than all of them put together. I'm more accomplished than all of them put together, okay? And this is not bragging, this is the reality. These are the imps that have been envious of me and stealing from me and targeting me and lying on my character. And this is how intimidated these homosexual witches are, that are engaging in what is this pattern of conduct, trying to live their lives as heterosexual men. That's why I'm speaking on their homosexuality. They're trying to live their lives as heterosexual men, and they're actually homosexuals, that they deduce that their sexual perversion is going to give them spiritual authority when it doesn't. That's why they're being critiqued the entire time. They are engaging in what is plain targeting. And by plain, I don't mean P-L-A-N-E. I mean obvious, clear, unequivocal targeting, which is not playing with anybody's mind. These are the demons whose mind is gone. Okay, John 10:10 is their life. Satan has absolutely taken their right mind. These are demons who are not operating from any functional level whatsoever, and the people of the state are engaging in stalking, and there is no mystery. So what are the people of the state doing when I'm documenting their license plates? Stalking with the Ontario Police Department. That's all that they're doing, and the Ontario Police Department stalking in this conspicuous manner is confirming that the people of the state are nothing other than demons that are gang stalking on behalf of that agency, which is why they're losing custody of their children. They are a threat to those children. They are engaging in what is targeting and furtherance of murder as an immigrant, which is relevant to terrorism, a basis of deportation, and their criminal conduct, another basis of deportation, while they're engaging in un-American criminal activity with terrorist organizations like the Ontario Police, who are not playing with anybody's mind. They're playing with their own minds. They're going to prison. And there's no mystery in that. And I just captured about 15 minutes of what is harassment by this agency, and it's not a coincidence. For me to even have in my possession more than one of that sort of extraordinary means of harassment, that in and of itself, and this entity that's engaging in what is harassing me by trying to force some sort of absurd, while these demons that eat ape droppings, trying to force some sort of makeshift health check while I'm on the bench, not talking to them, and I don't have to talk to them, and they don't have any right in the law. That the entity that was gang stalking this morning, C. Gerber and A. Arnellis, after engaging what is a battery, where they surmise that they can trigger and harass and batter you, and then that's supposed to be some sort of evidence of mental illness. No, those are the demons that are getting in their last licks before they go to prison, and they're going to prison for that as well. They're going to federal prison. The entity that is stalking for over an hour in a helicopter, they're going to prison, and they know it. And I want to be clear, Jason Fields is going to federal prison because they're engaging in this even to date. The federal government is not stopping the ordinary target individual who is suffering, who is subject to what is an ongoing emergency. And the fact that I am maintaining an investigation, the fact that Jason Fields, the federal government's been engaged in targeting me, the fact that the entity is still doing so as of what is 11:54 p.m. on Wednesday, December 3rd, 2025, Jason Fields is not avoiding federal prison. He's going to prison, period. All right, and he is relevant with regard to federal officials that are subject to that. And he is somebody that is, again, relevant to the entity that is targeting you by those whose name you know. So all of your gang stalking friends, all of your gang stalking family members, in other words, those are hitmen. Those are the ones closest to you. Those are the ones that are in a position to take your life. And then they call the gang stalking police, who will then say, oh, well, they killed themselves. They committed suicide. And we're going to investigate and confirm that with an autopsy. But yeah, we're pretty much sure that was suicide. This is what the entity, people like Jason Fields and Tracy Banks, are poised to commit, and do so with gang stalkers like the Ontario Police, who are actually engaged in criminal surveillance, having no authority under the law, okay? I just want to be clear. This is what the entity is engaging in at what is 537 North Euclid Avenue. And the entity is doing so while they lack self-control. This absence of self-control, this unequivocal open terrorism of somebody that is chronicling, putting it on the internet, documenting it in order to expose it and prosecute them, but to expose it and to inform you about the mental illness that is out here unchecked, undiagnosed, and closeted, so that you are not caught off guard. They murder people. They kidnap them. They rape children. They violate you, put you on the internet, violating your privacy, and make money off of you without your knowledge. They steal from you and set you up with criminal conduct, and they do it with the terrorists who are the gang stalking police. This is the entity that's engaging in what is lacking self-control. That lack of self-control is speaking to what is a threat to your very life. And that's what you need to be aware of. This is a warning while the entity is engaging in what is very foolish conduct, which is going to be played in courtrooms. While the entity has said one thing about my character, and I documented the evidence of the exact opposite. And those that chimed in on that same false narrative with an incentive to collect money that doesn't belong to them, with an incentive to obstruct justice regarding criminal acts like theft and fraud and theft of identity that they've already committed while they were targeting me. The entity that's engaging in that pattern of conduct is doing so while they share in that targeting system with the terrorists who prove to you that they are indeed terrorists and that I am not exaggerating. I'm not exaggerating anything, nor do I have to exaggerate anything. But that's fine, because you do have to make sure that people that are making claims establish their credibility, and that they are not engaging in what is, okay, well, it might look like that one day, but how do you know that that's actually the case? Because those are some far-fetched allegations, et cetera, et cetera. I get it. I've more than established the fact that I know exactly what I'm talking about, and I know what it is that the entity is engaging in and what the entity wants to appear to be doing, and also how it appears when the ordinary target individual doesn't have any evidence, and they don't even have any legal skill, they don't have any skill set, ability to represent. They don't know where to start. All they typically say, which is what the government does it for, is, oh, they're stalking me, they're stalking me, they're stalking me, and they are stalking them. They are. But they don't have any evidence, and it's not the most eloquent, it's not the most sophisticated means of, not that you should have to put it in any way when somebody is targeting you, when an entity is targeting you, you shouldn't have to put it in some palatable manner. But this is the reality of being the first to prove what the government is, what the government is doing, and how the government is doing it. And what do you do in response to what the government is doing? Okay, so that's when that eloquence, that's when that sophistication, that's when that organized means of attack regarding an entity that seeks to falsely depict your character upon targeting you, not just targeting you, but falsely depict your character to render you illegitimate, anything that you might say, or anything that you may contend, rather, about being targeted. And the evidence speaks for itself. Okay, so the evidence shows that there's no exaggeration. We're at over an hour of inexplicable, just ongoing stalking, flying in circles over me at the intersection of F Street and Euclid. That's on its face. There's nothing exaggerated about that. And the entity, obviously, I'm speaking about very specific topics when the entity begins that. That's also relevant, and nobody's going to miss that either. This is common sense. It's not rocket science, just like the fake sun that is over me on this one street from the beginning until the end of the day, where they are obsessively stalking. That's proof through that fake sun documentation, where they're engaging in what is on its face suspect with the light activity that you are paying attention to, the multiple shadows that are on the ground and projected upright on the wall, and that become dynamic when you're driving down the street, which has no connection regarding what is not headlights. And during the day, it's not sunlight. And it's also relevant regarding the ongoing harassment that is documented by this agency when I speak about it. Okay? This is the entity that's openly engaged in that, and they have no self-control with the way in which they have suffered an abysmal failure to maintain secrecy, to effectively engage in the attack, to successfully engage in executing any spiritual attack, certainly. So they've accumulated STDs, they've accumulated a ruined reputation, they've experienced that return to sender regarding those curses and lies spoken over me and the truth that is revealed about them. But they are totally lost in any sort of credibility. What matters? In court, they're going to prison. They're going to prison, and no sane person, no sane people would give a federal court blatant evidence of the allegations that an American citizen would make under these circumstances. No sane people would do that. These are not sane people. The lack of that self-control, going berserk, going maniacal, such as stalking for an hour in a helicopter because of what it is that you're speaking about. All right, when it's already proven that you're stalking and all you are ever doing is stalking, and you're focused on me because you cannot control my mouthpiece and you never will, the entities engaging in this conduct, and they're doing so while they are blatantly exposing to you their hatred for this country, their un-American criminal activity, the threat that they pose to this country, and the necessary response, the only response, is disbanding. And it is martial law. That is what you are paying attention to. Never, ever forget that. This is beyond proving. They already know that it's over. You've given up when you're engaging in this. You're just handing over evidence. They've been doing this for many years, by the way. And at first it's because they really believed that they were getting away with it, and that's because they're delusional. They eat feces. I could tell you to your face, it is purple, and it is not going to turn orange. It's going to stay purple, and then it's going to go black, and then I'm going to make it turn yellow. That's what's going to happen. I could tell them exactly how it's going to end. And I did that. And they believed, in the face of facts and evidence, the fact that I was documenting anything, the fact that I was calling out what you're doing, and nobody's supposed to know what the elite witches are doing. I did that. That was a warning. Not only did they continue to do it, they're still doing it, by the way, but not only did they continue to do it, they told themselves, in the face of those facts and circumstances, delusional behavior, that they're still going to get away with it. And that's because the mentally ill, the corrupt, That lying demonic spirit, that ego, was not capable of accepting the reality that there is actually an end to what the Lord God has said shall come to an end. Oh, meaning you're not God. Oh, yeah, they forgot that. Oh, wait, you actually don't rule anything. Oh, that might be a hard pill to swallow. You're actually not as elite after all, are you? No, you're certainly not above the law. Matter of fact, you don't even know the law. I'll teach you about that as well. The entity is suffering many ego deaths, and they're suffering it publicly. And so what is your response? This is not a show of strength. This is a public cry for help by the mentally ill who are going to be placed in the mental asylums in federal prison. They have provided a body of evidence against themselves after I have already prepared an arsenal to prosecute them in court. You don't respond in this manner with regard to a criminal case by openly and admittedly engaging in that criminal activity for unprecedented criminal conduct with very serious and dire consequences. You don't do that as a sane person, at least. Nobody would do that. And this is under no circumstances going to be held up in court. The entity does not have a right under the law to engage in what is targeting, which is what you're doing. This is not debatable either, using helicopters. They're not free to engage in that in the sky space above any American citizen. They're not free to do it in furtherance of murder. They're not free to do it as a documented pattern of conduct. They're not free to do it in the face of that evidence that they're also keeping under surveillance. They're not free to do it because you don't like the freedom of speech rights exercised by an American citizen. They're not free to do it under any circumstances where they're violating the Constitution, engaged in federal stalking, harassment. They're engaged in all of that. Stalking and federal group stalking and monitoring, both. Traditional stalking, and they're engaged in what is gang stalking, federal group stalking and monitoring, Title 18. They're not free to engage in any of that, but this is how the entity is engaging in it. That's what this is. This is a very ignorant and egotistical, demon-possessed person, very likely a hypersect, closeted homosexual, severely mentally ill, demon-possessed, hostile to every syllable that I'm uttering while they are stalking, admittedly stalking. So you are losing with regard to your legal stance in a courtroom, number one. But this is the entity that's engaging in this conduct, and they're doing so while they don't have any right under the law, contrary to what they think. That's also why they're doing it. They are very much misinformed, and they're not free to engage in that. That's what they're doing. I'm gonna fly in this helicopter as much as I want. I can do whatever I want. I can fly in this sky space. I can fly right here in this helicopter for as long as I want to. I can do that for as much as I want. That's literally what they're telling themselves, and they're not. They don't. In the same way that the people of the state don't have a right to follow you around. That's a criminal. It's stalking. That's stalking. That's not a right to engage in. Neither do the gang stalkers of the Ontario Police or any agency have a right to do that. But this is what they are doing, and that is the mentally ill narrative that they maintain in their minds while they are proven already. And I want to be clear, the federal government is watching what has already been proven while the entity is openly engaging in what is terrorism. Okay, so I'm addressing every mentally ill thought that the terrorists would have while they would engage in such foolish and openly exposed conduct. And it is for you informing the fact that we have terrorists that are in this country, terrorists that are in the most dangerous positions, posing as law enforcement, and they are the very domestic enemies of this country. Okay, the Ontario Police Department are demonstrating that for you. This is what you need to pay attention to. This is speaking to necessitating, by the way, the laws that surround them in order to maintain surveillance. They are not any sort of department that should be given the discretion that they currently exercise and abuse, which is what I'm showing you. They are not engaged in law enforcement. They're engaged in surveillance. They're engaged in surveillance in furtherance of kidnapping people and murdering people. Not law enforcement, not protecting and serving. And they are, as I show you and crack that case open, then they show you what is the raw, unadulterated, severe mental illness that they cannot control. Such as over an hour harassing and stalking somebody in a helicopter and telling yourself that you have the right to do it and you can do it and you're not going to do anything about it. And I don't care what you say. I can do this because I'm this and this is our helicopter. And who are you to tell me that I can't? That's everything that these demons are telling themselves. And they don't have a right to engage in any of it. That's the truth. That is the absolute truth. They don't have a right to do any of that. And neither are they going to stay. This demon is going to prison. This is a demon-possessed person, and they are going to federal prison. They're actually going to be subject to what are mental examinations based on the open exposure of their own mental illness with the psychopathic pacing. Okay, so not only are they stalking, they're engaging in stalking in a spectacular manner, a very threatening and terrorizing manner using helicopters, and they engaged in what is behavior that is deranged on its face. The ongoing psychopathic pacing, flying in circles and doing so for a prolonged period in a helicopter, also as a result of what they are criminally surveilling, which is my evidence, my commentary, my free speech, enforcing my rights, okay? The entity is doing this as a documented pattern of conduct. And this is not the only agency engaging in that public and documented crash out, because they are triggered by the truth that I speak about them while I document them targeting me and keeping my vagina under surveillance. And they're doing so with the people of the state. Vagina monitors. A whole bunch of boys who are intimidated by me also. And they sit around at the computer stations 1, 2, and I sit at 1, 2, 3, and 4, stalking me all day long. Engaging in what is microaggressions. That's how I like to put that. Microaggressions, because it's not passive aggressive. It's coward conduct. Okay, so they want to hit you, but they don't want you to be able to prove that they hit you. All right, they want to be aggressive towards you and they want to act out violently towards you, but they don't want you to be able to identify them and prove that they're doing it. Hence the sensational activity of the desk that is hitting me, pursuant to what it is that I'm publishing about the Ontario Police Department on the internet, where they're engaged in vagina monitoring inside of that venue all day long as a population of boys, because those are not men, who are engaging in surveillance, just like this state actor, because this could be a demon-possessed female, or a demon-possessed male. That is, and it's likely a demon-possessed male. I could probably guess exactly what the identity, but I'm not going to go there. But the entities engaging in this conduct, and they're doing so while they are intimidated and very fearful of me, spiritually speaking, okay? And they, in their sick minds, are thinking that they are overpowering and exercising authority because they pull out a helicopter. Okay, so this is microaggression at an astronomical level by a demon that is a coward who is very much fearful of everything that I say and the power and authority with which I say it. But see, while they are engaged in what is putting themselves in prison, very foolish conduct, very reckless, in the moment, instant, not thinking about the future and not thinking about everybody else that's going down with them. I am speaking to what is a long-term strategic means of identifying and prosecuting the pattern of conduct and diagnosing severe mental illness and identifying public corruption, the symptoms of it, and how that system is operating with regard to protecting American citizens from it, and what you're doing regarding the enemies of this country that are a population targeting with such terrorist organizations like the Ontario Police. And it is taking custody of their children that they make into vagina monitors, that they make into sex offenders, that they make into terrorists, that they make into stalkers. All right, they make them into criminals. That is taking custody of those minor children. That is deporting them out of this country as immigrants. That is deporting them out of this country upon any immigrant minors. Your family's being deported when your minor children are engaging in terrorism. Okay, this is terrorism. It's un-American and you're not staying in this country. So while the entity is engaging in terrorism for over an hour in a helicopter, which it does not under the law have any right or authority to do, contrary to what the mentally ill tell themselves, because that's what they just told themselves and engaged in that, and I documented it. And they're not the first fools to do that. The entity is engaging in what is providing a body of evidence to remove itself. The terrorists are being removed, deported from the country. The terrorists are being separated from minor children who are a threat to them and indoctrinating them with un-American ideals and un-American practices, criminal conduct, which is hostile and a threat to American citizens. While households are terrorists, okay, that are incentivized to engage in terrorism with psychopaths like the Ontario Police Department, who utilize the resources of a police department for criminal activity, criminal conduct. All right, this is the entity that's engaging in that, and this is the entity that's doing so with the people of the state. The people of the state engaging in what is ongoing sexual violence, ongoing physical violence, ongoing stalking, federal stalking, mentally ill behaviors as an entity inside of the OVITT Family Community Library with this same obsession, with this same cowardice, with this same ongoing concern with everything about me and everything that I'm saying about them. And what I am saying is based on them stalking me. See, I don't care about them. They're obsessed with me and I'm prosecuting them. There's a difference. The entity has a bunch of little grown adult boys who like to engage in microaggressions on behalf of the closeted homosexual males of the Ontario Police Department. Okay, they go home and maintain the presentation of being heterosexual men that are living the expected life when they're cult members, they're demon possessed with the Jezebel spirit. They are hostile to a woman like myself, an African-American woman who is educated and also who is free and has all the time in the world to prosecute you and do so and proving your inferiority to me in every regard. The entity is very much intimidated by that, and they literally soaked up all the gas in that helicopter. As that's not a response. That's an admission to being inferior and intimidated and scared of me, literally. This is what the entity is doing, sending in a bunch of little boys that are equally hostile. Why are they using boys? Because the entity is a bunch of demons that are intimidated, and so using those demons of the male gender is a show of what is aggression while they are intimidated by me. That's what that's about. There are a bunch of boys that engage in what are microaggressions, and that's violence that the Ontario Police Department are soliciting in furtherance of murder, gang stalking. While I am subject to what is that conduct, I'm publishing the evidence on the internet. They're doing so with the demons of the OVITT Family Community Library. This is literally the most foolish conduct you can engage in. This is the entity that's engaging in what is kidnapping, targeting with the people of the state, all the places where this entity has committed kidnapping with the Ontario Police Department, and you think that you're avoiding prison, Abigail, for criminal summoning with this agency, like you did at 12:14 in the afternoon under the fake sun at the OVITT Family Community Library. You're not avoiding prison, honey. You're going to federal prison while these demons are stalking me for over an hour, where you are stalking me by place of employment with this agency that is providing evidence that they are targeting me and targeting me because of my evidence of them targeting me. And so are you when you're engaged in criminal summoning and making up information about why they should be in my face threatening my life and safety. You're going to prison, Abigail. Criminal summoning. These are the fools, these are the baboons that you're targeting with, and you don't understand how your shared mental illness is harming you. They just provided this evidence that I'm going to use against you and every other kidnapper of OVITT Family Community Library in court. I'm going to use it against you in court regarding the pattern of conduct that you share. Nobody is ignoring or forgetting this over 1 hour long of targeting by this agency when I'm sitting inside of the OVITT Family Community Library where the fake sun remains for over 8 hours, which is speaking to the exclusion that it's in any other city, on any other street, at any other location, in any other state. While Abigail is gang stalking at OVITT Family Community Library with these demons that are stalking me, gassing up their helicopters to fly over me for over an hour because they're embarrassed by the way I describe them. Because they have sex with men and try to live their lives as heterosexual males, because they have sex with kids and they try to dress up like police officers who are not summoning demonic spirits by pedophilia. Those are the demons that are stalking by helicopter, and Abigail's going to prison for criminal summoning with them. Okay? The entities engaged in this pattern of conduct, and they're putting each other away. Like I stated, it's the same thing with the gang stalking immigrants. They're putting each other out. Like I stated, it's the same thing with the entity that's engaging in criminal summoning together. You're going to federal prison for gang stalking with this agency. All right, this is what they're doing, stalking me at the bus bench and stalking me for over an hour in a helicopter. It's speaking to the fact that all of you that are listening, all you newscasts that are listening to me and witnessing my evidence, these are demons that are fearful of me. That's why they were targeting in the first place, in addition to try to steal my money to keep me in a position that would hinder me from being able to do what I was going to do in the first place. It only includes now taking them down as I do what it is that I was always going to do, which is expose demons. It's to expose the demon-possessed who are mentally ill and they are a threat to your life and safety. Those who are unsuspecting, those who do not know. We have terrorists among us. There are demons among us, and they engage in psychopath behavior like stalking an American citizen for over an hour, one who is far more competent than all of them together to prove it, to prosecute them, and to restrain them. The entities engaging in this, and guess who is going to be prosecuted with it? The people of the state, because the Ontario Police Department already admitted to being terrorists stalking me. So are the people of the state. All right, the entities engaged in this pattern of conduct, and they're doing so while they are admittedly engaging in that criminal activity, which I have been and continue to dutifully document. All All right. This is the entity that engages in that. You have a bunch of cowards who are not men. Again, those are the same closeted homosexuals that engage in what is microaggressions toward me all day long inside of the OVITT Family Community Library. They're a bunch of mentally ill psychopaths, these light slingers. Then they just go sit their cowardly selves down, stalking me at a computer stall all day. All they do is take shifts, one demon after another, taking turns at the computer, engaging in what is demonic activity. Microaggressive ways of hitting me without touching me with your hands. Affecting me in some way while you're stalking obsessively. That's what the stalking with impossible light is. That's what the stalking with impossible sensational activity is. You want to affect me in some way while you're obsessed with my vagina, while you're stalking me. And you wonder why you're losing custody of your kids, because you are. You're not keeping minor children. So be prepared for that. And the entity that's documented today providing evidence against the people of the state that are immigrants, the people of the state that are in any parental role, the people of the state that are engaged in what is targeting in any fashion. Meaning the police are targeting me, which is what they're always doing, because they're not engaged in any law enforcement. The entity, I've already established the pattern of conduct. The police that are targeting me at any venue, at any location, you are targeting with that agency and you're going to prison. It's not the police that are doing it and you don't have anything. No. The pattern of conduct is established. Abigail's engaged in criminal summoning. And Abigail's a fool because she's targeting with the demons that are telling on her. She's going to prison for criminal summoning. This is a very real system, and those are very real consequences of the mentally ill who don't think about Abigail when they're engaged in criminal summoning in the middle of the night because they don't like what I'm talking about. They're not thinking about Abigail, but Abigail's going to prison for criminal summoning. That's already documented.
No bus service. No.
And Abigail is an example because everybody that shared in kidnapping with these demons who could not defame a rabies-infected animal, you can't talk poorly about anybody with that feces on your breath. You're engaged in what is monitoring my vagina. That's as crazy as it gets. You're doing so while you're stalking me while I'm outside, as you steal from me. You're doing so as a whole agency. Like you don't have anything else to do? Oh, no. You're going to prison, okay? You're going to prison. You're going in the area where you're locked down for 22 to 23 hours in the day. That's where you're going, and I'm not exaggerating at all. And not only this agency that's engaging in this ongoing, open, blatant harassment and terrorism, as I documented, is doing so with knowledge of the fact that an American citizen, all of you newscasters, everybody, the anchors and everybody that's paying attention, they do this with knowledge that I am enforcing my constitutional rights and actually executing a constitutional duty to expose this very criminal system. They respond with what is the act of an enemy of this country. They respond with un-American conduct, criminal activity. The response is nothing less than prison, nothing less than disbanding. Martial law is absolutely required. The Ontario Police is beyond fired. This is the desperation of those that will kill you and not think twice about it. That's not fear. This is informing you about while they're targeting me and they're not thinking about anything else in the moment. These are the demons. These are the fools that engage in targeting other people. 11583 Jerry 2. Okay, stalking with the entity at F Street and Euclid. And it's more than them. I just read that license plate. The entity is still engaged in the same stalking before I documented this ongoing conspicuous stalking, and it is not taking any evidence off of the people of the state. Those demons that are stalking at Chevron from way across the street at the gas station, when you're not going to touch anybody with headlights while I'm at the bus stop across the street. Neither is the sun going to remain over 537 Euclid Avenue from 7 in the morning until 12 o'clock in the afternoon. The same molestation with impossible light, while the entity is openly exposing the fact that not only is it hostile to the United States and American citizens, that they are demons engaging in what is a massive sex offense while they monitor someone who provided proof of it while they conspired my murder. The Ontario Police Department, Mike LORENZ is going to prison, and he has no intention of any other future. He has already written off any other alternative, and this is why the entity provided what is over an hour of evidence of stalking and the people of the state stalking. Okay, this is the entity that's not only being documented, they're being diagnosed. Okay, so let me go ahead and give you, I have images, so I'm gonna go ahead and capture images right now. That's what I'm capturing. The entity is still engaged in the same psychopathic pacing. They're just flying in circles with the people of the state who are stalking with impossible light. They're stalking together. Okay, the entity has impossible light while they are monitoring together as one, and this is the entity that's engaged in the same conduct and does so while they are very much triggered, and it's not changing the fate. They're going to prison, they're being deported, they're going to be placed in mental asylums. They're doing so while the fake moon is right over my head. The fake moon is over my head at the same bus stop where I captured the fake sun. This is where the population, the demon possessed, are stalking with that agency in furtherance of murder. Don't forget that. And this is where the entity is doing so as a result of my free speech on my device, where they have no warrant or probable cause to keep it under surveillance, to stalk me, that is to monitor me, and to do so because I am expressing what is my freedom of speech, my right and my obligation under the Constitution, by the way, to expose this criminal system that is underway by a government. That's what they're doing, stalking in helicopter for over an hour. It's currently 12:22 a.m. It's December 4th, 2025. It's 12:22 a.m. The fake moon is right over the top of my head. Pay attention to that video that I captured before for over 40 minutes. The fake moon was not present over the bus stop. It's not even this is not a real environment. This is demonic. The fake moon appears over the bus stop right now. And I'm capturing images of the entity that's been flying and doing so for over an hour, okay? The entity is doing so, it was at 1:50, hold on, it's 12:23 a.m. Okay, I want to get that because this is where the entity, I took images, let me document this. The entity is perfectly fine with you. This is the mental illness that I am telling you, man. Whoo, this is sad. These are people that know that they're going to prison. And this is what is informing you. You need to know the entity that is this desperate, the entity that is this unhinged, the entity that is this much at a loss for, basically, I don't have anything to live for type attitude. Well, it doesn't matter since I'm going to prison. I'm getting in trouble. I'm about to be prosecuted. I'm about to face this case, etc. So I'm going to do it anyway. That sort of mindset. That's still acting like it's a police officer. That is a threat to the public. Okay, that's what you just witnessed, and I want to be clear. As I take a picture, I just took a picture. But you can, this is what is so sick about this. You can hear the helicopter activity. In court, the federal judge is going to treat the evidence as equally probative of stalking. Everybody knows that I don't have helicopter sound effects and I'm making up the sound of a helicopter in the background. Everybody knows that my credibility has already been established. I'm not making up anything. I don't have anything to lie about either. If I stole a candy bar, in other words, back in 1970, I'm sorry, I wasn't even born then. Sorry, I mean a long time ago. I was not even around in the 70s. But I mean, if I stole a candy bar back in 2001, 2002, if stolen, I would address that. I don't have those issues, okay? I don't have any secrets. I've been documenting my whole life. I was forced to make my existence public because the entity is targeting me and threatening my life. Okay, and I've already been through this. I don't have to explain. Jesus is my defense, and everything is it's already clear, and it is very clear that in my documentation, everything that I do, everything about me is out in the open, and I didn't have a choice in that matter because the entity is gang stalking me, and the Lord forced me. I automatically knew what I needed to do, and that is to, when I'm documenting the entity, I'm documenting my life. That just goes hand in hand because they're monitoring 24 hours a day. So I am necessarily opening up my entire life, and I basically have to do that. Not basically, I have to do that because the entity is targeting. And at any moment, okay, that's speaking to the threat to your life. But I just want to be clear. The entity that's engaged in this conduct, I've established my credibility. I don't have any secrets, nor can I have any while I'm documenting it. I can't control or hide some sort of secret boyfriend that I'm sleeping with on the side while I'm being gang stalked, and I'm documenting that all day long. And I'm also maintaining I've got a gay lover on the side, and I'm selling drugs in the background, and I've got this side business that I'm stealing from my neighbor, and I'm selling crack cocaine or whatever it is, all this stuff. I can't do all that, first of all. I could not do all that with this level of evidence that I'm documenting. I'm documenting every day. At whatever hour that they feel like stalking in a helicopter while I'm in my hotel room, stalking in a helicopter while I'm on the freeway, stalking in a helicopter when I'm going to the library. Like, the entity is stalking me. I'm documenting it all the time. I don't have time to be engaged. Don't you understand? If I was doing this criminal conduct, I would have been arrested for it. Because they're targeting, they're looking for something. They would love for me to be that person. It would make it that easier. But see, if I was that person, I wouldn't be targeted by the state. I'd be a demon just like them. I would fit in with all of them. I'm just saying. So the entities engaging in this, and I've already established my credibility, meaning I don't have to lie about anything, and I don't. I've never been a liar, and I detest that. And I feel like that is... I feel like it's less than me to lie. That's just it's beneath me to lie. Lie for what? That's speaking to me being fearful of something, and I'm not fearful of anything. I don't fear any man. So I feel like you're lying out of fear. But anyway, the entity is engaging in this conduct, and the moment that I take a picture, the moment that I took a picture right now, you heard it, okay? That's the reason why I just stated that. You could hear the helicopter activity the whole time. I had to raise my voice because the helicopter's in the background. Everybody heard that. And the entity was perfectly comfortable doing it on video for over 54 minutes and 49 seconds. And the moment that I took a picture of the entity stalking me, they've been stalking the entire time, and they continue stalking, 12:22 a.m. The demon then flies over and flies away. At the moment that I took a picture, so play the tape back, rewind it, listen to it. All they were doing was flying in circles the entire time, the entire 54-minute video. Ontario police engaged in light activity at F Street and Lemon. The people of the state, demons, cockroaches, psychopathic pacing, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. That's what they were doing at Lemon, and that's what they were doing on Euclid Avenue. The entity added light activity while that's exactly what they did at the OVITT Family Community Library. Okay? And the demons are triggered when I point their criminal activity out like that. What did they do the other day when I pointed out Ontario Fire Department stalking by criminal summoning on Euclid Avenue under the 9 a.m. fake sun? I believe it was like 7, almost 8 o'clock in the morning. Yeah, it was like 8. It was 8 o'clock in the morning. And 8 during the 8 a.m. hour. And the entity, and remember, this same street, this same location is where the fake sun was over me at 12 o'clock in the afternoon. That's the beauty of documentation. The Ontario police aren't doing anything other than stalking. That's already known. This isn't in controversy. We're not starting from the beginning every day with regard to, what's going on, and I have to start from the beginning and prove that they are actually stalking me. No, the pattern of conduct is already laid out. The foundation is already set. You are already established. You're not doing anything other than stalking me. It's already established. And they just did it for... They just did that, and people like Abigail are going to prison, okay? This is what the demon possessed are not thinking about, and they're doing it as a failed tactic. You are a closeted homosexual who's not even true about your identity. You're an established criminal, and you've been embarrassed and shamed because you thought that you were some elite witch and nobody could see your voodoo hoodoo tactics. And not only do I see you with my eyes closed, I'll prosecute you with tangible evidence showing that you're targeting me, that also you're a demon. I could prove it with the physical, what you are in the spiritual, and prosecute you with criminal acts that you've committed against me. And nobody's imagining it. Everybody's looking at it, and they're all laughing at you as well. Laughing, but what is, albeit very serious criminal conduct. But laugh, please do laugh. Laugh at the demons. Absolutely. Laugh at them. So the entity's engaged in this, and like I said, everybody knows I'm not making up anything. I don't have to make up anything, and I am not any person that goes around making up stuff. I don't have time for it. Okay, the entity's engaging in this conduct, and I don't have some helicopter sound effect in the background. That's why I captured that substantial video, and they want to keep on pacing. I kept on recording. 54 minutes, okay? 54 minutes of stalking and helicopter, and it's directly relevant to the all of the things that I was speaking about on the podcast, okay? So I get a 54-minute video, and then at 12:22 a.m., you listen to it. I just want you to, because this is what is so profound. The stupidity is profound to me. The obvious nature of everything that they're doing, it is profound to me. But the entity is engaging in this conduct, and the moment that I take a picture, you were already stalking for 54 minutes. So when I take another picture showing so that you can see what it is you already hear and what a federal judge is not going to treat as less probative or unreliable, like you're not stalking, they can hear you on the podcast, fool. And I took a picture of it at 12:22 a.m. and then the demon just flies off after I took that last picture. No, I'm not dealing with an entity that is dealing with a full set. And that's a threat, okay? That's a threat. The severe mental instability is very much a threat to my life, and the federal government is not protecting me, okay? The federal government's not stopping them from anything could go awry when they are stalking me with guns on their hips, and they're stalking me. All right. When they're engaged in this conduct and the people of the state are stalking me all night long, obsessing over me. Remember when I'm documenting and when I first got my sleeping bag, these demons who are obsessed with me were touching me in my sleep, unzipping my sleeping bag so that they can see my face while they're stalking me. They did it on more than one occasion. They want to look at me while they molest my body. With engineered, like they want to look at me. They don't want my face to be covered up. They want to see me while they're stalking. I documented that. They're doing that while I'm sleeping. While I'm sleeping outside. It's not enough for you to be near me. You got to touch me. And how do microaggressive cowards who are closeted homosexuals do that? Sensational activity. Like an earthquake created when you put your elbow down. Those are not little paper desks that they bought from IKEA. They're not. They're very sturdy. It's demonic activity. Demonic activity right in your face. It's demonic activity there. You know that. The fake sun remains over the OVITT Family Community Library. And they're walking around with impossible light activity. The light fixtures in the building and in any building. The street lamps outside. They do not create what is multiple shadows crisscrossing in front and up projected behind you on the wall. That's not the product of these lights that you're looking at. In the same way, it's not their headlights that are shooting off way to the side when they're driving north and south in front of me. And they're not creating any earthquakes. The bench isn't shaking. The sidewalk isn't cracking. There is no earthquake that's created. These are demons that are monitoring. Monitoring is light activity. Monitoring is being in my path, a position relevant to my location. Stalking. You're stalking while you're maintaining position around me in any manner. Being in alignment to me, crossing my path, repeatedly crossing path, which is referred to as patrolling. Patrolling is also accomplished when you're going around in circles, like you are stalking in a helicopter, going back and forth, like what you see mimicked in traffic. These demons are pacing. They're monitoring. They're doing so while the entity maintains a supernatural environment. The impossible light activity. While things like a fake sun and a fake moon remain over me, the one that they're worshiping, the one that they're pacing around. And they did it for 54 minutes on video, and then I took a picture of it at 12:22 a.m. And then the demon flies off after I took that picture because that was the proof of them They were stalking the whole time. I just want to underscore that. Anyway, this is the entity that's engaged in this conduct, and the people of the state are going to prison for that. The Ontario police have exposed the fact that they are enemies of this country. Nobody of the part of the Ontario police has any basis, has any right, should never show their face speaking as a police officer in the United States of America. They are enemies of this country. Don't you ever forget what I just documented. This is not the first time that terrorists have exposed themselves for the true enemies that they are of this country. That's what you're picking up when they're targeting an American citizen. Understand they do this to people who are already gone. They're dead. Or they're in a vegetable state in a facility somewhere because they were kidnapped by this agency that was targeting them, subjecting them to what is a battery, injecting them with drugs when they've been criminally defamed, and now they're a vegetable somewhere. And they don't even know who they are. And they're not fighting either. And nobody knows that they're there. This is what they aimed for to happen to me. This is what San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department is doing when they're kidnapping me. These demons that were stalking for over an hour and a half, kidnapping me, and then Shannon Dyke is keeping me in West Valley where I am creating signs and holding them up through the window, stating I'm being kidnapped. I'm citing the law. I'm citing the penal code that they are making up that I violated. And they keep you in there. The people of the state that are already dead. They don't know the law. Nobody is listening to them. Nobody cares. There is no one to report it to because everybody is engaged in this system, including those that are in the medical field who are committing these kidnappings with the Ontario Police Department, with the Rancho Cucamonga Superior Court. This stalking is what is shared by. This is what is putting Lisa Rogan in prison. You cannot be more of an idiot than to provide this. You're not, they're mentally ill. This is what I'm telling you. The absurdity of how crazy. The federal government is not protecting me. They were not protecting me when I was kidnapped for 6 months at West Valley Detention Center. Jason Fields is going to prison. I'm creating signs, and then they're going in my cell. That's a violation of your rights, by the way. They're coming into my cell to take my property. That's my property when I create a sign in order to try to save my own life. Like it's literally that dire. Like, I'm here, I'm alive, I'm on camera. They're kidnapping me. Here's the date. Like, it's all over. It's on the internet on my website already. This is the P.O.C.wordpress.com. All right, the kidnappings that I was subject to by this Ontario Police Department that is stalking for over an hour and a half in a helicopter, stopping at 12:22 a.m. Starting because of the incendiary commentary that is truthful. You just don't like how I describe you truthfully. Nobody cares about that, Satan. I'm not going to mince words with the devil. They kill people. And perhaps you won't take it so seriously if I put it in some nice, delicate, palatable manner and make you comfortable with it. No, you shouldn't be comfortable that people are being kidnapped. People like Jason Fields and Tracy Banks are stealing money from people, stealing their identity, and relying on terrorists like the Ontario Police Department to accomplish it, to cover it up, to commit it. And they're compensated for it. They get a stake in whatever it is that they've stolen. And they do that to people who are perfectly sane. They're gifted, they're advanced, they're accomplished. And how do they do it? Even as a rocket scientist working for NASA, you're subject to the system. They do it by gang violence. All the gang members just say that you're crazy. The gang members sit in the courthouse and adjudicate and lie and say that you're crazy. The gang members of the county keep you kidnapped after the gang members on the street kidnap you and claim that you committed a crime and that you're mentally ill after you commit that crime. The gang members commit that all together, and they all state that, and then the gang members in the courthouse adjudicate on that malicious and criminally defamatory conduct that they rely on. They're engaged in that criminal system together, and they need that information that is manufactured because they're a part of targeting you and kidnapping you. As a rocket scientist working for NASA, and NASA is a part of targeting you. NASA's engaged in what is targeting you and establishing what is, oh yeah, they've always been mentally ill. And NASA, your employer, is a part of it. Nobody is above it. And as a scientist, you're in there, fully intelligent, fully in control of all of your faculties. You're a scientist, a rocket scientist. You're creating stuff out of nothing. You're creating a sign to identify yourself because they're trying to make you disappear amongst the group of all the mentally ill in that uniform. They're trying to make you just blend in and disappear. And you're making yourself sound, you're a scientist. You are not one of them. And them, by the way, are demons in those uniforms, a part of the pattern of conduct. It is in the jails. These demons are dressed up in uniforms and they are seeking to make you appear just like them. You are a scientist and you're trying to make yourself stand out. I'm right here. This is my name. This is the date that I was kidnapped. This is what they falsely accused me of. This is the absence. I didn't have any arraignment. These are the names of the judges. And I didn't even have a hearing. I didn't get to be seen by this judge. They said that I was going to go see that. They kept me in the they gave me a ride to the court. I sat in the chambers. Well, not in the chambers even. I sat in the cells. The stone wall in the freezing cold room, chained up all day long, never went into a courtroom, and then they just drove me back to the courthouse. You're a scientist. You're putting this information. Your syntax is immaculate. You're creating these signs out of toilet paper and plastic, and everybody's mesmerized about how you can do that. And they're still acting like you're mentally ill, keeping you in there, just standing in front of your cell to make it look like you're their patient when you refuse to talk to them. And you have a right to do that. And that doesn't establish mental illness either. All while they're maintaining a kidnapping. And the inmates are a part of that kidnapping. They're monitoring in the jail. And they're defaming you while putting you in that uniform with the rest of those demons. I said it. They're demons inside of West Valley. Both the deputies, the San Bernardino County medical workers, and the inmates. They're all demons. The entity has the fake sun over the West Valley Detention Center. I've confirmed this for you. It's a supernatural signal. That's not the sun. This is what the entity has done and can do it to a rocket scientist working for NASA because it's gang violence. It doesn't matter that you're a rocket scientist with regard to demons that are defaming you because they have MD after their name. They'll claim that they had an appointment with you as a rocket scientist, not ever addressing the fact that you're a rocket scientist, claiming that you're paranoid, trying to denigrate your character, making sure that they don't talk about the fact that you're a rocket scientist. They're talking about the fact that you're paranoid. They're talking about the fact that you are hallucinating. They're talking about the fact that they encountered you and that they were witnessing and diagnosing and taking notes about your mental illness in all the ways that they don't have any detailed facts. They're just naming the illness and no facts and details about your behavior that's exhibiting the indicators of that diagnosis. All they're doing is defaming you and having no information about what it is that is exhibiting mental illness. That's not the practice of medicine either, but it's also not the practice of medicine because they're kidnapping, and it's also not the practice of medicine because they literally are making it up out of thin air. Not only am I not ever meeting with these people, those that are even in the same building with me, it's because they're kidnapping me. And even when they are engaged in kidnapping me and they are putting themselves on surveillance cameras in the same room with me, I'm not speaking to them. And when you do see on camera that I'm sitting in front of them, I am telling them that I refuse to speak with them, which is remaining your right, which is no information serving to diagnose mental illness. None of that serves for their purposes. You do not get from, I refuse to speak to you, the fact that somebody is a paranoid schizophrenic, and the fact that you are a bipolar or that you're hallucinating. That is literally violation of the Welfare and Institutions Code. You are violating their rights to not speak to you, and you're using it against them by defaming their character. That's defamation. While they're enforcing their rights, that's not a basis to formulate any sort of diagnosis. The entity's engaged in that. They violate the law while they abuse that law that they have no authority under because they're monitoring. This is what the entity is capable of doing to any rocket scientist that works for NASA. They did it to me as a licensed attorney. All they do, it's gang violence. The gang includes the court, the sheriff, and the police, and the people. Tracy Banks lying, there was violence, she's mentally ill, she's a paranoid schizophrenic, she needs her medication. None of that happened, and none of that is true. And the demons of the Ontario police that were stalking me on video and stalking me by podcast for over an hour and a half know that while they're stalking me in this manner. They know. They also know because they've engaged in stealing from me, and they need this in order to get away with stealing from me because this corrupt system requires them to make up mental illness in order to get away with it. Mental illness that everybody knows. Everybody knows that it's gang stalking, knows that they're not mentally ill. They're a part of that criminal pattern of conduct, down to the demons that are in the jail. You're holding up signs in every way, demonstrating on the camera that there is nothing wrong with you and you should not be there. The entity is doing so because they have a very real objective. Okay? There is no small thing with regard to these demons stalking me on the roads and the highways. And then doing so with the same demons that just provided evidence against all of them. This is what they were doing yesterday morning, C. Gerber and A. Arnellis, stalking. What type of baboon are you to do that? And you forget that Daisy at the OVITT Family Community Library, she's going to want to have some sort of defense in court. She doesn't have one. She's engaged in kidnapping and defaming my character. Claiming that I molested a child. Oh, note that. That's going on the record because you're going to prison for that. That's serving the criminal system that Tracy Banks and Jason Fields and the Ontario Police, the people that state this entity. Daisy herself wants to have a stake in money and property that belongs to me, targeting and defaming my character while the government is targeting me. They are incentivized to do that. And by virtue of lying on my character and obviously lying, I want to be clear, my podcast on June 16, 2022 is the evidence. Before it doesn't even have to be in a courtroom because I documented everything that morning. Images, video, and the podcast the whole time. I never stopped. And there was not only did I not even go to the bathroom, I didn't even talk to any kid. There was no molestation of any child, nor is that of my character or any ever happening in my history ever. Ever, ever. And that would be quite a person to maintain this investigation while I'm engaging in pedophilia in the background. And that's interesting, isn't it? That the pedophiles are making those allegations. The sex traffickers are making those allegations. The rapists are making those allegations. The vagina monitors are making those allegations. The light slingers, the terrorists, the psychos that are stalking in helicopters are making those allegations. Isn't that interesting? The same ones that are engaging in what is stealing my identity, engaging in what is mail fraud, engaging in what is criminal conduct, and then trying to frame me for it, and I wasn't even there and don't know anything about it. This is the entity that's engaging in conduct where you literally have to be spiritually gifted in order to speak to, at a distance, what they are trying to frame you for behind your back. And then they just want to ambush you and arrest you for it while they just use gang violence to pin it to you, because that's all they're doing. That's all they're doing. So this is the entity that is incapable of doing it to. It doesn't matter if you are a rocket scientist working for NASA. It's gang violence. It's not based on who you think you are or what your position is. But with regard to the actual legitimate practice of law and the actual legitimate practice of medicine, it is relevant what your background is, what your profession is, and the means whereby that entity is seeking to have any encounter with you whereby they are claiming to diagnose you for something. The entity is fully engaging in what is proving that they're targeting while they manufacture, make up, that is, evidence, information, support for mental illness while they engage in things such as stealing your identity, claiming to be you, creating bank accounts in your name, writing checks and using your social security number and stealing your identity, using your, or having a copy of your driver. These are the things that Tracy Banks and people that I don't know have done to me. How did you get my driver's license? How do you know my social security number? How do you have access to it? How are you able to walk into a bank account and access money with my name on that account? It's not a coincidence that I've been kidnapped as an officer of the court who has no business in let alone jail, but let alone the asylum in that jail. They needed to plague me with that title, with that defamatory appearance in order to both silence me because I'm maintaining this investigation. It doesn't work because everyone is able to see who I am and see what my abilities are and see what does not make sense on its face, nor does it make sense in substance. On the other hand, you're looking at this agency that's a part of that targeting system that I have established through evidence, and you're talking about what you just listened to for over an hour and a half of helicopter activity, stalking me and harassing me, while I just so happen to be talking about that criminal pattern of conduct and that agency. And then they engage in what is an hour and a half of flying in circles over me. And the moment that I take a picture of it at 12:22 a.m., the demon flies off. When you were able to see it again, you were listening to it the whole time. But that's what they did. This is what the entities engage in. I just want to be clear. They are going to federal prison. They're going to federal prison, and they don't even have any intention of avoiding federal prison. The entities engage in criminal summoning again. The AMR is stalking, driving north of, they're pacing. That's all they're doing. The entities engaging in this while they are stalking. This is what they did when they committed kidnapping. Shannon Dykes is a kidnapper. And the Rancho Cucamonga Superior Court, San Bernardino County, Arrowhead Regional Medical Center, San Bernardino County Court is a kidnapper. Starting with the people of the state and the Ontario Police Department. And Jason Fields, Tracy Banks, Eric Spencer, anybody else engaged in, Tommy Allen Banks, engaged in defaming my character, they have been lying the entire time. Lying with the incentive to steal money, lying with the incentive to get away with stealing money, lying with the incentive to pay other people who are engaged in this elaborate conspiracy to steal from me, which is requiring defaming me so that nobody listens to you. But it does not work in the face of the P.O.C. Evidence that you're all liars. And not only are they liars, they're demon-possessed ones. Do not forget that. This is not me just making villains out of bad people. This is demon possession. And those of you of the various news broadcast companies are witnessing what is the evidence of terrorists openly exposing that, as opposed to keeping it as any sort of secret. Doing that while they're targeting an American citizen, doing that while that American citizen is enforcing their rights, that is a clear, unequivocal statement of being an enemy to this United States of America. I want to be clear. This is not just harassing me. This is criminal conduct by a corrupt executive branch, targeting in violation of the state and federal constitutions in response to what is a constitutional obligation to expose it. Other American citizens are threatened by this. This is terrorism, not just a local police department that's engaged in what is harassment at the state level. It's domestic terrorism. They're doing it with the population. This is terrorism. They are openly communicating their hostility to this country and the laws. The laws of this country. That's what you are paying attention to. Do not miss that. Do not miss that. These demons are pacing up and down Euclid Avenue in ambulances and police vehicles, sounding their sirens, light activity, relevant positioning. What do you think they're doing? They just engaged in what is stalking me for an hour and a half in helicopter. It's the same pattern of conduct. Demons are operating ambulances. Demons are operating fire trucks. Demons are operating fire stations, fire departments. Demons are operating police vehicles and police departments. Demons are a threat to the public. That's what the people of the state show you. That's what the Rancho Cucamonga Superior Court, San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department, the Ontario Police Department show you. That is not to be missed by you. It is December 4th now, 2025. The entity stopped stalking conspicuously via helicopter at 12:22 a.m., the moment that I took a visual image after capturing a video for 54 minutes of stalking in a helicopter. This All right, so I just want to be clear, 12:56 a.m., the people of the state are maintaining that ongoing attack. This is demons that are stalking. You can hear, and they're doing so by the thousands. This is a population maintaining stalking all night long on behalf of the entity that is confirming that they're stalking together as the Ontario Police, the American Medical Response, and the Ontario Fire Department. The entity that is demon-possessed is engaged in what is attacking with engineered light. Okay, as you are documenting them, they are focusing in and targeting you with engineered light while they're monitoring you. The entity is going to be prosecuted for what is sexual violence and what is harassment and terrorism and furtherance of murdering someone that you are criminally monitoring while they are also documenting, which the people of the state who are demons exhibiting severe mental illness in doing so are attacking with this engineered light while they are hostile terrorists being documented as enemies of this country, okay? The entities engaged in that. So I just want to be clear. They are attacking with light while they are stalking in the middle of the night. It's 12:57 a.m. And these sex offenders, these co-conspirators of murder, these are criminal acts that Tracy Banks is being prosecuted for. I don't need to have this predator right here in front of my face. She's going to prison just like her sex partner, who is Jason Fields, is going to federal prison for everything that I'm documenting. Every criminal act that is still remaining, precipitating from their targeting me and profiting from targeting me from what is soliciting a population to target you for money that you have, and requiring a population and a corrupt government like the city of Ontario, the state of California, to do so, while these two demons, Tracy Banks and Jason Fields, are maintaining what is a system whereby they are championing stealing my identity, stealing my information, and traveling abroad, traveling with it, and maintaining means of stealing from me systematically and sharing what it is that they're stealing from me with the Ontario Police, with the people of the state. Okay, and remember, the city of Ontario is just one of the actors within the entity. This is the entire state of California. The demons are attacking with engineer light while they are stalking and furtherance of murder. They're doing so with regard to what is a very severely ill pattern of conduct on behalf of the demons that were stalking for an hour and a half in helicopter, and that is a very clear and obvious criminal conspiracy together. And this is what I'm stating with regard to the foolish demons that are losing custody of their kids. They're not keeping their kids. They're not keeping their kids, and they're not staying in this country, and they're going to be engaging in what is going to federal prison, while they're mentally ill serial killers that are engaging in stalking people in ways in which that are proven and that are published all over the internet. They are attacking with light while they are hostile psychopaths who are hostile because I am documenting them, and I'm going to continue to document the fact that they are serial killers who are mentally ill and who are both a threat to children, they're a threat to this country, and they are also absurdly deranged while they engage in things such as targeting and attacking with this light conduct. They're demons. That's the evidence that they are demons. They're not just stalkers, they're demons. They could be stalking without the light conduct, but they are stalking with the light conduct because they're demons who are monitoring. They could be stalking in a natural environment that doesn't have a fake sun and a fake moon over me. They're stalking in that environment because they're demons. Understand that. That is relevant to the terrorism that you're going to prison for, Mike Lorenz, for this spectacular evidence that you gave to me again today. These terrorists, C. Gerber and A. Ornelas, Hadel Shiapani, a kidnapper as well, engage in what is criminal summoning with regard to what is the ongoing surveillance by your agency, who's engaged in what is stalking and furtherance of murder and monitoring my vagina. Lorenz, you are going to prison. While you're attacking me with light, with these psychopaths who are the people of the state, they're going to prison. And everybody's listening to me tell you what your fate is. Jason Fields is going to federal prison. Tracy Banks is going to federal prison. This is P.O.C.